Witching Hour Dead, a Westwick Witch's Cozy Mystery, written by Colleen Cross, narrated by Patria Burchard. Copyright 2020 by Colleen Cross. Production copyright 2020 by Colleen Cross. Chapter 1. It was an unseasonably cold day, even for October. I was holed up in my office on a Friday afternoon. I had the baseboard heater turned up to the highest setting, half pretending I was on a tropical island under an umbrella, sipping pina coladas. In reality, I was racing to meet a deadline, but speed editing my feature story on the upcoming annual Westwick Corners Wine Festival wasn't going all that well. My brain kept drifting off to pina colada land, so I wasn't getting much done. I am the procrastination queen, which is why I was stuck here in my dingy office on the top floor of a 100-year-old building. The creaking floorboards, hissing pipes, and all sorts of mysterious noises were the only things that kept me company. It was creepy working alone sometimes. I had missed lunch and found it hard to concentrate with my stomach rumbling, so I decided to go out to get a snack before the cafe down the street closed. I had just grabbed my jacket when the outer office door slammed, stopping me in my tracks. I wasn't expecting anyone. A pony wall separates my outer office from the rest of the floor space. The top part of the wall was frosted glass. It was a 1940s update that I had planned to change eventually, but I'd grown to love it. It reminded me of a Sam Spade detective agency. The Westwick Corners Weekly isn't exactly cutting-edge journalism, so I've never had to worry about stalkers or other crazies. Until now, that is, when an unidentified intruder stood one pony wall away from me. I don't lock my doors. Being risk-averse, I would like to, but it's simply not done in Westwick Corners. Small towns have their own kind of peer pressure. My walk-in traffic was basically zero, especially at this time of day. So who could possibly be in the outer office? There had been a few transients in town lately. Suddenly I felt nervous about my unannounced visitor. I stifled the urge to ask who it was, and instead exchanged my jacket for a broom out of the cleaning closet. The element of surprise would give me an advantage. I tiptoed toward the door leading to the outer office, and waited. A shadow suddenly darkened the frosted glass door. A huge shadow. Then the door opened. A surprise attack was my only chance. I brought the broom down hard and fast.
San, what the—
Oh my goodness, Tyler, are you okay? I lowered the broom. My hunky sheriff boyfriend crouched on one knee in the doorway, holding one arm above his head in a defensive pose.
This really isn't how I imagined it.
Imagined what? You could have announced yourself. My face flushed as I daydreamed again. Tyler and I were on a South Pacific beach. He was down on one knee, asking me to marry him. He opened the ring box and— Tyler looked up at me with those warm brown eyes of his.
Sen, we live in a safe town. You know I'll protect you. Just chill.
I always felt safe in his arms, yet I could have easily broken them if I had struck any harder. I put the broom down. That's when I noticed the brown paper bag in his hand that almost blended in with his sheriff's uniform. The contents of the bag smelled like banana muffins. Are those—
Your favorite muffins, yes.
Tyler pulled himself up to a standing position and offered me one.
You do know that dating a cop does not give you the right to use deadly force.
I reached into the bag and closed my hand on a still warm muffin. I know, sorry. I just— This building is a bit spooky now that I'm the only tenant. The building had once housed lawyers, accountants, and other professionals. Our almost ghost town had seen better days, and now barely eked by. Most people shopped and did business an hour away in Shady Creek. In fact, that's where most of them were right now, this Friday afternoon. Tyler leaned in and kissed me.
I realize you've got a deadline and all, but you seem a little edgy. You know everyone in town. What are you so afraid of?
I bit into the muffin, unable to hold off any longer. Nobody, I guess. I just have this weird feeling that I don't know. Maybe I've had too much coffee or something.
Maybe.
Tyler smiled.
Anyway, I was wondering if you have plans for tonight.
Oh, only with you? Why are you asking? We always spend Friday nights together. We had spent almost every weekend together for over a year, without either of us asking the other for a date. It was kind of assumed. At least, I thought it was. So why was he asking all of a sudden?
It's just that, I want tonight to be special. Clear your calendar, no peeking at your laptop kind of night. Can you do that?
Of course. What time? I felt pressured by the enormity of finishing my edits, and then dealing with whatever catastrophe awaited me at my family's cozy bed and breakfast inn. And then I had promised to help my neighbor get ready for the wine show.
Is 8 okay? I've got a case I need to wrap up.
It's perfect. It wasn't nearly enough time, but I'd figure it out somehow. What are we doing?
It's a surprise,
Tyler said.
I hope you'll like it.
Tyler's surprise was all I could think about for the rest of the afternoon. Good thing I hadn't killed him with a broom. I managed to finish my article and called it a day at 4 p.m. I stepped out onto Main Street. There wasn't a soul in sight. A few cars were parked along the 2 blocks that counted as downtown Westwick Corners. I tucked the latest edition of the Westwick Corners Weekly newspaper under my arm as I cinched my collar against the cool breeze. It was unseasonably cold for October, and the wind swirled leaves around my feet as I walked to my car. Tyler was right. Westwick Corners was a safe town. On the other hand, I'd have felt better if there were more people around. My feature article about this weekend's Westwick Corners Wine Festival flashed through my mind. The annual festival was one of my bigger issues because the wineries always bought extra advertising dollars in advance of the festival, which I desperately needed. I had purchased the small community newspaper several years ago from the retiring owner, basically buying myself a job so I could stay in my hometown. As the sole employee, I handled everything from reporting, photography, advertising, and circulation. It barely paid enough to live on, but it was one of the few ways to earn a living in this quaint town, which was slowly being revitalized after decades of neglect. I also thought about Tyler's surprise. A boyfriend surprising a girlfriend limited the possibilities. What could it be? A proposal? It had always seemed weird to me that the man got to decide where and when that happened. At the same time, I was excited, because I had known for a while now that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with him. I finally reached my forlorn-looking Honda CR-V, parked a few doors down the street. I fished for my keys in my pocket and unlocked the door. Although I wanted to drive straight home and snuggle in front of the large hearth at my family's Westwick Corners Inn, it would have to wait. I had previously committed to helping a neighbor in need. Antonio Lombard was a second-generation winemaker who had fallen on hard times. His problems became obvious when I interviewed him for my community newspaper. I was writing one of the several articles I ran every year in the lead-up to the wine festival that attracted many vintners from around the state, including a half-dozen local winemakers. The articles featured local wineries, their latest wines, and winemakers who produced them. As I interviewed each contestant to learn more about their wines, the conversation often devolved into gossip about the competition, most of which I printed. The locals devoured the stories and often chose favorites based more on salacious details, of which there were plenty, instead of the wines themselves. Competitors vied for a number of awards, and the stakes were high. Winning meant more than bragging rights. It guaranteed more sales from the public through increased publicity and name recognition. Top wines also attracted the attention of regional and national wine buyers, who could dramatically increase sales volumes and profitability. In short, it could make or break business success. All that seemed to have finally broken Antonio Lombard, who, with his brother Jose, operated Lombard Wines down the road from me and my family of part-time witches and innkeepers. We operated a fledgling winery too, nurtured by Mom, thanks to a couple of years of guidance and oversight from Antonio. My lending a hand was more than neighborly concern. We truly owed him a lot. You'd think that because I'm a witch, I could simply cast a spell to dissolve Antonio's troubles, but there are strict rules about interfering into other people's lives. I am a rule follower. I don't lie, cheat, or use witchcraft frivolously. Okay, I'll admit that I do cheat on diets, but when it comes to witchcraft, I always follow the Witches International Community Craft Association's rules to the letter. Breaking Wicca rules could cost me my witch license. I would never risk losing something that had been so hard to earn. As I got in the driver's seat and buckled up, I wondered if it was already too late to help Antonio. Everything had been in such chaos yesterday when I had arrived to interview him. Antonio was barely coherent, even though I'd interviewed him so many times he could have done it in his sleep. The winery was in complete disarray, with empty boxes and crates covering every surface. Even worse, he hadn't yet bottled his wine for tomorrow's wine festival. It was pretty obvious that my neighbor was in deep trouble. Despite all that, I managed to write my feature on Lombard wines by lifting a few phrases and photos from last year's article. I changed a few details and was vague on the latest happenings at the winery and the wines in this year's contest. In reality, nothing was happening, because Antonio was stuck in some sort of mental paralysis. Since I was the reporter, editor, and publisher of my one-person paper, I could take small liberties with the facts. Besides, as Aunt Pearl liked to say, nobody read my paper anyway. They only wanted the flyers and coupons inside. I had to do something to help Antonio. Maybe I could salvage enough wine to ensure that Lombard wines at least made an appearance at the festival. I had just turned the key in the ignition when cold hands gripped my shoulders from behind. Chapter 2. "Help!" I screamed, but only a croak came out. Nobody would hear me on the deserted street. Was this a carjacking? A kidnapping? Or both? I had always felt safe in Westwick Corners. Until now. "Shut up and drive," the voice whispered. The grip on my throat loosened slightly. It was hard to tell from a whisper, but the voice sounded strangely familiar. Although my hands shook, I managed to put the car in gear. I kept my foot on the brake and racked my brain for a way out of the situation. Should I try to fight off my assailant? Honk the horn? I had never been taken hostage before. I stalled for time, trying to figure out what to do.
For crying out loud, Sandrine, do you really have to shoulder check twice?
I sighed in relief as I pried the bony fingers from my neck. Aunt Pearl only called me by my full name when she was mad at me. I had no clue what I had done to anger her. Probably nothing. "How did you get in my car?" I asked.
Don't act all surprised. I'm a witch, after all. And you're late, as usual. I've been freezing my butt off waiting for you for almost an hour. What took you so long?
I had work to finish up. We never made plans, did we? Why did you break into my car? I hope you didn't wreck the—
Stop interrogating me, Sen. We've got a job to do, and it's not going to take care of itself.
I don't know what you're talking about, Aunt Pearl. I've already got plans.
Not with that sheriff boyfriend of yours, you don't. You know he's not working late at the office like he said, don't you?
Stop trying to stir up trouble. Too bad if you don't like him. He's not going anywhere.
Oh, I know where he is, Sen.
Aunt Pearl held a finger to her lips.
Don't ask me because I can't tell you. I'm sworn to secrecy.
I wasn't about to give her the satisfaction of asking. Anyway, I'm on my way over to Lombard Wines to help Antonio bottle his wine for tomorrow.
Don't make like saving Antonio was all your idea. You know that's why I'm here.
No, I didn't.
You always take credit for everything. Put this junk heap in gear and let's go.
Aunt Pearl now sat beside me in the passenger seat, looking larger than usual in her puffy down jacket. Underneath, she wore her purple velour tracksuit, and on her feet were running shoes. She stared straight ahead. I had no recollection of her climbing into the front seat, so I suspected she had placed a spell on me. That was a blatant violation of Wicca rules, but Aunt Pearl could care less. I was also certain that I had come up with the idea to help Antonio on my own, but decided that it wasn't worth arguing about. I sighed. I'm not taking credit for anything, Aunt Pearl. I am glad that both of us are helping Antonio. That should make things go a lot faster. 10 minutes later, we were at Lombard Wines, freezing half to death inside the huge cavernous building that doubled as a tasting room and a fully functional winery. The heat had been turned off, and it was so cold that my breath formed vapors as I talked. The winery appeared to be in even worse shape than when I had visited yesterday. Overturned barrels and stacked wine cartons were scattered throughout the tasting room, some blocking the aisles that led to the winery's large stainless steel wine vats. Trails of muddy footprints soiled the polished cement floor. Footprints led to and from the front entrance, and to the rear of the building, where stairs descended down to the basement wine cellar. The whole scene was chaotic, the complete opposite of the normally spotless winery. I shivered. It seemed even colder inside the winery than outdoors. Antonio had probably shut the heat off to save money. The lights still shone overhead, so at least the power hadn't been cut. I suspected that was coming soon. Antonio Lombard sat on a bar stool at the wine-tasting bar, his back to us. His shoulders were slumped. His elbows rested on the bar.
Antonio, get your butt in gear.
Aunt Pearl's voice echoed in the cavernous room. Antonio jerked up and spun around, startled.
What do you want?
He was unshaven, and his hair seemed to have turned gray overnight. Instead of his usual golf shirt and khakis, he wore an old white t-shirt with wine stains over faded jeans that had ripped knees and frayed hems. He wore flip-flops instead of proper shoes. He looked as neglected as the winery. I had never seen him like this. We're bottling wine, remember? Judging by the state of the winery, he hadn't remembered. Tell us what to do. Aunt Pearl tapped her foot impatiently.
I haven't got all day, Antonio. Do you want our help or not?
Antonio either didn't hear or else pretended not to. He gazed dreamily off into the distance.
This is ridiculous. You dragged me all the way over here and he's totally ignoring us.
Aunt Pearl tapped her foot impatiently.
Time is money, Sen.
I didn't drag you here. You broke into my car, remember? I already regretted letting her come with me. Can we focus on Antonio instead of arguing?
You always have to get the last word in,
Aunt Pearl muttered. I pressed a finger to my lips and spoke in a low voice. Antonio's not himself, Aunt Pearl. I've never seen him like this. He's either distracted, depressed, or... I don't know. Something's wrong and I can't quite put my finger on it. Aunt Pearl laughed.
Something's wrong? You're a hoot. Took you a while to figure out that Antonio's totally lost his mind.
We waited for Antonio to get organized for the better part of an hour, but his attention was focused elsewhere. He would pour a wine sample from one of the large stainless steel vats, only to set his glass down without tasting it. His lips formed words with no sound. He ran from the vats to the bottling area, then did an about-turn, as if he had forgotten another task. He ran downstairs to the cellar. A minute later, he re-emerged empty-handed, only to repeat the process all again. I wanted to help him, but he wasn't making it easy. He had worked so hard to keep the Lombard Wines family business going these last few years, yet he always had the worst luck. He seemed completely overwhelmed. He was stuck in a loop. We were stuck, too. I'm a witch, not a psychologist. I wanted to help but was at a loss on what to do. Aunt Pearl's high-pitched voice pierced the silence.
Antonio, stop the insanity. What the heck is wrong with you? Pull yourself together.
Antonio's hands flew to his head. He covered his ears with his hands, as if to drown out Aunt Pearl's voice. He shook his head slowly back and forth, mouthing no to some invisible foe.
I'm trying to think, but it's all so overwhelming.
Aunt Pearl marched across the floor to Antonio before I had a chance to stop her. She faced him and clamped a bony hand onto each of his forearms. She shook him and yelled into his face.
Hey, snap out of it!
I rushed over to stop whatever was about to happen. I don't think—
Stay out of this, Sandrine,
Aunt Pearl growled.
I know what I'm doing.
Aunt Pearl's temper was about to get the better of her, and Antonio already had a lot going wrong. We had only one goal, and that was to get his wine bottled and ready for the festival. Last-minute wine bottling wasn't ideal, but it was our only option. Without bottles, corks, or labels, it was pretty much impossible to get everything together, even for a witch. In theory, I could conjure up these things, but witchcraft for profit was strictly forbidden, even if it was to line another person's pockets. Lombard wines had operated in Westwick Corners for generations. All that was at risk because Antonio Lombard was unraveling. I feared that his winery was about to go belly up. I was still unclear about the exact problems Antonio faced. This year's grape harvest had been excellent, and Antonio was an accomplished winemaker, so there should have been lots of activity to crush the grapes and ferment and clarify the juice in the large vats. But in order to do that, the previous year's wine had to be removed from the vats and bottled. That task hadn't even started yet, and it was that wine we needed for the wine festival. The Lombard wine wouldn't bottle itself. Antonio's future depended on a good showing at the annual Westwick Corners Wine Festival. His future also depended on Aunt Pearl releasing her grip from his forearms, which had turned white due to lack of blood supply. Antonio wore a pained expression, but he didn't flinch. He knew that any show of weakness would only make Aunt Pearl dig in deeper. He was twice the size of my 90-pound aunt, yet, like the rest of us, was deathly afraid of her. Aunt Pearl, you're hurting Antonio. I approached them and slowly pried Aunt Pearl's hands from his arms. I probably should have kicked her out of my car after she attempted to strangle me. Aside from almost giving me a heart attack, she was slowing things down. No doubt she had an ulterior motive for being here. I kept my voice calm. We'll get this done together. But first things first, where do you keep the bottles? Antonio sighed and lowered himself into a chair. He pointed to a bunch of boxes behind the bottling table where Aunt Pearl and I had been standing.
Over there.
Aunt Pearl pulled out the boxes and checked them one by one.
No bottles here, Antonio. These boxes are all empty.
Antonio frowned.
That's strange. All my bottles seem to have mysteriously disappeared.
You begged us to help, but you never even bothered to check your supplies?
Aunt Pearl threw her hands in the air.
They didn't disappear by themselves. Admit it, Tony. You forgot to order them.
Antonio hated to be called Tony. Aunt Pearl was purposely getting him all riled up.
I think I have more bottles down in the cellar,
he said.
Fine, I'll go check.
Aunt Pearl walked toward the stairs that led down to the wine cellar. Antonio got up from his seat.
I'll do it. You can't get in. The cellar has a biometric lock. The only way to unlock the cellar is with my fingerprint.
Oh, fancy,
Aunt Pearl said mockingly.
Did you spend your money on that instead of bottles?
Antonio ignored her and walked to the rear of the building, where a wrought-iron spiral staircase led downstairs to the wine cellar. I've got to see this. I followed behind Aunt Pearl as we headed down the steps to a small landing that faced the heavy steel cellar door. A large oak barrel had been placed by the door, leaving only enough room for Antonio. Aunt Pearl and I waited on the bottom steps while Antonio unlocked the door. Above the door handle was a fancy-looking lock with a number pad and a glass square. It looked fairly new, and I didn't remember seeing it before. It had been a year since I had last been down to the wine cellar. Antonio punched several keys on the number pad before pressing his index finger on the glass. The lock made a clicking sound as it unlocked. Antonio turned the handle and opened the door.
I have to enter the security code first. Then the biometric scanner reads my fingerprint. It's supposed to flash green. But the light burned out, he said.
He stepped into the large cellar and motioned for us to follow. Aunt Pearl paused at the door to study the locking mechanism.
It's broken already?
I've got the technician coming on Monday to replace the bulb. The door still works fine, it's just the light. Isn't it cool? It will only unlock with both the security code and my fingerprint. It's theft-proof.
You don't need that kind of security in Westwick Corners, I said.
I'm not so sure about that, Sen. Lately, things have been going missing. Little things, like a bottle of wine here and there, and every once in a while a few tools. I just feel better having the wine locked up. This lock is impossible to hack.
Aunt Pearl arched her brows.
Oh, really? I bet I could crack it. Give me the instruction manual and I'll decode this thing like nobody's business. I'm pretty tech-savvy, Antonio. I can probably even fix the light in a jiffy. If I wasn't retired already, I'd be a hacker for hire. Companies would pay me the big bucks to identify all their system vulnerabilities.
Antonio laughed.
Sorry, Pearl. I seem to have misplaced the instructions. I'm hoping the installer will leave me another copy when he comes.
Focus, Aunt Pearl, I whispered. We don't have time for distractions or witchcraft. Aunt Pearl scowled.
I'll spend my time however I like. Oh, and one more thing. I don't take orders from junior witches.
Thankfully, Antonio was out of earshot a few feet away. He knelt beside a case of wine, squinting at the fine print on the box. The air in the wine cellar was cool, damp, and musty. It was modeled after the underground wine cellars in France, complete with arched stone walls and a cave-like atmosphere. It had an old-world feel, but was only a few years old. The underground cellar had been excavated and built at the same time as the winery building. Both would have cost a great deal to build, at least several years' worth of winery profits. That was probably when the Lombard wine's financial problems started. The Lombard family business simply wasn't on a scale large enough to justify such a grand building. Floor-to-ceiling racks extended 50 feet in each direction, built to hold oak barrels where the wine was aged. Last year they had been full. Now they were mostly empty.
Pretty slick.
Aunt Pearl scanned the cellar's empty racks.
Except there's nothing in here worth locking up.
Not even the empty bottles we need to bottle the wine. My heart sank as I scanned the room. Where are those, Antonio? He shrugged.
Like I said, things are always going missing around here.
I pulled out my phone to call Mom, but reception was poor inside the wine cellar. I headed back upstairs and called her, filling her in on the details. Mom said, "Whatever Antonio needs, he can have. I've got cases and cases of extra bottles. I wouldn't even have a vineyard if it wasn't for Antonio's help in getting us started a few years ago. You tell him he can have anything he needs." "Thanks, Mom. I'll be right over." "No!" I was confused. "What? Why can't I drop by?" There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "It's not a good time right now, Sen. I'll explain later, but don't come home right now. Send Pearl over." Okay, but Mom had already disconnected. She was acting very strange, and I had no idea why. Was I imagining things? Or was the whole town going crazy? Chapter 3. Antonio had always been the first to bottle his wine each season. He was detail-oriented to the point of obsessive-compulsiveness, and his winery was always spotless. But that was in normal times. Everything was different now. Westwick Corners was home to only a few hundred people, so you couldn't help but notice a neighbor in trouble. We helped one another, for reasons that were both selfless and selfish. Selfless because in a small town, neighbors relied upon each other. Selfish because if one cog broke, then the whole wheel did. Without successful businesses, our town would quickly cease to exist. Our neighbors' problems eventually became ours, and vice versa. I headed back downstairs to the wine cellar, but my buoyed spirits were soon dashed at the sight of an unsteady Antonio.
I don't feel so good.
Antonio placed his hand on a barrel and steadied himself.
I feel dizzy. Maybe I've been working too hard.
Aunt Pearl scoffed.
You haven't been working at all, at least as far as I can see.
I glared at her before turning back to Antonio. I think it's the ventilation, I said. The air is a bit heavy down here. Let's go back upstairs. I motioned for Aunt Pearl to go ahead of me. I followed behind her and paused halfway up the staircase as I waited for Antonio to shut and relock the cellar door. The door made a buzzing noise as it automatically locked. Antonio double-checked the handle and trailed behind us. As I climbed the stairs, I thought that his security precautions seemed a little over the top. After all, we were only going upstairs. We weren't leaving the building. Once upstairs, I guided Antonio to a stool at the wine-tasting bar and motioned for him to sit down. We can do this. Mom said you can borrow some of her bottles. Antonio shrugged.
Okay, worth a shot, I guess.
Aunt Pearl cleared her throat. She stood beside the wine vat that Antonio had abandoned minutes earlier and held a wine glass up to the light.
Ahem. You can't bottle this drivel. What's this crap floating in it? It looks like sewer water.
Aunt Pearl had a valid point. The wine in the vats was supposed to be finished wine, fermented, aged, and clarified, one step away from bottling. Unfinished, unfiltered, and unaged wine should never have ended up in a vat, and we certainly couldn't take it to the wine festival. Was Antonio out of his mind? The Antonio I knew would have jumped from his stool and had a major freak-out over this travesty. Instead, he swiveled slightly on his stool and pointed. He said in a flat voice,
No, not that one. It's not ready yet. The vat beside it. The Meritage.
Meritage? Are you sure? While I personally liked the Lombard Meritage, it wasn't exactly a popular blend with festival-goers. Most people preferred the more full-bodied reds. Antonio's choice amounted to self-sabotage. Hardly anyone would buy his Meritage, and he knew it. Your Syrah is the best, and your Cabernet Sauvignon is always a hit. Why not go with one of those? Antonio frowned.
I vaguely remember bottling some cab. I wonder where I put it.
What kind of crap operation is this? Don't you keep records of anything?
Aunt Pearl grumbled.
Can't remember. Sheesh.
I'm sure I can find it. I scanned the large warehouse and paused at the floor-to-ceiling racks that housed the Lombard wine barrels. Normally, the racks were tightly packed, with oak barrels perfectly aligned, full of wine. Each barrel would be neatly labeled with the wine variety and the Lombard wine's logo. Normally, Antonio kept a section for each wine: Merlot, Meritage, Cabernet Sauvignon, Pinot Noir, and Syrah, with the oldest vintage years stacked on the bottom shelves for easy access. Now the racks had gaping holes, with barrels resting haphazardly on only the bottom 2 shelves. The top 3 shelves were completely empty. Apparently, no winemaking of any kind had been going on for quite a while. I walked closer to read the labels and gasped. Pinot Noir, Syrah, Meritage. They weren't even in alphabetical order. But the barreled wine wasn't my immediate concern, since it was still aging and not quite ready for bottling. I vowed to find a bottling-worthy wine myself. I stole a glance at Antonio as I walked over to the bar, stepped behind the counter, and grabbed a wine glass. He stared into space and didn't acknowledge me. I crossed the floor to the other side of the winery, past the basement wine cellar entrance with my wine glass, and headed to the large aluminum tanks that held the wine ready for bottling. If I had to taste test every tank of wine to find something decent, then that's what I would do. There was no other way. I stopped at the first vat and held the glass under the tap. It was a Cabernet Sauvignon. I turned on the tap and waited for the wine to come out. Nothing. Not even a drop to indicate recent use. The vat was totally dry. I tried the next vat. No wine there either. I had the same results for the entire row of vats. There was no Cabernet Sauvignon, Cabernet Franc, or Cab anything. A sense of dread grew in my gut, even though I had nothing personally at stake. I appreciated how hard Antonio had worked to make the winery a success over the years. Yet no winemaking had occurred here for a very long time. I felt a pang of guilt. How had I not noticed this sooner? Such a grand-looking winery, but no actual wine. I was ready to give up when I pressed the tap on the very last vat. To my surprise, red wine spurted out and almost overflowed my glass before I quickly turned off the tap. I took a generous sip and tasted a smooth, full-bodied red. I wasn't an expert, but I was pretty sure it was a Syrah, and a very nice one at that. All we needed was enough to bottle for the wine festival. Judging from the full tank, there almost certainly was enough. I took a deep breath and composed myself as I walked back to the bar. Antonio's future was riding on this. My hand shook as I handed the glass to Antonio. I think it's a Syrah. What do you think? Antonio held the glass up to the light and studied it for a moment before placing it to his lips and taking a long sip. He swallowed and let out a satisfied sigh. Ah, the 2016 Syrah. That will do nicely. Great. Aunt Pearl, go home and get Mom's bottles. I tossed her my car keys, relieved that Antonio seemed to have come to his senses somewhat.
Yes, boss.
Aunt Pearl scowled and mock saluted me, but she headed outside. I needed a few minutes alone with Antonio to figure out what was wrong. I could only do that without Aunt Pearl's interference. I waited until tires crunched on gravel as Aunt Pearl drove out of the parking lot. I turned to Antonio. Where is Jose? Antonio's younger brother was often away on business trips and never around when there was work to be done. Supposedly, he handled sales, marketing, and any other task that didn't involve grapes or wine. I suspected he chose activities that would keep him away from the winery and his perfectionist brother. Since sales were meager lately, and very little new business ever resulted from his frequent business trips, I also suspected that the rumors about his playboy lifestyle were true. Antonio shrugged.
Jose's supposed to be delivering a truckload of wine orders to our customers. He's not very reliable, but it's all I can trust him with. He ruins everything he touches.
I thought he did sales, I said. Antonio laughed.
He's a lousy salesman, though he doesn't invest much time in it. He doesn't want anything to do with the business and expects me to do all the work. He's the worst partner. I wish I could buy him out.
You should. The brothers were polar opposites. Jose was entitled and lazy. Antonio was modest and industrious. He was usually happy, too. He wasn't any of those things right now.
I can't buy him out, Sen. Our sales are so dismal that I can't even pay the utility bills. Buying Jose's share is out of the question. Not that he'd ever let me.
I'm sure the wine festival will turn everything around. I doubted that, but wanted to sound encouraging.
I doubt it. The last year has been a total disaster. I've given up trying.
Antonio picked up empty Lombard Wines wine cases and stacked them against the wall at the rear of the building. I glanced around the messy winery while I searched for answers. I've got a few ideas, but first, let's tidy up and get organized for bottling. I walked over to the bottling table and inspected the equipment. At least the bottling area was tidy. It was also dusty, like it hadn't been used in months. Like us, Antonio's family had lived in Westwick Corners for generations. The brothers inherited Lombard Wines and Vineyard after their parents passed away. The winery was renowned for its quality wine, but especially so in recent years as Antonio perfected his winemaking skills. Something had changed recently, and we needed to change it back while we still could. I found corks beside the bottle corker and searched the built-in storage behind the bottling table for matching labels and foil caps. At least those were neatly organized in alphabetical order. I found the black and silver Lombard Wines Syrah labels and placed them beside the corks. Maybe you could find a new partner to buy Jose's share, I suggested. Antonio shook his head.
Who would buy this place? It's far from our major markets, and the weather can be fickle. We can't compete anymore.
It's only a bad patch, Antonio. You were successful before, and you will be again, starting with the wine festival.
That was before Desiree moved here and started Verdant Valley Vineyards. She gets the best booth at the wine festival and monopolizes all the buyers. She badmouths my wines just to make hers look better. Every year, she steals more of our market share. She's got the judge in her pocket, and she'll win first prize again like she does every year. Why do I even bother to enter my wine? Just thinking about it makes me mad.
Don't let her get to you. This year will be different, I lied. Desiree LeBlanc was ruthless and would stop at nothing to be number one. She would certainly win again, but Antonio had bigger things to worry about than winning Wine of the Year. He stood to lose his business and livelihood unless he made a decent showing and caught the attention and the pocketbooks of buyers at the wine festival. The one-day festival frequently accounted for half a winery's annual sales. Wine buyers came from all over the country. The Westwick Corners Wine Festival was small, but strategically scheduled as the last of several wine shows in Washington state. Barely 5 minutes had passed when the door swung open and Aunt Pearl stepped inside. Her outstretched arms were stacked high with 2 cases of wine bottles. The cardboard boxes completely obscured her face. All I saw behind the cartons was a skinny body in a purple velour tracksuit.
That was fast.
Antonio's eyes widened.
You must have flown home and back.
Aunt Pearl smirked.
Pretty much.
I glared at her. She hadn't gone home to get Mom's bottles. She had conjured up bottles of her own just outside the winery's driveway, probably in plain view of anyone who happened to look. It was a blatant display of witchcraft and against Wicca rules. Breathless from the exertion, Aunt Pearl walked over to the bottling table and deposited the cartons on the floor. She tilted her head toward the door and parking lot outside.
The rest are in the car. I hope it's enough.
Nothing will be enough.
Antonio ran a hand through his disheveled salt and pepper hair as we walked outside to the car.
If you ask me, it's too little, too late to save the winery.
No, it's not. Think positive, Antonio. We'll get you back on track. I opened the rear door and stacked 3 cartons onto Antonio's outstretched arms. I grabbed 2 more cartons for myself and followed him into the winery. I turned to him after we finished stacking the cartons by the long bottling table. Don't worry, Antonio. We'll get through it together. Together. That reminded me of Tyler and his surprise. The only other time he had acted so mysterious was when he brought me to his hometown to introduce me to his mother shortly after we had started dating. Was he planning another meaningful occasion? We hadn't officially talked about marriage, but we were definitely headed that way. Was Tyler going to propose? I imagined our wedding, a small, intimate garden ceremony followed by a reception. A loud noise jolted me from my thoughts. Aunt Pearl clapped her hands and shouted in my ear.
Sen, snap out of it. 1 comatose person is bad enough, but I draw the line at 2 of you. I'm not getting stuck with all the work.
I never said you had to do any work. I never even invited you.
Well, you obviously can't pull this off without my help, and Antonio is a lost cause. You don't really think Tyler's going to propose, do you? If he does, I'll eat my socks.
Why would I think that? My face flushed, even as I denied it.
I know everything,
Aunt Pearl taunted me in a sing-song voice.
I hope your garden wedding doesn't have a corpse this time.
What? No! Could Aunt Pearl read my mind? Aunt Pearl snorted.
Of course I can read your mind, Sen. Why do you think I was waiting in your car? You never told anyone you were helping Antonio today. I knew you were in over your head. Once again, I've come to the rescue.
Only Grandma Vi could read my mind. That talent had only developed after she became a ghost. I had always assumed it was a ghostly power, not a witchy one. I hoped Aunt Pearl was bluffing.
You've got a lot to learn, Sen. Your level of witchcraft is basic at best. You know what they say. You don't know what you don't know. I saw Tyler talking to Ruby when I picked up the bottles. Maybe Tyler's asking her for permission to...
Mom adored Tyler, so of course the answer would be yes. But I didn't think Tyler would actually do that. This was the 21st century, after all. I wasn't family property to be given away. Only I had the right to decide who I married. Aunt Pearl had to be making it all up.
Remember, Sen, I know everything you're thinking.
Aunt Pearl pulled her phone from her pocket and scrolled through some photos.
Ah, there it is. The picture I took of Tyler's Jeep parked outside the inn. It's time and date stamped 15 minutes ago.
Let me see that. I grabbed her phone, and sure enough, it was true. Tyler's Jeep really was parked outside the inn. Was it an illusion, part of Aunt Pearl's spellcraft? No, the photo had to be real because Aunt Pearl found magical photoshopping tedious and dull. It simply wasn't her kind of witchcraft. She went more for special effects and drama. If she was behind any sort of trickery involving Tyler and a wedding proposal, there would almost certainly be fire, explosions, and a different groom altogether. Aunt Pearl smirked.
Want to know what Tyler's surprise is? You know, I can read everybody's mind, even Tyler's.
I covered my ears and shook my head. No, I want to hear it from Tyler, not you. If she truly was telepathic, I would have heard plenty of juicy gossip about other people by now, because Aunt Pearl couldn't keep a secret. She had to be bluffing, and I wasn't taking the bait. Tyler would reveal his surprise just a few hours from now. How hard could it be to wait? Chapter 4. Aunt Pearl, Antonio, and I carried the remaining cases of bottles into the winery and deposited them by the bottling table. Antonio sighed.
I can't do this any longer, Sen. Winemaking is an art form. It takes time to craft a quality wine. Now I'm competing with a bunch of startups who don't even grow their own grapes. The market is flooded with so much cheap wine these days.
Aunt Pearl let out a long sigh.
It's a shame that you have to compete with that crap. Like I told you before, I'm willing to help.
I was suspicious of Aunt Pearl's offer because her assistance always came at a price. I didn't want anyone taking advantage of Antonio. He had helped our family through tough times and had even helped Mom establish her own winery. Now Mom's Witching Hour Red Merlot was finally good enough to compete at this year's Westwick Corners Wine Festival. Not just good enough. It was superb. I turned to Aunt Pearl. How exactly do you plan to help Antonio?
Trade secret.
Aunt Pearl brought a finger to her lips. I didn't like her witchcraft insinuation. I turned to Antonio. It's definitely a tough market right now, but your wines are exquisite. Maybe you need more marketing to get visibility for your wines? Antonio shook his head.
Jose says he promotes our wines everywhere, but nobody buys them because they're overpriced. Well, they've been the same price for 5 years now, even though expenses have gone up. I can't sell at prices that don't cover our costs, and I refuse to compromise on quality.
There must be another reason,
Aunt Pearl said.
Even Ruby's making a profit after only a couple of years. Maybe you're wasting...
I cut her off. Mom is making a profit due to Antonio's help, Aunt Pearl. I think Antonio knows what he's doing. Westwick Corners wasn't exactly Napa or Sonoma, and Eastern Washington didn't have the same cachet as a California terroir. Terroir was a one-word description the French used to describe the many environmental factors that combined to make each wine unique. Sunlight, rain, wind, soil, winery orientation, and elevation all created each wine's essence or character. Conditions created wines unique to each region and each growing season. Westwick Corners is situated in a fertile valley with rich, loamy soil. The mountain range to the east blocked rain and clouds and gave us our hot, dry summers. The cool nights provided perfect conditions for fruity, acidic wines like Cabernet Sauvignon and full-bodied reds like Merlot and Syrah. Napa and Sonoma's hot, dry summers provided an optimal climate for Chardonnay, Cabernet Sauvignon, and Pinot Noir. Westwick Corners' hot summer days and cool nights also produced some fabulous wines. Westwick Valley averaged 300 days of sun annually, 40 more than the slightly smaller Napa Valley. We were further north and less well-known, and our wineries tended to be smaller, family-run operations. All that was already reflected in our prices. Mom's Witching Hour Red Merlot sold well, even though it lacked name recognition. Why all of a sudden was Antonio, Mom's mentor and the inspiration for our winery, so down on his luck? There must be a reason other than price. You've never had a problem selling out before. I didn't want to point fingers, but one obvious reason was lack of supply, not lack of demand. Antonio wasn't making any wine.
Jose says we've lost too much market share, and it's a battle we can't win. He wants to sell the winery before it becomes worthless. He's been pressuring me for months, which is why he won't help out anymore. He's forcing my hand.
The two brothers had inherited the family winery almost a decade ago. Jose had an equal say in whether they kept or sold the winery, even though Antonio performed the bulk of the work. There had to be another way. Maybe we can change his mind? Antonio shook his head.
Not a chance.
What if I buy Jose's share?
Aunt Pearl said brightly.
I've got a great turnaround plan.
I held up a hand in protest. Not now, Aunt Pearl.
Sheesh, Sen. You're always so quick to shut me down. I just want to help.
A woman's voice drifted in from outside, followed by footsteps up the winery stairs. What's this about Jose? He's hardly ever here. Seconds later, Antonio's assistant Trina entered the winery. She wore a sleeveless dress despite the cold, her flushed face framed with thick blonde tendrils that had escaped from her ponytail. Her face glistened with sweat as she wiped a plump hand across her forehead. All Jose wants to do is drive the business into the ground. I've never heard of somebody sabotaging their own business.
It's okay, Trina, Antonio reassured her. I already told him how Jose's always pressuring me to sell.
Trina gazed adoringly at Antonio. Without your hard work, there wouldn't even be a winery. It's none of my business, but I'm going to say it anyway. Your brother acts entitled and ungrateful.
It's definitely your business, Trina. You've worked at the winery almost as long as I have. I couldn't do it without you. In fact, I wouldn't blame you if you decided not to stick around. You can do so much better than this.
Antonio waved his arm around the room. Trina threw her hands up in the air. What else would I do? I'm as invested as you are, emotionally at least. I love this place. Aunt Pearl scowled and cursed under her breath.
Just as invested. Ha! She's after his money.
Trina frowned. What? Never mind. I placed an arm on Aunt Pearl's bony shoulder and steered her out of earshot. Trina is a major reason this place is still going. She's more than a dedicated employee. She really cares about the winery and Antonio.
Ha! It's all an act. That lovesick hussy wants to get her hands on the Lombard fortune. I bet that gold digger's already planning the wedding.
I rolled my eyes. What gold is there to dig? From what Antonio's saying, the winery's almost bankrupt.
I bet Trina sabotaged the business just so she can rescue him. She wants to save him from himself.
Aunt Pearl grinned evilly.
He's totally obsessed with his wine, and Trina's totally obsessed with him. No wonder they're both single.
Aunt Pearl, don't interfere with...
Look at her, Sen. She'd do anything for him. And poor Antonio is completely oblivious.
Trina's not...
Maybe you're right,
Aunt Pearl said, a little too cheerfully. Why are you suddenly agreeing with me? Aunt Pearl smiled.
There's a first for everything, Sen. I've been working on myself, trying to be more agreeable. Earl says it's good to see all sides of a problem.
Earl's right. Everybody deserves happiness, too, even you and Earl. In my opinion, Aunt Pearl's boyfriend was the best thing that ever happened to her. Other than their rhyming names, they were a textbook case of opposites attract. His easygoing nature calmed Aunt Pearl and transformed her into a more agreeable person. He found her antics hilarious. I secretly loved how he kept her in check.
Maybe you're right. Antonio and Trina could be a good match, but we're never going to find out because Antonio's never going to act on it. I can fix that in a jiffy."
Aunt Pearl waved her arms and muttered under her breath.
"Queen of hearts, let these two souls tangle. Send love darts, let promises dangle. Caressed and carried by the wind, a loving future is now pinned."
The attraction spell. Aunt Pearl clasped her hands together.
"Ooh, this should be fun."
I shuddered, hoping the results were better this time. I remembered all too well when Aunt Pearl had placed the same attraction spell on me and a Las Vegas mobster. That hadn't gone well. Thankfully, disaster was averted when the spell was unintentionally broken by breaking glass. Smashing Mom's bottles was out of the question because Antonio needed every last one of them to bottle his wine. Besides, anything I undid would be redone seconds later by Aunt Pearl. "Aunt Pearl, reverse your spell. You can't play with people's lives. They aren't chess pieces in a game."
"Oh, but they are. It's called the game of LOVE, Sen. You said they deserved happiness, so I made them happy. Trina's thrilled that Antonio has finally noticed her. Look, even Antonio's smiling."
It was true. Antonio wore a contented expression, and Trina beamed with happiness. Antonio stared at Trina as if seeing her for the very first time. His face was flushed, his gloom and doom now replaced by happiness. Trina flushed. "This wine isn't going to bottle itself." Antonio's voice was suddenly husky.
No, it won't.
Their eyes locked as they stared dreamily at one another. The wine definitely wasn't going to bottle itself if it got bottled at all. Aunt Pearl said,
"Everybody take a break. I'll take care of the bottling. Just sit back, relax, and don't worry about a thing."
Aunt Pearl barely lifted a finger at her housekeeping job for the Westwick Corners Inn. I couldn't imagine her managing all the work when she had nothing to gain from it. Unless, of course, she did have something to gain. "Remove your spell or I will." Technically, I couldn't remove another witch's spell, but I could layer another spell on top of hers to cancel it out. That could get messy, and I considered it a last resort. I was kind of torn. If Trina and Antonio made each other happy, who was I to interfere? On the other hand, we had a batch of wine to bottle, and I doubted Aunt Pearl would keep her word and finish the job. In the unlikely event that she did, somebody, meaning me, would have to undo the layers of spells. Aunt Pearl interrupted my thoughts.
"You don't think Antonio and Trina deserve a little romance? How is it any different than your crazy obsession for the sheriff?"
"He has a name, Aunt Pearl. We're not crazy, and we're not under anyone's spell either." Her eyes narrowed.
"You have no way of knowing that. How do you know I didn't put an attraction spell on you and him? I did, you know."
"You wouldn't do that because you don't even like Tyler." As sheriff, Tyler was also Aunt Pearl's sworn enemy. She assumed she was above the law, and Tyler let her know that she wasn't.
"That's not true at all. I just find Sheriff Gates a little persnickety, that's all. He's constantly coming up with new fines and rules."
"You can call him Tyler. He didn't make up any new rules. He's simply enforcing whatever laws you break. He's only doing his job, Aunt Pearl." Aunt Pearl sighed wistfully.
"I never should have run that last lazy sheriff out of town. Don't know what you've got till it's gone."
That is so true. I remembered a year ago when Lombard Wines was operating normally. "Now, remove your spell on Antonio and Trina."
"Later. First, I've got to gather some intel."
"On Antonio? Why?" Aunt Pearl rolled her eyes.
"Geesh, Sen, you think I'm going to tell you? You call yourself a journalist, but you're always missing opportunities. You have so much to learn."
I was about to ask why she felt the need to spy on Antonio when my cell phone rang. Coincidentally, it was Tyler. He was finally going to tell me about our plans for tonight. Was it an engagement ring? I imagined him down on one knee, a blue velvet ring box in hand, a beautiful solitaire sized perfectly for my ring finger because Tyler was thoughtful that way. We'd uncork a bottle of champagne.
Sen, are you still there?
Tyler's voice jarred me from my daydream. Oh, yeah, sorry. Just trying to organize everything with Antonio. Where are you right now?
I'm, heading home. About tonight. Something's come up. Can we make it tomorrow instead? After the wine festival, of course.
Sure. Why? My mood soured, though I tried to sound upbeat.
I can't tell you yet. Pick you up tomorrow morning around 9-ish for the wine festival?
All right, see you then. He didn't mention anything about visiting Mom, and I couldn't think of an excuse to ask him. What if he had changed his mind about us? How silly of me to have assumed a proposal was coming. What was I thinking? I slipped my phone back into my pocket. If Aunt Pearl really had cast an attraction spell on us, as she claimed, what if she had undone it on Tyler? That meant Tyler's love for me wasn't genuine, that our future together... Aunt Pearl tugged on my sleeve.
Geez, Sandrine, will you get a move on? We've got a business to run.
I swatted her away. In a minute. I needed to pull myself together, or Aunt Pearl would see the disappointment written all over my face. I had been looking forward to Tyler's surprise all week. Now, for some mysterious reason, it wasn't happening anymore. I glanced over at Trina and Antonio. They had moved on from their lovey eyes and had already arranged the bottling table. Now they worked industriously and in perfect synchronicity. They set up the wine so it was ready to pour into bottles. They arranged the labels, corks, and bottle corker in assembly line order. They really were good for each other, spell or no spell. Maybe Aunt Pearl's spells weren't so bad after all. Sometimes you needed a spark to light a fire. I shuffled back to rejoin Aunt Pearl, but the spring was gone from my step. She was assigning additional tasks to Antonio and Trina. What should I start on? I asked. But Aunt Pearl wasn't listening. She'd switched her attention to the window. Outside, a vintage red Corvette convertible drove through the open Lombard Wine's main gate. Chapter 5.
Oh, this should be good.
Aunt Pearl wiped her hands on her thighs and headed outside. Not sure what was happening, I trailed behind her. The cold wind of a few hours ago had disappeared. The temperature had risen by a few degrees, though it was still cool outside. The vintage Corvette's chrome and candy apple red metallic paint glinted in the sun as the driver steered the car in a semicircle so that it faced the gate, ready for a quick exit. The car was in pristine condition, a vintage early 60s model with white wall tires and fancy rims. The convertible top was down, and I had no trouble recognizing the driver's balding head as he parked the car. Richard Harcourt, the manager of Westwick Corners Bank, had apparently traded in his practical minivan for an expensive collectible car. Was it a midlife crisis car? He was already having an affair with a younger woman, Desiree LeBlanc. I refocused my thoughts on Richard's reason for being here. He was also a long-serving judge at the wine festival, so he certainly shouldn't be fraternizing with Antonio, a contestant. On the other hand, Desiree was also a contestant, and he certainly fraternized with her. Were there some last-minute arrangements for the festival tomorrow? I hoped not, because that meant both Antonio and Mom would have more work to do. Richard remained inside his car, engine idling. He seemed oblivious to us, and in no hurry to get out. My stomach turned into a hard knot, as something told me that this wasn't simply a courtesy call. Antonio had confided in me that he had fallen behind on his mortgage payments. A successful wine show tomorrow could quickly change that, of course. It was all he needed for the money to start flowing in again. Everyone knew the wine business was seasonal. Surely Richard had the decency to give Antonio a little leeway to sort things out? As I ran inside to get Antonio, I already knew that wasn't going to happen. It was soon obvious why Richard had remained in his Corvette. He had been waiting for someone. Jose's black Cadillac drove into the lot, and parked haphazardly a few feet from Richard's Corvette. Both men exited their vehicles and walked toward the winery entrance, whispering. Richard, at 6'6", had the dubious distinction of being the tallest man in town. He had to stoop slightly to talk to Jose, who, at about 6 feet, appeared much shorter than his actual height compared to Richard. Though Jose was a few inches taller and slimmer than his older brother, it was obvious that he and Antonio were brothers. Both had the same short, dark hair sprinkled with gray. Both were clean-shaven and tanned, though Jose's glow was imported from the French Riviera, and Antonio's tan was from working the vineyard. By now, Antonio and Trina had emerged from the winery. They were both flushed and breathless. It was still cold inside the winery, so their overheated appearance must have been the result of Aunt Pearl's attraction spell. They had obviously been doing something much more physical than wine bottling. Aunt Pearl tended to cast her attraction spells at the absolute worst time, though it was clear from Antonio's crimson face that he was angry to see Richard and Jose. Powerful magic can sometimes be overcome by even more powerful emotions. Antonio's simmering rage was evident as he stepped forward. His hands were at his sides, clenched into fists. "What's he doing here?" Trina whispered. "He's supposed to be headed south to deliver our wine. Where's the truck?"
Knowing Jose, probably rolled over in a ditch somewhere.
Aunt Pearl chuckled. "Not funny," I snapped.
Not supposed to be. Keep snapping at me like that, Sandrine, and I'll supercharge the attraction spell.
I held up my hand in protest. "No, you won't." "You'll do what?" Trina glared at Aunt Pearl. "Never mind. Not important right now," I said. Trina had worked for Lombard Family Wines for decades, so understandably she felt ownership even though she was only an employee. Over the years, she had invested sweat equity above and beyond her paycheck. Sometimes those paychecks came late. While there were few jobs in town, there were also few employees with such fierce loyalty and dedication. Of course, part of the reason for that was because she was in love with Antonio. Aunt Pearl's attraction spell had already doubled or tripled her devotion. Jose strode briskly toward us. Richard stayed a few steps back.
"We need to talk," Jose said.
Antonio folded his arms across his chest and stared down Jose.
"Oh, so you and Richard are in this together? Whose side are you on, Jose?"
Jose held up his hands, palms out in surrender.
"It's not what you think, Antonio. I've been thinking. We can solve this cash flow problem with a little outside help."
Antonio laughed.
"Richard already turned us down for a loan. He wouldn't let us remortgage before. Now you're sneaking around behind my back? You do it to me all the time," Jose said. "You don't consult me whenever decisions are made. You act like you own this place, but you don't. I have an equal share and an equal say in what goes on around here."
He glanced at Trina, but his expression was hard to read.
"You never wanted to get involved before. You won't even do the most basic jobs here in the winery. You're supposed to be on the road delivering our wine. Where the hell is it?" "It can wait, Antonio. There's something much more urgent."
He nodded to Richard.
"Tell him." "I've done everything I can to help with your cash flow problems, but I'm afraid we've run out of options."
Richard pulled an envelope from his jacket pocket and handed it to Antonio.
"It's not official until Monday, but I wanted to give you this now, so you aren't surprised."
Antonio snatched the envelope and ripped it open with shaking hands.
"The foreclosure notice? On the eve of the wine festival? I still have until Monday to make the payments." "Technically, that's true, but we both know where this is headed," Richard said. "You still haven't made last month's payment. Like I said, I'm giving you unofficial notice on what's going to happen. That way we can avoid any embarrassment. I'm sorry, Antonio, I did everything I could, but when you didn't pay, the bank forced my hand."
His face was devoid of emotion. Hostility hung in the air like a spark about to ignite. I didn't dare ask why everything was Antonio's fault and not Jose's. Antonio detected Richard's insincerity immediately.
"Yeah, right. We've known each other for years, Richard. How could you do this?"
Richard avoided Antonio's gaze. Instead, his eyes focused on an invisible point a few feet to the left of us.
Head office rules, Antonio. There's nothing I can do. You just don't want to.
Antonio turned to Jose.
And you? Now you're conspiring with our banker to repossess our family winery? You're the one who put us in debt with all your failed marketing ideas and expensive sales junkets. We've had this winery for generations, Jose. Mom and Dad worked all their lives to make it a success. Has all that slipped your mind? Mom and Dad worked 12-hour days, 7 days a week, Antonio. I don't want to be a slave to a business that barely broke even at the best of times. We haven't turned a profit in years. It's not viable. I offered to buy you out 2 years ago when business was better. Why didn't you take it?
Jose scoffed.
You offered me a fraction of what the winery was worth. Of course I didn't take it.
The offer was at fair market value based on a professional appraisal, Antonio said. My offer triggered the shotgun clause in our agreement, giving you the right to buy from me at the same price, or to accept my offer and sell your shares. Exactly what you claim to want right now, but at a better price.
Well, too bad for me. Now that you've run this winery into the ground and we're broke, we've run out of options.
Antonio threw his hands in the air.
So now it's all my fault? You've always been an equal partner.
Jose shot a glance at Richard, who gave a barely noticeable nod.
You knew this day was coming, Antonio, Richard said. I gave you plenty of warning. I guess you didn't take it seriously enough.
Antonio swore under his breath and took a step forward. Trina grabbed his forearm to stop him. Jose took a deep breath.
Look, I know it's bad, which is why I've been working with Richard to see if there are any other options. Non-bank options. Non-bank options?
Antonio looked ready to punch someone. The only thing holding him back was Trina. That wouldn't last long.
Richard thinks he can find a buyer, Jose said. We can sell the winery and get on with our lives.
That's an option,
Aunt Pearl said brightly. I grabbed her arm and whispered, "Stop it."
Ouch!
She snatched her arm away and glared at me. Antonio shot us a puzzled look before turning back to Jose.
This is my life, Jose. Or haven't you noticed?
Trina bit her lip, her eyes moist with tears. Antonio slipped his hand into hers. Jose frowned, his gaze drifting toward the couple's hands.
You know it's a losing battle, Antonio. The bank's going to foreclose. This is our way out, an offer we can't refuse. No way in hell am I selling out.
Antonio spat on the ground, dangerously close to Jose's feet. Jose pretended not to notice. Antonio turned to Richard.
You're forcing me to sell? You just happen to have a buyer all lined up? No doubt you're going to profit off the deal, too. That's unethical, Richard. Does your boss know about your shady dealings?
Richard shrugged.
Everything's above board. I didn't have to do this, Antonio. I'm trying to help you out of a jam. Who's the buyer?
Silence.
Jose? You already know who it is, don't you? Richard and I brainstormed a bit trying to figure out a solution to this mess. We're lucky to find anybody interested in a small winery like ours. The economy hasn't been great and our winery is kind of out of the way, you know. Higher transportation costs mean we can't expect a premium price. But I think we got a fair offer. You should be grateful that we're getting something for the winery instead of walking away with nothing.
You talk like it's a done deal, Jose, Trina said. Why didn't you involve Antonio in the discussion? Jose threw up his hands in frustration.
You know, I tried, but he's not reasonable. He refuses to discuss it.
Who is the buyer, Jose? Why won't you answer Antonio's question? Trina was as upset as Antonio. Jose drew a long breath and handed Antonio an envelope.
Here's the offer. Before you yell at me, read it all the way through. It's not a fortune, but it's fair. And the buyer is flexible on the closing date. I know you're not happy about it, but that's the situation we're in. It's what's best for both of us.
Antonio pulled the contents from the envelope. He skimmed the agreement and then threw it on the ground.
Desiree LeBlanc? She's the last person I'd sell to. Not that it matters. We are not selling the winery. Not to Desiree, not to anyone. Come on, Antonio. We either walk away with nothing or we take Desiree's generous offer. Generous? This offer is for less money than I offered you as a buyout 2 years ago. It's for pennies on the dollar. You traitor. Mom and Dad worked so hard to build this winery, and you want to let her steal it away. We've run out of options, Antonio. Either we sell or the bank forecloses.
Antonio screamed.
You're going to regret this.
Jose kicked at the dirt, avoiding Antonio's eyes. Richard tapped his watch.
Monday, Antonio. You still got time to come out of this ahead.
Antonio turned to Jose.
You're dead to me. You too, Richard. You foreclose on this place, and I'll kill you.
Chapter 6. Richard's footsteps crunched on the gravel driveway as he walked back to his Corvette. Jose watched him leave. He avoided eye contact with anyone. It was obvious that he would rather be anywhere else than here. Aunt Pearl broke the silence.
That cheater! Richard makes me sick. It's not enough that he throws the wine festival competition her way every year. First a rigged contest, and now he's helping that hussy Desiree get her greedy little hands on your winery and vineyard. I wonder how Valerie feels about that.
Valerie doesn't care anymore, Jose said. She told Richard that she wants a divorce.
Desiree and Richard's on-again, off-again affair was common knowledge. Yet, in all these years, Valerie had put up with their philandering in plain sight. I guess she had finally had enough.
Oh, so now you're up on all the latest gossip?
Aunt Pearl scowled. Jose sighed.
Everybody in town knows, Pearl. Valerie filed the papers yesterday. She's finally had enough of Richard and Desiree's affair.
About time,
Aunt Pearl snapped, obviously angry that she was one of the last to find out. Silence filled the air before Antonio finally spoke in a terse voice.
Tell me you delivered the wine, Jose. No, I didn't deliver the wine. I was too busy trying to work a deal to save this place, with zero appreciation from you, I might add. You know what it's like working with you, Antonio? You're a total control freak who always has to have everything his way. You worry about stupid wine bottles and ignore the big picture. This place isn't worth it. We're broke, and it's too late to do anything about it. I can't wait until I'm finally free of all this. Yeah, well, maybe if you worried about it more, we wouldn't be in this mess. I'll deliver the wine. Just tell me where the truck is. Give me the keys.
Antonio held out his palm and motioned for the keys. Jose bent down to pick up the discarded purchase offer.
Relax. I'll deliver the wine this one last time. I'm going to get the truck right now and leave within the hour. I'll do all the deliveries all the way down south to the Mexican border. It'll take me a week, but I'll deliver every last bottle. I'll also encourage all our customers to pay in cash. Not that it matters anymore. We're not going to own the winery come Monday, but I'll do it anyway, just to get you off my back. If we lose the winery, it's completely your fault. Delivering the wine, if you actually keep your word, is too little too late. You're lazy and entitled. You only think of yourself. Whatever. You'll regret this, Antonio.
Jose turned and walked to his car without a second glance. He started the engine and drove in a semicircle to within feet from where we stood. Then he revved the engine and hit the gas, spraying gravel at us as he tore out of the parking lot.
Jerk.
Antonio spat onto the ground. On the bright side, at least Jose won't be around for a few days, Trina said. The two brothers were as different as night and day. They had tried to avoid each other, communicating instead by calls and texts through Trina. If not for that, things would have come to a head sooner. Antonio kicked at the dirt.
Betrayed by my own brother. We've never been close, but I thought we were both willing to work hard to make our family winery successful. We have our differences, but I never dreamed that he would surrender our family business for mere pennies on the dollar. Then again, Jose always puts his own needs ahead of anyone else's.
Trina patted his arm reassuringly. There must be other options. What if you sold this year's grapes and the wine to Desiree instead, rather than giving up the vineyard? You know she's wanted to buy grapes from you for years. Forget about that stupid contest. Antonio shook his head.
I'm not selling. Not to Desiree or anybody else. I've worked all my life to make the Lombard wines what they are. Desiree's Verdant Valley Vineyards label will never, ever go on a bottle of Lombard wine. She can buy other estate wines to pass off as her own, but she's never putting her label on mine. I won't be a part of her cheating."
"But if she ends up buying the winery, that will happen," Trina said. "She can buy it now, or wait till the bank seizes it. Either way, she's got enough money to buy it. She's probably going to be the new owner. Richard will make sure of that. At least this way, you can have some say in it." "Trina's right," I said. "Desperate times call for desperate measures. Just sell her the grapes and wine for a year or two till you're back on your feet again." Of course, that meant having actual wine to sell, but one problem at a time.
"I'd rather kill myself,"
Antonio said. Trina's eyes widened. "You don't need to do that. We'll figure something out." Officially, Trina was only a dedicated, long-term employee. But on closer examination, she was so much more. Despite the complications of Aunt Pearl's spell, she obviously cared deeply for Antonio and had his best interests at heart. And she was practical and business-oriented. At least the attraction spell increased the chances that he would listen to her well-meaning advice.
"I know what to do,"
Aunt Pearl said brightly, as if the idea had just occurred to her.
"I'll buy out Jose's share and I'll be your partner. I'll mortgage the Westwick Corners Inn, take some equity out of our property, and inject a bunch of cash into this place."
I gasped. "You can't mortgage the inn. You co-own it with Mom and Aunt Amber, and they would never agree. It's too risky." While it was nice of Aunt Pearl to help Antonio, our boutique bed and breakfast was our bread and butter, so to speak. We couldn't afford more debt and possibly suffer the same fate as Antonio.
"You think Antonio here is a credit risk? Geesh, Sen, that's not very nice."
"I never said—" Aunt Pearl turned to Antonio.
"Honestly, I don't know where she gets it from. Sandrine has zero empathy for other people."
It was all I could do not to fall for Aunt Pearl's bait. I took a deep breath. "Even if Mom and Aunt Amber agreed, you could never arrange the financing in time." Aunt Pearl rolled her eyes.
"Geesh, Sandrine, why do you have to split hairs over everything? We'll find the money for Antonio, come hell or high water. But first things first, we need to get this wine bottled for the wine festival. It's not going to bottle itself, so let's get back to work."
Trina smiled. "I'll get more corks."
"I'll go with you,"
Antonio said. We watched them disappear behind the large stainless vats. Aunt Pearl sighed and looked pointedly at me.
"Look at those two lovebirds. He's about to go bankrupt, and she still adores him. If that isn't true love, I don't know what is. For richer or poorer, they were meant to be together."
Chapter 7. Almost 10 minutes had passed by the time Antonio and Trina returned. Judging by their disheveled appearance, they had been searching for much more than corks on a shelf. Aunt Pearl cleared her throat.
"Ahem, Antonio, I have a new proposition for you. If you don't want me as a partner, you can hire me as a consultant instead. You know I'm a hard worker, and I have some very special skills that could speed up production."
"A fine wine can't be ready before its time," Antonio said. "It can't be rushed. It needs time to grow, ripen, and age. I'm sure you can appreciate that, Pearl."
Aunt Pearl's eyes narrowed.
"Are you calling me old?"
He shook his head.
"Of course not. I only meant mature, like—"
Trina interjected. "Wine is like love. Winemaking is just like making—" Aunt Pearl held up her hand, palm out.
"Cut the sentimental crap. You're making a big mistake, Antonio. You need me if you want to turn this place around."
Trina shrugged. "Antonio knows what's best for the winery." Aunt Pearl rolled her eyes and mocked Trina with a silently mouthed, "Antonio knows what's best." My pulse quickened. If Aunt Pearl lost her temper with Trina, her magic would get even more irresponsible. I couldn't let that happen. I said, "Jose promised to make the deliveries, so let's focus on what we need for the wine festival. We'll bottle as much as we can and worry about everything else later on." Trina smiled. We'll get everything back to normal again. Aunt Pearl shook her head.
No, you won't, Trina. Nothing's ever going to be the same again. Jose's a loser, your Lombard wine is crap, and I don't know what's gotten into Antonio. You haven't got a hope in hell of turning this around. Not without me, at least.
Aunt Pearl! She was always incredibly blunt, but this was too much. I turned to Antonio and Trina. Don't pay her any attention. Let's think positive thoughts, one step at a time. Aunt Pearl laughed.
Sandrine is delusional, as usual. Oops, that rhymes. You know I love making up rhymes. Let me see.
She began snapping her fingers in a slow, jazzy beat.
Lombard wine is simply divine. It ages with time, no matter what. It comes out fine. First, we bottle it. Then, we coddle it to get a taste sublime. Works like magic every time.
Trina clapped her hands in delight. I love it. Aunt Pearl rubbed her palms together and smiled at me.
You said we should think positive thoughts, so that's exactly what I did, Sen.
My heart pounded as I realized Aunt Pearl had just cast another spell. She had enhanced the wine. That was cheating, pure and simple. I said in a loud whisper, Aunt Pearl, stop! Aunt Pearl glanced at Antonio and Trina, but they were staring dreamily at each other and definitely weren't listening to us.
Stop what? You want Lombard wines to go down in ruins? You want Antonio to lose everything he's worked so hard for? You want Trina to lose the only job she's had since high school? You want me to stop everything so these two can go back to their miserable existence?
Of course not. I don't want any of that. But casting spells is the wrong way to fix everything. My hand flew to my mouth. I gasped. I had almost revealed the secret. Despite vague rumblings about town regarding our eccentric family being witches, nobody took it that seriously. Antonio and Trina remained completely unaware that Aunt Pearl was a senior witch with incredible supernatural powers, and that she had not only cast an attraction spell on them, but a spell on the wine, too. Luckily, neither Antonio nor Trina heard my witchy reference.
It's not a spell, Sen. It's just poetry.
Aunt Pearl smirked as she repeated the spell.
Lombard wine is simply divine. It ages with time. No matter what, it comes out fine. First, we bottle it. Then, we coddle it, but not for long. This wine is strong. This fancy elixir needs no mixer. Dollars and cents. I'm not on the fence about this wine. It's just divine. I think that version works a little better for Antonio, don't you?
Antonio's ears perked up at the sound of his name.
Hey, I like that poem. Can you start over? I missed the beginning.
Aunt Pearl winked at Antonio.
You bet I can. Lombard wine is simply divine. It ages with time.
Before I could protest, Trina raised her hand to stop Aunt Pearl. It's beautiful. Let me grab my guitar and we'll set it to music. We'll make it the Lombard Wine's theme song. While a theme song could be a good marketing ploy, there would be no wine to market if we didn't get it bottled. Aunt Pearl pretended not to hear Trina and began reciting again.
Lombard wine is simply divine. It ages with time.
Stop it! I clamped my hand over Aunt Pearl's mouth. You can't do this.
I'll do whatever I like, little Miss Party Pooper. You're such a downer. Now get your hand off my mouth.
Aunt Pearl stomped her foot on mine over and over. Ouch! I released my hand and stumbled backward in pain. It was no use arguing that Aunt Pearl was the problem. Her spells always created unforeseen issues, but there was no way to explain that without getting into our whole secretive existence. The only good thing about the rhyming spell was that it appeared to cheer Antonio up. He gave me a puzzled look.
Why are you manhandling Pearl, Sen? It's a bit much, don't you think?
Aunt Pearl was a bit much, but explaining further would make me look like a raging lunatic. Sorry. I don't know what came over me. Let's focus on getting the wine bottled.
Okay.
Antonio cast me a wary look.
I'm not the one you owe an apology to. Poetess Pearl was only trying to cheer me up. Right, Pearl?
My face flushed as I glared at my aunt. I couldn't explain without revealing that my aunt had been spellcasting, not songwriting. Unfortunately, my silent agreement made me appear as a bully, or worse, in Antonio's eyes. Aunt Pearl hummed softly under her breath.
"This wine is divine."
"Cheater," I whispered.
"Just trying to even the playing field," she said.
"You mean against Desiree? It's not her wine that's winning the contest. It's because she's sleeping with the judge. Your spell isn't going to stop that."
"It was never meant to,"
Aunt Pearl said.
"I meant even the playing field for Antonio to have a chance against Ruby's witching hour red Merlot. You think she made that Merlot all by herself, on her first attempt at winemaking?"
"You're jealous, Aunt Pearl." Mom was so proud of her wine, and rightfully so. She had worked very hard at it, following Antonio's instructions to the letter. Mom would be furious at Aunt Pearl's interference.
"I am not jealous."
She wagged a finger at me, then pouted like a 2-year-old.
"Nothing to be jealous about."
Antonio was oblivious to Aunt Pearl's tantrum as he raised a wineglass of Syrah for a toast.
To friends helping friends.
He sipped the wine and swished it around in his mouth before swallowing.
I think this is even better than our 2001 vintage. In fact, it could be the best Syrah we've ever produced."
Trina and Aunt Pearl raised their glasses in a toast. "Cheers," they said in unison before tasting the wine. I glanced at the table and noticed one remaining wine glass. I didn't recall anyone actually pouring the wine or offering me a glass. Had Aunt Pearl bewitched me, too?
"Grab your glass and drink up, Sandrine,"
Aunt Pearl said.
"We haven't got all day."
It was as if she had read my mind. Chapter 8. We finished bottling the wine a few hours later. It was surprisingly fast, considering the amount we had managed to bottle. I glanced around the winery. Wine cases, 3 deep, were stacked neatly in rows along the side wall. Something was off. There was a lot more wine than we could have possibly bottled, even in a whole day. I waited until Antonio and Trina were out of earshot on yet another trip downstairs to the cellar. I turned to Aunt Pearl. "We only bottled a fraction of this. Where did the rest of the wine come from?" Aunt Pearl shrugged.
"Who cares? Antonio's problems are solved for the moment, as long as he can sell it."
"You conjured it up," I said.
"We had an impossible deadline, so I speeded things up a little. Nobody's going to know. Antonio and Trina have had other things on their minds, and you won't say anything."
"It's cheating, Aunt Pearl. I don't want any part of it. You accuse Desiree of cheating, but you do exactly the same thing."
"No, Sen. Unlike Desiree, I don't use other people's wine and relabel it as my own."
I wagged my finger at her. "You're worse, because you make fake wine."
"I didn't see you complaining when you were drinking it," she said.
"Undo the spell, Aunt Pearl."
"The spell on Antonio's wine, or the one on Ruby's wine?"
"You didn't."
"I'm afraid I did. I'm getting too old to keep track of all the active spells I've got going on right now."
"Isn't there a way to tell?" I wondered if she had one on me. If she did, I wasn't sure how to tell, and there was no point in asking because I'd never get a straight answer. Aunt Pearl shook her head.
"Not in this case. I've got spells layered on top of other spells on top of other spells. Now things are too complicated even for me. I can't remember how I left off."
"Your memory is fine, Aunt Pearl. Stop making excuses and undo your spells. Antonio won't want to win by cheating."
"He doesn't know what's good for him, Sen. Cheating is the only way Lombard wines will survive. Everybody else does it. I've got to at least level the playing field against that cheater Desiree. No one can deny that Antonio's wine is the winner. In fact, it's so good that it's even better than Ruby's wine."
"Is that what this is all about? You're trying to beat Mom because you're jealous of her winemaking skills?"
"Of course not,"
Aunt Pearl said.
"Ruby's witching hour red Merlot is absolutely exquisite. But this is beyond exquisite. It is to die for."
"If you won't undo your spell, then I will," I warned.
"You can't undo another witch's spell, Sen. Even if you could, that would count as cheating too."
"Watch me." I was just about to cast a reversal spell when Antonio returned from the cellar with a flushed and breathless Trina close behind. I didn't believe for a moment that my reversal of a misguided spell was cheating. I was putting things right. My spell would simply undo Aunt Pearl's mischief and put Antonio and his wine back where they had started. But putting everything back to the way it was also meant that Antonio wouldn't be ready for the wine show, nor would he have even the remotest chance of saving Lombard wines. Was that really what I wanted to do? Reversing Aunt Pearl's spell meant eliminating hope. I followed rules, but I wasn't heartless. What kind of world would we live in if we didn't have hope? Chapter 9. A light drizzle fell from the skies when Tyler arrived to pick me up for the wine festival shortly before 9 a.m. I wanted to ask him about yesterday and our canceled plans, but decided against it. He was quiet and subdued, like he had something on his mind. He didn't seem like himself. He caught me looking at him and glanced over at me.
What's wrong?
Nothing, I said. You seem kind of quiet.
Just tired, Zen. Sorry about last night. I'll make it up to you, I promise.
I smiled, feeling a little better. Spending the whole day with Tyler at the wine festival was fine with me, though I couldn't stop wondering about his surprise. Judging by his mood, I had the feeling it would be postponed today, too. I pushed it out of my mind. If I expected too much, I was bound to be disappointed. The wine festival didn't officially start for another hour, but our early arrival allowed me to view each winery's booth and chat with the exhibitors before the venue became crowded with tipsy wine tasters. I still had a few last-minute details to add to my event day feature wine festival story. It was almost complete, except for the names of the winning wines in each category and any happenings during the day. But most of all, I wanted to make sure that Antonio's booth was up and running. Given his current mental state, I wasn't confident that he could pull everything together, even with Trina's help. Tyler had barely turned into the school parking lot when he had to steer around Aunt Pearl's massive RV. Pearl's palace was parked haphazardly across 2 spots, partially blocking the entrance. Tables were set up outside the RV, taking up additional parking space. She had almost certainly done it on purpose, to stir up trouble and see what she could get away with. She probably hoped to provoke a confrontation with Tyler, just for the fun of it. He was now the second longest-serving sheriff, and she hadn't run him out of town yet. I had no doubt that she would die trying. Her antics mostly amused Tyler, though I wondered how he'd feel about the attraction spell she had placed on Antonio and Trina. Not to mention the enchantment spell she had placed on Antonio's wine, and probably Mom's wine, too. There were some things I simply couldn't tell Tyler. While he knew we were witches, I saw no point in revealing things that he could do nothing about. It would only frustrate him. Aunt Pearl had her wand in everything. What if she actually had placed an attraction spell on Tyler? His affection for me could merely be the spell speaking. No, that was silly. Aunt Pearl would have to constantly refresh the spells, something she would find too tedious and labor-intensive. She had absolutely nothing to gain from us being a couple. She certainly wouldn't run the risk of her arch-enemy potentially marrying into her own family. Unless she had a plan to stop things before they got to that point. I stared out the window as my uneasiness grew. But that was silly. Tyler loved me, just like I loved him. We had a future together. There was no attraction spell, only our mutual attraction, nurtured by our shared interests and spending time together. I stared out the Jeep's passenger window. People milled around the half-full parking lot. Most of the exhibitors had just arrived. They unloaded cases of wine from trucks and vans and carefully maneuvered dollies of their precious liquid cargo across the parking lot toward the gymnasium door, which was propped open. Tyler maneuvered past Pearl's palace and pulled the Jeep into a parking spot next to Richard's Corvette. The convertible's top was down.
I'd better find Richard so I can put the top back up.
Tyler glanced up at the dark storm clouds.
It looks as if the sky's about to open up.
As I got out of the passenger seat, I noticed 2 cases of Desiree LeBlanc's Verdant Valley Vineyards on the back seat. If that wasn't a blatant display of favoritism and corrupt power, I didn't know what was. Desiree had probably planted them there on purpose, like she was marking her territory or something. I told Tyler about Richard's foreclosure warning and Desiree's interest in buying Lombard wines. I hope things don't get out of hand. Antonio doesn't have a lot to lose, and he would do anything to prevent Desiree from buying his winery. Even if he refuses her offer, she can simply buy the winery once the bank forecloses. Tyler slipped his hand around mine, and we walked hand in hand across the parking lot to the school auditorium entrance.
There must be something we can do. Richard wields far too much power in this town. He can make or break fortunes, even though he has discretion on how he applies the rules. Wine season is here now, and so are Lombard wine's biggest earning months. Surely Richard can give Antonio a bit of breathing room. I'll see if I can reason with him.
Go ahead and try. Richard's already made up his mind, though. We had just entered the building when we almost collided with Aunt Pearl. Her red-sequined tracksuit and matching headband practically pulsated as the gym's overhead lights reflected her every movement. She looked like a cross between a 1980s aerobics instructor and a disco queen. Thankfully, there was no disco ball or strobe lights. She threw her hands in the air in an exaggerated panic.
Sen, we got a problem. Antonio
brushed past us.
Sen, I forgot the wine. Trina's watching the booth while I go back home and get it. I'll be right back.
How could you forget the whole purpose of... I stopped myself, though I felt frustrated that all our work yesterday had been for nothing. Maybe subconsciously, Antonio really did want to give up and pack everything in. He couldn't admit that to his brother, though, or to himself. But screwing up spelled an even bigger disaster, because Lombard Wines wasn't just Antonio's livelihood, it was also his home. If it was foreclosed on, he would be homeless too. I glanced at Tyler, who was by now in a heated discussion with Aunt Pearl about the small parking spots and her crookedly parked RV.
Move that monstrosity out onto the street, Pearl. Do it now, and you won't get a ticket.
He let go of my hand and faced her. Aunt Pearl's keychain jangled as she swirled it in the air, inches from Tyler's face.
The school lot is private property, Sheriff. Your tickets don't work here.
The lot is, but part of the RV is on the driveway. That part is public property.
Tyler pulled a ticket book from his jacket pocket and began writing. Aunt Pearl pouted.
Ask me nicely, and I might consider your request.
It's an order, not a request, Pearl.
I didn't want to be involved in their spat, so I slipped quietly away and walked toward the gymnasium entrance. I walked in through the open door and entered the gym. Inside, exhibitors had set up booths for local and regional wineries. There were other booths, too. Local bakers and artisans had their wares for sale, everything from mouth-watering muffins to artisan honey and jam. I scanned the gym for the Lombard Wines booth and spotted it at the opposite side of the gym. Trina looked up at that very moment and waved. I waved back and crossed the gym floor. I was halfway to my destination when I almost collided with Desiree LeBlanc. She wore a long pink top with a scalloped neck that accentuated her perfectly tanned skin. Her white tights hugged her waist and hips and were tucked into pink calfskin cowboy boots. She was a curvy size 2 without an ounce of fat. Desiree let out an exaggerated gasp, as if I was the last person on earth she had expected to see. Sandrine! Exactly the person I was looking for. I'm sorry I couldn't meet with you earlier in the week, but I was so busy getting ready for the festival. You can interview me now. Desiree brushed a manicured hand across her long blonde hair. Each one of her inch-long fingernails was painted pink and adorned with a tiny gold-glitter wine glass. It will have to be later, Desiree, I said. I've got a few things I need to take care of first. What about the photographs? Do you want them now, or can it wait till later when I win? Desiree puckered her lips and batted her eyelashes. She placed her hands on her hips in an exaggerated pose. I looked past her to Trina. I wanted to talk to her about Antonio before he returned. Can I come see you later? I'm in kind of a rush right now. I can see that. If I didn't know better, I'd think you just came in from the fields. Her pale blue eyes coolly assessed my baggy t-shirt, jeans, and worn boots like I was livestock at a 4-H show. That was typical Desiree, putting me in my place before she took home the trophy. She really got under my skin sometimes. I was tempted to cast an ugly spell, but stopped myself. I wouldn't stoop to her level. I turned to walk past her, but she blocked my passage. Those sure are interesting boots, Sandrine. I hear vintage is the new thing. Oh, and another thing. Rumor has it that Ruby's witching our Red Merlot is a contender to win Most Improved Wine this year, she said. I just don't know if she can make it happen with that hideous label. It would be a real shame if it came down to that, now wouldn't it? I gulped and felt my face flush. I had designed the label myself and was quite proud of my artistry. It's the wine inside the bottle that counts. No, Sandrine, presentation is everything. Unless you make a good first impression with good branding, you might as well give up right now. That ugly label ain't gonna cut it. Just a little friendly advice from someone who knows. She smiled, her perfect veneers a transparent blue-white under the bright overhead lights. I wanted to punch her. Instead, I said, I'll mention it, thanks. Desiree turned to leave, but backtracked. One more thing, Sen. Since Ruby is your mom and all, I hope your reporting will be impartial. Of course. Desiree's repeat win for the top prize, Wine of the Year, was pretty much a given. It had been for every one of the last 5 years during which she had been having an affair with Richard. Yet she had the audacity to imply that my reporting wouldn't be impartial? It hardly mattered. The Westwick Corners Weekly wasn't exactly the Wine Spectator. That didn't seem to matter to Desiree, though. Everything, no matter how small, had to be tilted in her favor. I took a deep breath. Speaking of impartial, have you seen Judge Richard? I added Judge to his name, my passive-aggressive way of getting a dig in about the biased judging. I saw Richard a minute ago. He was unloading his car. I'm sure he's around somewhere. If Richard was in the middle of unloading his car, then there was no need to tell him that the rain outside was worsening. He would see soon enough and put the Corvette's convertible top back up. I had no desire to talk to him after what had happened yesterday. Whatever I had said to Desiree about Mom seemed to satisfy her because she finally let me continue over to the Lombard Wines booth. Trina had done a nice job of arranging the table for wine sampling. She had covered it with a pretty white linen tablecloth with a cutwork border. It was a nice touch that wouldn't last 10 minutes before it became wine-stained. Plastic wine goblets were artfully arranged into a large pyramid, like a champagne fountain. Behind the glasses stood 2 lonely bottles of Lombard wine Syrah. Everything was perfect, except for the shortage of wine. Antonio better hurry back. "Looks good, Trina," I said. Trina smiled. "Isn't Miss Perfect a piece of work? It's a blessing in disguise that Antonio had to run back to the winery. Otherwise, World War III would have broken out. Desiree constantly flaunts her success in Antonio's face, while the poor guy's about to lose his livelihood. Not if I can help it. I didn't have a clue how I would help, but I wanted to sound confident. Surely we could figure something out. What can we do, Sen? Even if we get tons of new orders from wine buyers today, it won't bring in enough money in time to stop the bank from foreclosing. I'll do anything to help Antonio. If I had enough money, I'd make the overdue mortgage payments myself. But I don't." She lowered her voice. "In fact, I'm almost broke, too. I haven't been paid in a month." Wow, sorry to hear that. The Lombard Wine's finances were even worse than I thought. If there ever was a case for magical intervention, this was it. The rules against spell casting for profit were pretty strict, but what if it meant saving someone from being homeless? Surely exceptions could be made. No, there had to be a way other than breaking Wicca rules. I couldn't use my witchcraft for financial gain, even if it was for another person's benefit. Otherwise, I was as bad as Aunt Pearl. "I've been living off my savings," Trina said. "Desiree offered me a job, but I won't take it. I couldn't do that to Antonio." "He's very lucky to have you," I said. "Try to keep him away from Richard if you can. We don't want a repeat of yesterday." Trina nodded. "So far, so good, though Desiree already got in a few jabs. She told Antonio that he could come work for her, too. He just about blew up." Mom's booth was next door, and she had overheard our conversation. "You need to earn a living, Trina," Mom said. "I'm sure Antonio would understand you needing to find another job. If I could, I'd hire you myself." "Maybe you can," I said. "Desiree told me that you were probably going to win Most Improved Wine this year." "Really? That would be wonderful," Mom beamed. "How does she know all this?" "She doesn't," Trina said. "It's Desiree's veiled insult. What she's actually implying is that your wine was terrible last year." "Oh, well." Mom didn't seem all that concerned. "Maybe it was. I've learned so much from Antonio over the last year. My new Witching Hour Red Merlot is a vast improvement over last year's vintage." I wanted to warn Mom that Aunt Pearl had possibly put an enchantment spell on her wine, but I couldn't say anything in front of Trina. It probably didn't matter because it was too late to do anything about it. Instead, I said, "Isn't Aunt Pearl supposed to be helping you set up?" "Pearl canceled on me because she said she had to sell Antonio's wine for him." Mom lowered her voice. Trina was busy stacking empty wine cartons into a pile a few feet behind the booths, so she was out of earshot anyway. "Antonio's in big trouble, isn't he?" I filled her in on Jose's offer, Richard's foreclosure threat, and Antonio's refusal to deal with either of them. To top it off, he forgot to actually bring almost all his wine today. It's like he's lost his mind. I've helped all I can. Unless things change, he's going to lose everything on Monday. Trina came back over, looking teary-eyed. "It just dawned on me. This will be my last wine festival. At least, my last wine festival with Lombard wines." Mom patted Trina's arm. "We'll figure something out, Trina. Let's just get through today and enjoy ourselves. We won't let Antonio down, I promise." What did Mom mean? Was she planning witchcraft of her own, or did she have something more practical in mind? Mom winked at me. "Here comes your boyfriend." I stole a glance behind me and saw Tyler walking across the gym toward us. He had an air of authority about him, even out of uniform. His jeans and a black t-shirt hugged his lean, muscular body in all the right places. As he drew near, my heart skipped a beat. I wanted to rush over and wrap my arms around him. I felt a rush of emotion that had nothing to do with any spell of Aunt Pearl's. Tyler smiled as his gaze met mine. "Everything okay so far?" I nodded, and then turned back to Trina. "Hopefully today goes well. After the festival, I'll do whatever I can to prevent the winery from falling into—" I caught myself before I said, "enemy hands." Tyler placed his hand lightly on my shoulder. "Where's Antonio?" Trina explained that Antonio had gone to retrieve his forgotten wine and added, "He's been so disorganized lately. All his money troubles have really started to weigh on him. Maybe Desiree's deal is better than nothing. He'd get a little money. He could use it to start a new winery all on his own, without Jose." Mom nodded. "A fresh start is a good idea." "Where's Aunt Pearl?" I scanned the gym, but there was no sign of my sparkly, red-sequined aunt. "Last I saw, she was moving her RV," Tyler explained. "She wasn't too happy about it, but somehow I convinced her that more parking meant better sales for everybody. She finally agreed with me." That struck me as odd, but then again, Aunt Pearl had been especially helpful lately. She had been eager to bottle Antonio's wine yesterday. Had she changed her attitude, or was she up to something? Mom smiled. "I wouldn't be surprised if Pearl has a nap in her RV. She told me she hadn't slept a wink all night. She was exhausted from all that work yesterday." I frowned. Most of her work had been spellcasting, not manual labor, so that didn't make much sense. "We're never going to break Desiree's chokehold on first place, but maybe one of us will win second place," Trina said. That should convince wine buyers to try our wines."
"At least there are 2 additional judges this year," Tyler said. "That's a big improvement over just Richard. Judging should be more impartial, at least."
I shrugged. 3 judges instead of 1 is good in theory, but it won't change the end result. Richard handpicked them. One is a part-time bank teller who wants full-time employment. The other is Richard's golfing buddy. They'll do whatever he wants and just rubber stamp Desiree's win. The additional judges were the result of a public outcry last year, and Richard had reluctantly agreed to share judging duties. Unfortunately, only 2 people volunteered. Trina frowned. "Isn't there anything you can do, Tyler? Isn't corruption against the law?"
"Technically, yes, but it's difficult to prove and even harder to prosecute," he said.
"Such a shame that it's a fixed contest every year," Trina said. "It's frustrating to think of Lombard wines coming in second place for the 5th year in a row. Nobody's had a chance ever since Desiree opened up her fake winery. She buys other people's wine and passes it off as her own. Everybody knows, and yet we can't do anything about it." Aunt Pearl's voice came behind me.
If the sheriff won't do anything, maybe it's time for a little vigilante justice.
Her words sounded a little slurred, like she had already dipped into the wine. Of course, everyone day drank at the wine festival, but it hadn't even started yet. A drunk Aunt Pearl meant that her propensity for messed-up magic just went up a notch.
"Now, Pearl."
Tyler held his hand up to object. I turned to Tyler. "Was she already drinking when you told her to move her RV?"
Don't talk about me like I'm not even here.
Aunt Pearl pushed her way between us and turned to face us. The red wine in her plastic wine glass sloshed back and forth as she teetered on her feet. It was a good thing she was wearing red. "You're drunk." I tried to take the glass from her hand, but she wouldn't let me. She snatched her hand away, and in the process sent wine spraying all over the place.
Look what you've done, Sandrine.
Aunt Pearl swayed on her feet as she studied her empty glass.
Now it's all gone.
She staggered backwards several steps. I caught her by the waist and almost went down with her as I tried to steady her. Where had she gotten the wine from? None of the wine-tasting booths had opened yet. Aunt Pearl's voice grew louder as she swayed unsteadily on her feet.
Listen to me, Sheriff. You allow this travesty of justice to continue, and soon we'll all be taking matters into our own hands. I must say, though, the Lombard wine Syrah is amazing, thanks to my last-minute help.
She hiccuped. I glanced uneasily around the gymnasium, worried that Desiree, Richard, or others would notice. Luckily, her loud voice couldn't carry over the noisy hum of conversation from the ever-growing crowd. The gym was quickly filling to capacity. There were now close to 100 people. Some were locals. Others I recognized as wine buyers and other wine industry folks. The rest were volunteers and people from neighboring towns looking for something to do on a Saturday. The Westwick Corners Wine Festival was the only day of the year when people could day drink and not feel guilty. Tyler sighed.
Calm down, Pearl. I'll see what I can do. Have you seen Richard around?
Aunt Pearl nodded.
He's gone. He tore out of the parking lot like his pants were on fire.
She hiccuped.
Just about sideswiped Pearl's palace.
Tyler frowned.
Richard left? The festival will start soon. Did he say where he was going?
Didn't say, and I didn't ask,
Aunt Pearl said.
Is the interrogation over, or do I need to lawyer up?
Tyler's mouth turned up in an involuntary smile.
You really are funny.
That only infuriated Aunt Pearl more.
Be smug all you want. I got business to attend to.
She turned around and walked unsteadily away, heading for the exit door. She'll sleep it off in her RV, Mom said. I'll check on her later. Trina smiled. It's all good. If Richard's late, then that buys Antonio more time to get back here before everything starts. I was worried he was going to be late and get disqualified. There was no reason why Trina, as a Lombard employee, couldn't represent the winery, but over the years the festival had developed all sorts of arcane rules as excuses to disqualify contestants on technicalities. One of those rules was that the winery owner had to be in attendance. That reminded me that my attendance wasn't strictly social. While I had written articles about each contestant in the weeks leading up to the wine festival, my next feature required me to sample each wine at the festival along with the judges and give my own unbiased opinion. My ranking sometimes differed from the official results. In fact, it almost always differed. That was what Desiree had insinuated about Mom's witching hour red Merlot. Well, she wasn't the boss of me, and I could write whatever I wanted. And I wouldn't be lying if I praised the merits of Antonio's lovely Syrah. There wasn't a thing Desiree could do about it. Tyler squeezed my hand.
Once the judging and the drama is over for another year, I can finally surprise you. Any idea what it is yet?
No, because you won't give me any hints. Whenever I asked Tyler for clues, he was tight-lipped. Mom smiled. Ooh, Sen, you're going to be so happy. You know about it too? I asked. When do I get to find out?
Soon,
Tyler said.
Very soon. Right, Ruby?
Can I have a hint? I asked. Just then, Tyler's cell phone buzzed, and as he listened to the caller, his expression changed to one of deep concern. He looked at me and then Trina as he spoke into his phone. He pulled his keys from his pocket, his face ashen.
That was Antonio.
I hope you told him to hurry up with the wine, Trina said. These 2 bottles won't last 5 minutes. Tyler shook his head.
Forget all that. Richard's dead. In the Lombard wine cellar.
Chapter 10.
I've got to go. Sen, come with me.
Tyler turned on his heels, and I followed. I had a hard time keeping up with Tyler as he strode briskly across the floor and exited the gym. As we walked, he called the Shady Creek police and requested assistance. Tyler was the lone law enforcement in Westwick Corners, so the Shady Creek police assisted whenever we had major crime investigations. The larger town was located an hour away, so it would be a while before assistance arrived. The CSI unit would meet us at the winery. As a civilian, I couldn't offer much more than moral support, but my powers of observation were good. Besides, as a journalist, I was headed to the crime scene one way or another.
Antonio told me the fire department's already there,
Tyler said, as we headed across the parking lot to his parked Jeep. Our town was too small to employ paramedics. Volunteer firefighters, trained in first aid, were the first to arrive at any emergency scene. Most calls were for medical reasons, not fires. A steady rain fell as Tyler unlocked the Jeep and motioned for me to climb into the passenger side. As I took my seat, I saw that Richard's convertible top was still down. Wait! Trina ran across the parking lot after us. I'm going with you. Before Tyler could object, she got into the back seat. As Tyler pulled out of the parking lot into the street, I spotted Aunt Pearl's massive RV now parked on the street. Though the luxury motorhome was now legally parked, the pullouts were fully extended so that it still obstructed both pedestrian and vehicle traffic. There was another problem. There were many more tables and chairs which were now set up all along the boulevard. Dozens of people milled around, some walking on the road. I caught a flash of red and spotted Aunt Pearl in her sparkly, sequined jumpsuit with a towel slung over her shoulder. She hadn't gone to nap in her RV after all. Instead, she busily served drinks to a dozen or so people from a large tray, precariously balanced on one skinny arm. Her drunken stagger moments ago had all been an act. She looked up at that exact moment, and our eyes met. Just as quickly, she turned away, avoiding my gaze. She was up to something. I had no doubt about that. But whatever it was would have to wait. I craned my neck to get a better look as we drove by. As I suspected, she had found a way to make a quick dollar. I recognized the cartons stacked outside the RV as cases of Mom's witching hour red Merlot and Lombard wine Syrah. No wonder Antonio had no wine. It wasn't that he had forgotten it. It was that Aunt Pearl had commandeered it. Now I understood why she had been so eager to help bottle the wine. It was so she could sell it at a profit at Antonio's and Mom's expense. I sighed. She's at it again. Tyler sighed.
This is the second time she's broken the law. She doesn't have a license for a roadside bar.
Trina craned her neck as we passed the RV. That's our wine. Pearl took it right out from under us. I'm sorry, Trina. She's completely out of control. I sighed, knowing that nothing could shut her down.
Not much I can do about it right now, Tyler said. I'll have to deal with her later.
Though it was still morning, it was promising to be a crime-filled day. Chapter 11. Antonio stood outside Lombard Wines. He was soaked from the rain, his hair plastered against his flushed face. He paced back and forth, mumbling incoherently. His white shirt was blood-stained across the front and on the rolled-up sleeves. His hands and forearms were stained a bright crimson color as he waved frantically at us. Tyler pulled to a stop in front of Antonio's truck. Trina jumped out of the Jeep and ran to Antonio, arms outstretched.
Trina, stop. This could be a crime scene.
Tyler sprinted after Trina and grabbed her forearm to prevent her from touching Antonio. He placed a hand on each of her shoulders and restrained her as she extended her arms to embrace Antonio.
Don't touch him, please.
Oh, okay. Trina's shoulders slumped as she lowered her arms. She stepped back. Antonio, what happened? Are you okay? Antonio shook his head. His whole body trembled.
Richard's in the wine cellar. I don't know how he got in there because we locked it yesterday and haven't been back there since.
Trina nodded. I don't understand how Richard got in. I saw Antonio lock the cellar and the building Friday afternoon, Tyler. Antonio even double-checked the locks. Tyler frowned.
What time was that?
Around dinner time Friday, after Sen and Pearl left, Trina said. The wine had already been loaded in the truck last night, so we didn't need to go in the building this morning.
What time did you leave, Trina?
Trina blushed. I didn't. I stayed overnight and was with Antonio the whole time. I'm absolutely positive the winery and cellar doors were locked. I even heard the wine cellar lock click.
Antonio, what happened? I don't know. I went downstairs into the wine cellar and unlocked it with my code and fingerprint scan like I always do. I went inside and that's when I found Richard. The cellar door was closed when you got there? You're positive it was locked?
Antonio nodded.
Does it automatically lock when you close the door?
Tyler asked.
Yes, you only need the code and fingerprint to unlock the door. It locks automatically when you close the door.
Tyler nodded.
Okay, I'll talk to you in a couple of minutes, but right now I need you to stay here until I get back. Where are you going? Antonio asked. To the wine cellar. Is the door open?
Yes, Antonio said in a low whisper.
The door's propped open with a wine barrel.
Standing near Antonio were two volunteer firefighters. Their fire truck was parked a few feet from Antonio's truck. The volunteer fire department attended both fires and medical emergencies. Clearly, the emergency had passed. Tyler motioned the two men toward the Jeep, where they would be out of earshot of Antonio and Trina. I followed. Tyler didn't object. The older firefighter, Mark, spoke in a low voice.
He's inside, downstairs in the wine cellar. Multiple stab wounds to the chest and neck. You sure he's dead?
Tyler asked. Mark nodded yes and swallowed hard.
Nobody could survive that. Richard's dead, all right. There was so much blood that I couldn't even recognize him until Antonio told me it was him.
Everybody in town had dealings with Richard. As the head of the only bank in town, he decided whether your mortgage or small business loan was approved or declined. He wielded a lot of power in people's lives, and often not in a good way. I didn't know who would want him dead, but a lot of people didn't like him much. Antonio had a motive, but he certainly wasn't the only one. I wanted to know more about Richard's injuries, but it was Tyler's investigation, not mine, and I didn't want to compromise it. It was a big story for my newspaper, but I had to be patient. I would know more soon enough. Some things were pretty obvious, though. Antonio was a prime suspect since he had discovered the body. That put him at the crime scene, which also happened to be his property. Also, Richard was found dead in a wine cellar that could only be unlocked by Antonio himself. Antonio had the means, motive, and opportunity. Front-page news was happening right in front of me, and it was hard not to ask questions. The story wouldn't write itself, though, so I wanted to get as much information as I could. I had to report on it before the town gossip mill did. Tyler called to Antonio.
Antonio, don't talk to anyone or touch anyone or anything. Am I under arrest? Not at this time,
Tyler said. He turned to the two firefighters.
Don't let Antonio out of your sight. Keep him here till I get back. The Shady Creek CSIs will be arriving soon to assist. In the meantime, I'm going to have a quick look inside. I'll be back in a minute.
Tyler had an impossible choice as the lone cop in town, since he couldn't simultaneously investigate the crime scene and interview a suspect. Because that's what Antonio was, a suspect. I hoped there was another explanation, but it didn't look good for Antonio. Trina and Antonio stood close together and talked in low voices, already ignoring Tyler's instructions. Antonio wasn't a flight risk, especially since his truck was blocked by Tyler's Jeep. It was good that Trina had come, because her presence had calmed Antonio somewhat. Tyler didn't give me any instructions, so I followed behind him into the winery. I half ran in order to keep pace with his longer gait. He turned to me.
Sen, it's a crime scene. I don't think you should...
I've been to almost every crime scene you have. I'm covering the story, so I might as well go with you. I can be a second set of eyes. Tyler shook his head.
No, you can't divulge non-public information.
I raised my brows. You know I won't print anything without running it by you. Besides, you shouldn't be in there by yourself. I can corroborate what you see and help you document things. At least let me stay until the Shady Creek police get here.
All right. Just don't touch anything.
Tyler pulled a bag of latex gloves from his pocket. He held it out to me. I pulled out a pair of gloves and put them on. He placed the bag back in his pocket after also donning gloves. As we descended the stairs, the warm glow of the cellar light illuminated the hallway. The cellar door was ajar, the yellow glow of the cellar light almost inviting. Tyler stepped inside and motioned for me to follow him in a wide arc to the right. I soon saw why. Faint, bloody footprints crossed the cellar's polished concrete floor. The prints grew darker and more defined the further we stepped into the cellar. Judging from the size of the footprints, they seemed to be men's shoes with tread like that of a running shoe. They traveled in circles before disappearing into the large pools of smeared blood that stained the floor. In the center of all that blood was a man's body. He lay on the floor on his back, one arm across his stomach and the other by his side. His shirt was so blood-soaked that it was impossible to tell what color it was. The man's face was completely covered in blood, his face almost unrecognizable. I knew it had to be Richard, though, because his height and build was unmistakable. His arms were slashed multiple times with what appeared to be defensive wounds. Richard had fought hard for his life, but lost. The injuries were far beyond what was needed to kill someone. Even I saw that. Whoever the killer was, he had a lot of anger and must have hated Richard with a vengeance. Tyler held up his cell phone as he dictated his findings.
Multiple stab wounds, chest and neck.
More footprints. I pointed at the polished concrete. There appeared to be 2 sets, evident by the different tread patterns. Some were clear, others smeared. The second set were also large prints, clearly men's shoes. I hadn't noticed 2 sets of prints on the way inside, but then again, I had been focused on readying myself for what I was about to see in the wine cellar. 1 pair of shoes for the victim, 1 for the killer? I asked. Tyler frowned.
Could be. But I doubt the victim would still be standing upright after losing that much blood. Could be a killer and an accomplice.
I can't believe Antonio did this. How could he? He had left the wine festival alone and called in about 15 minutes later. Is that enough time to kill someone? Richard left right before Antonio, according to Aunt Pearl. Each was in their own car.
The killer's accomplice could have been already waiting here,
Tyler said. At least he was open-minded enough not to say Antonio's accomplice. Tyler again dictated into his phone.
No signs of robbery or forced entry. Clearly, a lot of rage against the victim, judging by the many stab wounds. This crime was personal.
I nodded. Richard's a large man. It would have been hard to take him down, even a surprise attack in a fit of rage. My pulse quickened as I recalled Antonio's angry encounter with Richard yesterday. He hadn't been himself lately, but he wouldn't go so far as to kill someone. Or would he? He had been acting so strange lately that anything was possible. Tyler slipped his phone into his jacket pocket.
You'd be surprised at what people will do when they're desperate, Sen. Right now, everything points to Antonio. He discovered Richard's body, and according to Pearl's eyewitness account, he drove out of the school parking lot right behind Richard. That meant Antonio was likely the last person to see Richard alive. I don't want to believe it either, but unless Antonio can place other people in that timeline, there's nobody else involved.
But
I've got to go where the facts lead me.
Tyler motioned to the stairs.
Head upstairs, and I'll follow in a minute. I want to film the scene for review later.
Won't the Shady Creek crime scene techs take care of that? He nodded.
They will, but for now I'm going to record my own version so I can start working the case right away. The whole town will be on edge. I need to solve this fast.
I headed up the cellar stairs and walked through the winery, careful to stay away from the bloody footprints that grew fainter as they exited the wine cellar. The second set was barely visible except for smeared heels, almost like the person was limping or somehow walking unevenly. There was something else. We had loaded up Antonio's truck last night, but that hadn't been all of the wine. There had been too much to fit in Antonio's truck, so we had stacked the excess against the wall in the winery. Yet it was now all gone. Had Aunt Pearl taken both the wine in Antonio's truck and the wine left behind inside the winery? That meant she had also returned to the winery. Had she returned to the wine cellar too? I walked through the open winery door and inhaled the fresh air. I felt Antonio's eyes on me as I walked toward the men. He looked scared. This was one mess I couldn't get him out of. Chapter 12. We stood in awkward silence as the minutes ticked slowly by. There was so much I wanted to ask Antonio, but I kept silent. Instead, I looked around the property, taking in as much information as I could. Things looked much the same as they had yesterday. I pulled out my cell phone and recorded the scene anyway, thinking clues might be revealed upon closer inspection later on. I panned slowly across the property from the driveway to the winery and then over to Antonio's house, which was about 30 feet or so from the winery building. Tyler re-emerged from the winery after what seemed like a very long time. He motioned to Mark to join him at the entrance. The men were out of earshot, but Tyler had his phone out, and I suspected he was recording a statement from Mark. They talked for about 5 minutes before both men headed back toward us. Mark walked past us without a word and rejoined the other firefighter waiting by the fire truck.
I've secured the building until the Shady Creek medical examiner and crime scene techs arrive. Shouldn't be too much longer,
Tyler said to Antonio and me.
Crime scene techs?
Antonio asked.
Protocol, whenever someone dies of unnatural causes, Antonio.
Obviously. Antonio must be in shock. I kicked at the dirt, feeling uneasy.
Oh.
Antonio's voice was flat. I glanced down at Antonio's feet. His sneakers were blood-stained and were of a similar size to the tracks I had seen in the cellar. I wouldn't be able to see the tread except in the unlikely event that he lifted his feet. I squinted to see a brand name or logo, but the bloodstains made that impossible. The crime scene techs would eventually confirm whether or not the footprints were Antonio's, but I wanted to know now. I jumped at the sound of slamming doors, but it was only the firefighters getting back in their truck. We watched in silence as they started the fire truck and drove out through the gates and back to town. Trina walked toward the front gate, following in the path of the fire truck. She talked on her phone in a low voice, like she didn't want to be overheard. She walked around in a circle for a minute or two before ending the conversation and slipping her phone back into her pocket. She walked back toward us without saying anything further. Tyler's face was expressionless.
Tell me what happened, Antonio.
Antonio's hand shook as he touched his face, which was also bloody.
When I came back here to get my wine, the first thing I noticed was that the main door to the winery was unlocked. I know it was locked when I left this morning. Hear any noises or see anything else out of place?
No, Antonio said.
I checked around, but there was no one else inside and nothing was disturbed, except for all the wine that had been stacked up against the wall. It wasn't there anymore. That's when I went to the wine cellar to see if somehow there was wine down there that I had missed before. I headed downstairs, unlocked the cellar door, and went inside. I turned the light on, but it's not very bright and I was focused on finding more wine in a hurry. I walked straight over to the wine racks on the far end of the cellar. I didn't see Richard at first. Then I tripped on something. It turned out to be Richard. There he was, dead, on the floor of my wine cellar.
Tyler said,
So the winery was open, but the cellar was locked.
Antonio nodded.
It's weird, but I figured it was a break-in, and the intruders weren't able to unlock the cellar, so they left. You didn't notice the blood everywhere?
Antonio shook his head.
No, because there wasn't any blood out in the winery, only in the cellar. I guess I was so focused on getting more wine that I didn't pay much attention to my surroundings. Okay, so then you found Richard. How did you know for sure he was dead? Did you check for a pulse? I tried, but then I saw that he wasn't moving at all, that his chest wasn't rising up and down. I don't know how I knew for sure, but I just did. There was so much blood that I didn't think it was possible.
That explanation didn't jive with Antonio's blood-stained clothes. If he didn't help much, and if Richard was already dead, then why was he covered in blood spatter?
How long before you called for help after you discovered Richard?
Tyler asked.
Right away. I ran outside because I was worried that whoever had killed Richard was still here. I ran to the gate and called the fire department first, and then you.
Antonio's voice was hoarse.
Should I have done something different?
Tyler didn't answer. You sure you didn't leave the cellar unlocked, Antonio? I asked. Tell Tyler about your high-tech security lock.
I put in a new security lock a couple of months ago. It uses a combination of a key code and my fingerprint. It's called a biometric lock. It's supposed to be theft-proof. Only someone got in.
I quickly explained to Tyler about the wine cellar's biometric security lock and how it could be unlocked only with both the combination number and Antonio's fingerprint pressed against the sensor. Tyler frowned.
Isn't a biometric lock overkill for a small town?
Apparently not, Trina interjected. Richard's proof of that. Somehow he got in, didn't he?
Who else has a key, Antonio?
Tyler asked.
Trina? Jose?
Antonio shook his head.
Only me. Jose said he didn't want to be set up because he was afraid someone would cut off his finger or something. That was an excuse, obviously, because no access meant he didn't have to do any of the work either.
Tyler frowned.
Jose co-owns the winery. How can he not have access?
Antonio shrugged.
Jose hasn't had access since we got the new lock installed a month ago. I tried to get him set up with his own code and fingerprint, but he kept making excuses. He was always away or busy with something else. He told me he'd get around to it, but he never did. Trina didn't have access either?
No, Antonio said.
Jose refused to let her have it.
Trina flinched. She looked away, clearly embarrassed.
Why not, Trina? Tyler asked. She's your full-time employee. Isn't it risky to restrict access to only one person? What if something happened to you? It's more about Jose than it is about Trina, Antonio said. He thinks Trina acts more like an owner than an employee. That's what I like about her. She treats our business like it's her own. She makes good decisions, and she's got me out of a pinch more times than I can count. The truth is, I couldn't do it without her. Jose's always leaving me in the lurch, and I can count on Trina to take care of things. I don't know why I kowtow to him all the time. In fact, when the tech comes on Monday, I'm going to ask him to set her up with wine cellar access. I don't care whether Jose likes it or not.
Come Monday, it could be the bank calling the shots, I reminded Antonio. Besides, this is an active murder investigation. There's no way you're going to be allowed to alter user access for the wine cellar lock. I doubt you'll even be able to get the light fixed. Everything is evidence and has to stay exactly as it is for now.
Sen's right,
Tyler said.
Everything's on hold right now.
Even the foreclosure? Trina looked hopeful.
Physical possession, at least.
Tyler looked at Antonio.
One more thing. You'll need to find somewhere else to stay for the next while.
I wondered how the bank would gain access once the winery was foreclosed on. Could they force Antonio to unlock it with his fingerprint? Or could the door be removed somehow? It was as if Antonio read my mind.
Make sure you keep that wine cellar door open. If it locks, there's no way to reopen it yourself. Even the hinges are on the inside, so they can't be tampered with.
Nothing's tamper-proof. With the right tools... I stopped myself. A toolkit of spells could probably open the door, too. I had to acknowledge that fact, unpleasant as it was.
You planning on going somewhere, Antonio?
Tyler's eyes locked on his.
No, of course not,
Antonio said.
Only that if I'm not allowed back on my own property, then you'll need a backup plan for the lock.
Tyler cleared his throat.
Said by the guy with no backup plan. Everything about that lock says that you're the one that opened it, Antonio. If you have any information that says otherwise, you need to tell me right now.
You'll have to ask SecureTech, the company that installed it, Antonio said.
I already have a technician coming on Monday to fix a burnt-out bulb and bring me a new instruction manual. You can talk to him then. Can't wait that long,
Tyler said.
I'll call and get them out here right away.
Antonio shook his head.
You can't get anyone out here on a Saturday. They're an hour away and closed till Monday. You can't reach anyone by phone on weekends either. I'll need your code.
Tyler handed Antonio his notepad and a pen. He waited until Antonio wrote it down and handed the pen and paper back.
Also, I'll be confirming everything you said with Jose. Go ahead. He's out of town for a few days, though. Out on the coast, delivering wine,
Antonio said. Tyler frowned.
That's okay. I'll track him down.
I just did, Trina said. He turned the truck around, and he's heading back right now. Tyler said,
You say you're the only one with access, Antonio, yet I didn't see any signs of forced entry.
SecureTech has a lot of explaining to do, Antonio said.
They told me that their technology can't be compromised, that even copying my fingerprint wouldn't defeat their secret technology. I don't understand how anyone got inside. I don't either, Tyler said tersely. Unless Richard somehow unlocked the door, closed it behind him, and then killed himself.
Antonio shrugged.
It seemed impossible to me, too, but there he was. My foot hit something heavy, and that's when I tripped and lost my balance. I fell right on top of him. His body felt kind of, I don't know, lifeless and dense. I don't know how to explain it, but he didn't move or make a sound when...
Antonio shuddered and sucked in his breath.
I definitely locked the wine cellar, Tyler. Trina already told you that, so you have her word, too.
Tyler said.
You didn't go into the wine cellar this morning? Maybe grab a few extra bottles for the wine festival?
Antonio shook his head.
No. Sen and Pearl helped me pack up the truck Friday afternoon so that I wouldn't have to do anything in the morning. I was all set. At least until I got to the festival and discovered that most of my wine was missing.
I caught my breath. Since Aunt Pearl had ended up with all of Antonio's wine, it was reasonable to assume that she had been in the winery, if not the wine cellar. She had been very interested in the wine cellar lock, and she liked a challenge. Could witchcraft defeat a fingerprint scan? If so, that meant that the wine cellar could have been unlocked by someone other than Antonio. Maybe. I had to find out somehow. Tyler asked,
"Why didn't you notice your missing wine before you arrived at the wine festival? Didn't you notice your truck had been broken into?"
Antonio shook his head no. Lombard Wines had a locked gate at the driveway, and the wine cases had been loaded into the truck's cab and canopy-covered truck bed. I had seen Antonio lock the truck once we had finished loading it late Friday afternoon. The truck was locked and packed full with at least 50 cases of wine. You didn't notice they were gone? I asked Antonio.
The wine cases weren't gone. I mean, the boxes were all there, except they were empty. All the bottles inside them had disappeared. I only realized that the cartons had nothing inside them when I started unloading them at the wine festival. The wine packed in the truck last night was gone. Yet, the winery gate was still locked when I left. My truck was still locked too. I don't understand what happened. "That's 4 locks and counting," Tyler said. "The winery gate, the winery, the wine cellar, and your truck."
Antonio shrugged.
"It's a mystery to me."
Aunt Pearl had some explaining to do. Would she at least own up to taking Antonio's wine? Knowing the extent of her involvement could reveal additional suspects. She had obviously broken into his truck. Had she somehow cracked a high-security biometric lock as well? Without her confession, Antonio looked guilty as sin.
"Anybody else have a key to the winery gate?" Tyler asked. "Trina and Ruby West both have keys to the gate and the winery, but not the wine cellar. Obviously, Jose has keys as well, but he's out of town," Antonio said. "He wouldn't steal his own wine. I have my suspicions, though. Pearl West set up a roadside stand outside the wine festival. I heard she was selling my wine from her RV. I never gave her any of my wine, so where did she get it?"
Antonio turned to me.
"Is that why you were both so eager to help me yesterday? Just so you could leave my wine outside overnight and steal it?"
I was shocked by his accusation. "Of course not. I wanted to help you, and Aunt Pearl insisted on coming with me. I can't speak for her, obviously, but she probably thought she was helping you out in her own strange way." I no longer believed that, but I had no idea what more I could say. Aunt Pearl did a lot of things, but stealing wasn't one of them. At least, not that I was aware of. On the other hand, she could easily have used Mom's key to the gate, and it was a fact that she was selling Antonio's wine at her roadside bar without his permission. Technically, she didn't have to steal Antonio's wine. She could have just conjured up more wine, but profiting from witchcraft was strictly against the Witches International Community Craft Association rules. Aunt Pearl already had a Wicca warning from last Christmas. She couldn't afford a second one, or else she would be suspended. So instead of witchcraft, she had physically taken Antonio's wine, emptying his boxes so she wouldn't be discovered right away. Instead of breaking the Wicca code, she had broken the criminal code. Aunt Pearl was a thief, and I didn't envy Tyler having to arrest her. Except that Wicca warnings had never stopped Aunt Pearl before. She liked breaking rules. In fact, she thrived on it. She knew full well that taking Antonio's wine would spell disaster for him at the wine festival. Her interference was either terribly mistimed mischief or something much worse. Antonio's missing wine forced him back to his winery, where he found Richard. Aunt Pearl's claim of helping Antonio to bottle wine was really about her helping herself. I was furious. If she had another explanation, I couldn't imagine what it would be. I had to at least talk to her before disclosing my suspicions to Tyler. But for now, that would have to take a backseat to what was now a murder investigation. Antonio raised his hands as he talked, revealing several gashes on his forearms. They looked fresh, like he had been in a struggle. Tyler noticed them too.
"What happened?" "Cut myself on the gate when I returned to the winery as I tried to open it. I got my shirt caught on some barbed wire sticking out. Then, when I tried to get myself unstuck, I lost my balance and my arms got caught too. They're cut so deep that they won't stop bleeding."
Trina frowned, but didn't say anything.
"Is that so?"
Tyler glanced back at the driveway, but the Shady Creek crime scene techs hadn't yet arrived. He turned back to Antonio.
Did you arrange the meeting, or did Richard?
Tyler's eyes narrowed as he watched for Antonio's reaction.
Neither. There was no meeting. I never called him, and he never called me. The gate was locked when I came back, just as I had left it. His car wasn't outside either. I never expected to see anyone on the property, least of all Richard. He was supposed to be at the wine festival just like me. After all, he was judging the competition. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary?
Antonio shook his head.
No. I was in a hurry to get back to the wine festival because Trina was alone at our booth. I went inside the winery and headed straight down to the cellar. You were alone at that time?
Tyler asked.
Of course I was alone. You know Trina stayed at the festival.
Tyler nodded.
No one met you here? How many times do I have to tell you, Tyler? Nobody came with me and no one met me here. Richard already came by yesterday to tell me the bank was going to foreclose. Then he left. There was nothing else to do until I either came up with the money or didn't. There was no reason for him to be here. He should have been at the wine festival because the judging was about to start. I don't know why he was here in the first place. The wine festival is only a few minutes' drive from here, Tyler said. Time enough for a quick conversation about something important, like losing your winery and home. That's not what happened.
Antonio's voice rose in frustration.
And I haven't lost anything yet. No, but you're about to. Maybe you called Richard to see about an extension or refinancing?
Antonio raised his hand to object.
I tried that before, but he wouldn't give an inch. Ask Sen. She was here with me yesterday when Richard gave me the ultimatum. It was pay up or else the bank would foreclose.
Richard told Antonio he had until Monday, I said. The ugly truth was that Antonio had a very strong motive to kill Richard. The Antonio I knew would never resort to violence. And yet, as his financial difficulties worsened, his personality had changed. Desperation made people do the most unimaginable things. Yet I didn't believe that Antonio could turn into a cold-blooded killer. Unless... What if Aunt Pearl's attraction spell had unintended effects? Passion could drive a person to do both good and evil. Antonio was passionate about the winery, and it was about to be wrenched away from him. Maybe Aunt Pearl had cast a second spell that I knew nothing about. More importantly, if a spell had tampered with the biometric lock, how could I prove that? I needed to somehow find that out. I turned to Antonio. If no one but you can unlock the wine cellar, what's your backup plan if something happened to you? Surely you have one. How else would anyone get in the wine cellar? Antonio tilted his head toward Trina.
I had planned to add Trina, but then Jose objected and I hadn't come up with a plan B yet. I know how stupid that sounds now.
Antonio leaned against the building looking exhausted. He slid down into a sitting position with his legs outstretched. Tyler didn't say anything. He didn't have to, because we were all thinking the same thing. Antonio broke the silence.
You think I'm the only one who could do this? I didn't say you did or you didn't, Antonio, Tyler said. I'm just gathering the facts right now. But based on everything you've said so far, nobody else can get inside the wine cellar except you, which means no one could have let Richard in but you. I swear I didn't kill Richard. There has to be a logical explanation.
Antonio had made no mention of the second set of footprints. Either he hadn't noticed them, or didn't think we had. Is there an override where you don't need to use your fingerprint? I asked. What if there's a power failure? Does the lock have a memory, or does it just reset itself? Antonio shook his head.
The settings stay in memory. SecureTech told me there's a backup battery so nothing gets erased.
Tyler turned to me.
Sen, can you find out more about the lock's manufacturer?
I nodded. The Shady Creek medical examiner and crime scene techs provided support for major crimes in Westwick Corners, but the overall investigation was still Tyler's, unless he formally requested help. He would only do that as a last resort. Tyler asked,
Did you touch anything inside the winery or wine cellar?
Antonio nodded.
The light switch at the top of the cellar stairs. The stair railing. Lots of stuff. Everything happened so fast.
I pointed to his blood-stained hands and shirt. The blood.
I fell on top of him. It must have happened when I got myself off him and stood back up. Also, I had just cut my arms on the gate's barbed wire.
Tyler scratched his chin.
So the blood was fairly fresh. He wasn't there long. Do you have any surveillance cameras, Antonio? Tyler asked. We have a camera set up outside the building, but it stopped working about a year ago. I never got around to replacing it. Convenient for the killer, Tyler said.
It struck me as odd that Antonio didn't replace the camera before installing an expensive, state-of-the-art lock. But maybe a lock was a better deterrent, since cameras only showed crimes after they occurred and didn't actually prevent unauthorized entry. Even so, the wine cellar security system seemed like overkill. Theft was rare in our small town. Or maybe not so rare, considering that Aunt Pearl had taken Antonio's wine. She had also managed to get past the locked gate, but that was easy enough for a witch. It didn't make her a killer, but it did mean that she had almost the same access as Antonio. Did she have a magical way of breaching the supposedly fail-safe SecureTech lock too? If that was the case, it could explain wine cellar access by someone other than Antonio. That thought had me both relieved and scared to death. Chapter 13. It was early afternoon by the time Tyler dropped me off at the office so I could follow up on Antonio's SecureTech lock. Tyler headed to the Harcourt Ranch to notify Richard's wife, Valerie. I didn't envy him one bit. My legs felt heavy as I trudged up the stairs to my office. This weekend hadn't turned out anything like I had expected. A fun day at the wine festival, followed by Tyler's promised surprise, had now morphed into a murder investigation and uncomfortable inconsistencies about our neighbor and friend. How had so much gone so wrong so quickly? The Shady Creek police had transported Antonio to their headquarters an hour away, where samples of his DNA and fingerprints would be taken, and his clothes, shoes, skin, and fingernails would be examined for forensic evidence. Depending on the initial results, Antonio would be either released or held until Tyler's arrival there. Having the Shady Creek police complete the forensics exam was a practical necessity, since Tyler was the only law enforcement officer in town, and he couldn't be in multiple places at once. Antonio and Tyler also knew each other fairly well. Since they were friends, it made sense for a third party to collect the forensic evidence. It ensured impartiality and eliminated any accusations of bias. Those elements would be important whether or not Antonio was charged and tried for Richard's murder. I powered up my computer and searched for any information on SecureTech. I soon found their website, which had photos of different locks. Some were key locks, others were combination locks, and others, like Antonio's, had biometric security features. I recognized Antonio's biometric lock immediately, but found very few details in the description, other than the lock being state-of-the-art technology. The website only listed sales contact information, but I remembered that Antonio had a scheduled appointment with a technician on Monday. That was too long to wait. In the meantime, I would have to get creative. I had to either find a tech sooner or else track down an instruction manual to confirm its inner workings. It was after 3 p.m. by the time Tyler returned from the Harcourt Ranch. He trudged inside and slowly lowered himself into the chair beside my desk. He looked exhausted. I filled him in on what little I had learned about Antonio's fancy lock and the technician appointment on Monday.
We can't wait that long. I'll see about getting the technician's contact info so we can get him out here sooner,
Tyler said. How did things go with Valerie?
I couldn't find her,
he said.
I talked to her housekeeper, though. She was out horseback riding all morning. Didn't take her cell phone, so there's no way to reach her. I told the housekeeper to get Valerie to call me as soon as she got home. Hopefully it's soon, because I don't know how long I can keep a lid on this.
The housekeeper doesn't know about Richard? Tyler shook his head.
I only told her that it was an urgent matter.
Tyler glanced at his watch.
We'd better head back to the wine festival. I hope no news has leaked about Richard yet. In any event, I want to get everyone out of there as soon as the liquor license expires at 5 p.m.
With everything that had happened, I had almost forgotten about the wine festival. Was Aunt Pearl still selling Antonio's wine? Probably. I grabbed my purse and keys. Tyler followed me out of the office into the hallway and waited while I locked the door behind me. We headed outside into a brisk breeze. The rain had let up, and a bit of sun peeked out from behind the fast-moving clouds. Valerie could be a suspect, too, I said. She's got a motive and no alibi. I heard she wanted a divorce.
Could be.
Tyler paused.
Except that she's a suspect without access to the wine cellar.
People must at least wonder what's happened to Richard, I said, as we walked to Tyler's Jeep. He's been gone for hours. I doubt that the wine judging has gone ahead without him.
That's what worries me,
Tyler said.
The whole town is probably drunk by now. We need to get the judging finished and the festival wound up. I don't want people finding out at the festival. I'll release the news later tonight. Otherwise, with a drunken crowd, there's bound to be trouble.
I said, other than the lock, don't you think that Valerie stands to benefit a great deal? She would have gotten half of everything in the divorce. With Richard dead, she gets it all without a fight.
True. She's got a motive,
Tyler said.
Also, based on the severity of the stab wounds, the killer had a relationship with the victim. More than one of the injuries would have killed him, so it's obvious the killer had a personal vendetta. But if Valerie did it, then why now? She already said that she wanted a divorce. Usually the killer is the person being divorced, not the other way around. And why kill him in Antonio's wine cellar?
Maybe something made her snap after all these years. I had never seen Valerie lose her cool, though. I didn't think she was capable of such violence. She's half his size, though. There's no way she could have physically overpowered him. If Valerie's involved, she had help. Tyler agreed.
She could have hired someone, but she doesn't have a key or code to access the wine cellar. However, as Richard's spouse, she's a prime suspect until we can rule her out. I'll be questioning her the minute she arrives home. As long as she comes home, that is. In the meantime, let's head over to the wine festival and see if we can get things wrapped up quickly.
Chapter 14. I checked my watch as we neared the school. The festival would be over in a little over an hour. That is, if the judging had gone ahead according to schedule despite Richard's absence. Desiree would argue against that, of course, but she would be overruled by everyone else. Desiree's cutthroat competitiveness made no sense, because unlike other competitions, our wine contest offered no cash prize, only a trophy, and the right for the winner to add, "Winner, Westwick Wine Festival," to their wine labels for a year. The stakes weren't high, unless you were a winemaker unable to win at more competitive contests. Even a bad wine could win, in theory. Tyler, if Richard's absence changes the contest, do you think one of the other local contestants could be involved? Tyler stared at the road ahead as we neared the school.
You mean another contestant besides Antonio? Possible, I guess. Antonio's motives have less to do with judging and everything to do with his financial situation, though.
Mom, Antonio, and Desiree were the only local contestants, and the Westwick Corners Wine Festival was the smallest of the dozen or so wine competitions in Washington state. Regional contestants only bothered with our small-town festival if there were no competing events that day. The dozen or so non-local winemakers didn't need a win and came only to sell more wine. They had no stake in whether Richard was alive or dead. Desiree wins Wine of the Year each year because of Richard, I said. She has no reason to kill him. In fact, she has every reason not to kill him. She's been having an affair with him for 5 years, and he's about to get divorced. She's about to get everything she ever wanted.
Well then, other than Antonio, the only other contestant desperate enough to win is Ruby.
Mom would never. She hates competing, and she didn't even want to enter her wine. Aunt Pearl signed her up without her knowledge. Tyler chuckled.
Yeah, I know that, son. and Ruby and Desiree were both at the festival the whole time, with lots of witnesses. I'll double-check that, of course, but I remember seeing them there at the exact time I got the call from Antonio. And of course, we saw Pearl tending her roadside bar. It seems that everyone has an alibi except Antonio. As if by magic, flashing neon signs appeared on the shoulder of the road. Each neon sign was a different color and seemed to float in the air like a holograph. What the? Tyler swerved to avoid a bright green neon sign that suddenly jumped out from the roadside to block the windshield. You're getting close to Wines. Watch out! I gripped the door handle as Tyler hit the brakes. The car skidded sideways before straightening out. That was close. Hang on. Tyler braked hard and slowed to a crawl as the second sign, this time hot pink, hovered above the Jeep's hood. The best from local vines. The flashing neon signs seemed to float above us with no apparent means of support, a blatant use of witchy powers. Aunt Pearl knew we would see them. She was willing to take the risk in order to salvage the wine festival. On second thought, this had to be more about her. I doubted she cared about the wine festival at all. The pink sign drifted across to the opposite shoulder as a yellow neon sign replaced it. Don't pine for your wines. Thankfully, there was no other traffic because Tyler had to swerve the Jeep to avoid the signs that seemed to come out of nowhere. Red, gold, white, blue. It's getting close. Get ready to toast the winning wine. It's not who you think. Have a drink. Wine not. You deserve it. Turn here. There were so many signs that we had to slow down to read them all. Cheeky, Tyler said. Pearl sure knows how to market. Aunt Pearl usually drives traffic away from Westwick Corners, not to it. She's up to something. Something besides selling wine, because Aunt Pearl always had a hidden motive. I just couldn't figure out what it was this time. As we neared the school parking lot, a larger sign appeared. Antonio Lombard Fundraiser Wine Bar. Beat the bank. We hadn't noticed the signs when we left the wine festival because they faced one direction only. A fundraiser for Antonio was sure to be misinterpreted once he was charged with Richard's murder. As Tyler slowed to pull into the parking lot, we passed Aunt Pearl's roadside bar. Only this time it was deserted. The RV door was closed, and the tables and chairs were empty. Instead of wine-sipping customers and cases of wine, there remained only discarded wine glasses and empty cartons. The street party was over. Chapter 15. Tyler had just parked the Jeep when the Shady Creek police called to debrief him on the crime scene evidence. As I waited, I noticed that Richard's Corvette had remained in the same spot. The convertible top was still down, and water rivulets collected in the grooves of the leather seats. Desiree's Verdant Valley Vineyards wine was no longer in the back seat. As Tyler discussed the forensic evidence, I decided not to wait any longer. He could meet me inside once he finished his call. I exited the passenger seat and headed to the gym. The loud voices that drifted outside from the open doors sounded more like a rowdy Saturday night party than an early afternoon community festival. As I strolled inside, it was apparent where Aunt Pearl's customers had gone. The whole town was here, but the wine industry folks seemed to have left. The festive vibe jarred my somber mood. Of course, no one knew about Richard's murder yet. They didn't appear to notice his absence either. Just as I wondered whether the judging had finished, or possibly never even started, microphone feedback squealed over the overhead speakers. I winced at the high-pitched noise and looked to the stage. Aunt Pearl stood in front of a microphone almost as tall as she was. She hadn't wasted any time in taking over. That was good, in a way. Knowing her, all the judging would be over quickly because no one dared argue with her. Tyler wouldn't have to make any excuses about Richard's absence to the two other judges, and the event would wrap up on time.
Listen up, everybody,
Aunt Pearl yelled into the microphone. I cupped my hands over my ears to deaden the microphone feedback as I caught her eye. She stood center stage in her sparkly red-sequined tracksuit and tilted the microphone toward herself in a Mick Jagger-esque crooner stance. She hadn't bothered to adjust it lower, probably expecting that everything would be over quickly.
Judging starts in 5 minutes.
Behind her was a long table covered with a white linen tablecloth. 2 of the 3 chairs were occupied by 2 of the 3 judges, a woman and a man. Richard's chair in the middle was conspicuously empty. While increasing the judges to 3 this year seemed more democratic, one was Carol, Richard's employee at the bank, and the other was Reggie, his golfing buddy. Or had been. I stared at Richard's empty chair. The 3-judge format was only for show. They would have followed his lead. How would they do that in his absence? Nobody on stage seemed to question Aunt Pearl's authority or Richard's absence. Maybe they were anxious for judging to start, or maybe they were too drunk to care. At the side of the stage was an identical table covered with dozens of wine glasses. Lacey Ratcliffe, a 20-something friend of Trina's, stood behind the table. Her job was to provide each judge with a fresh wine glass for every wine sample, and then collect the empty wine glasses after each taste test. Aunt Pearl spoke into the microphone.
Heads up, everyone. Richard's a no-show, so we've made a change in judging. Please welcome Judge Earl.
She waved her hand in a flourish. Aunt Pearl's boyfriend was an easygoing sort, but right now he looked like he'd rather be anywhere than on stage. His eyes darted back and forth, eyeing stage left as if debating his escape.
Earl, get your butt out here,
Aunt Pearl whispered loudly, but into the microphone so everyone heard. Earl's eyes widened, but he slowly shuffled on stage. He let out a heavy sigh and sat down in Richard's empty seat between Carol and Reggie. He stared straight ahead, resigned to his destiny. The other judges looked confused, but didn't object. Desiree rushed up to the stage and stared up at Aunt Pearl. "You can't do that!"
I sure can. What's the matter? Are you worried you won't win without your boyfriend judging? Well, maybe you won't. We just might end up with a different winner this year.
Aunt Pearl's taunting made her sound like a schoolyard bully. Desiree scowled as she pulled out her phone, presumably calling Richard. She placed it back in her pocket a moment later, frowning. Where is that man? At this point, nobody other than Desiree cared about wine of the year. People just wanted more booze. Aunt Pearl clapped her hands together.
Okay, everybody, we're going to start with the most improved wine category. Get your glasses ready and follow along.
Whoa, wait a sec, Pearl,
Earl said.
I'm having second thoughts about this. I don't even drink alcohol. How will I know which wine is good and which isn't?
Aunt Pearl dismissed him with a wave of her hand.
It's no big deal, Earl. Just follow the other judge's lead. You'll be fine.
Earl would be judging sober, to start at least. As a non-drinker, he wouldn't remain that way very long after sampling all the wines. Carol and Reggie had already taste-tested a little too much, judging by their flushed faces and slurred speech. Their drunken voices were so loud that they could be heard without a microphone. They were enjoying themselves a little too much. No doubt they would eagerly volunteer for next year's contest, too.
This is a blind taste test.
Aunt Pearl held up a brown paper bag. It was clear from her grip that the paper bag held a bottle of wine inside. A large number 1 was marked on the paper bag in black felt pen. She lowered the bottle and with it walked over to the judges' table. She poured a generous amount of wine into the empty wine glass in front of each judge. She said,
Here's the deal. You score each wine out of 100 points, but no one ever gets that. Nobody scores lower than 50 either. So, come up with numbers between 50 and 99, okay?
Why don't we just score 0 to 50 points?
Earl asked. Aunt Pearl shook her head.
Earl, don't you know anything about fine wines? That's not how it's done.
Earl opened his mouth to speak, but was hushed by Aunt Pearl's wagging finger. She said,
We follow wine spectator rules. Nobody knows why they score that way, but I don't make the rules, Earl. Just pick a number between 50 and 99, and let's get this thing over with so we can get out of here. We'll average out the 3 judges' scores to come up with a final points number.
Aunt Pearl stepped up to the microphone.
This is sample number 1. Drink up, everybody.
The 2 drunken judges happily obliged, while Earl took a cautious sip. He grimaced, clearly disliking the wine. I smiled to myself. He went to such lengths to keep Aunt Pearl happy. While the official score for each wine was determined by the 3 judges, the festival-goers also tasted and scored alongside the judges. People won prizes for picking the same results as the judges, such as the winners in each category and winner overall. The judges' white tablecloth turned pinker as the tastings progressed. Soon, more wine was spilled than drank. Earl conscientiously continued to sip the wine, and even seemed to relax a little. Aunt Pearl filled the 3 glasses and was now pouring a 4th. She placed the glass in front of herself. "Hey, you're not a judge." Desiree pointed to Aunt Pearl. "You can't judge Ruby's wine. She's your sister." Aunt Pearl rolled her eyes.
Of course I'm not judging. I'm the control, and I'm randomly sampling the wine to make sure the correct wine is being blind taste tested, in case we have cheaters.
She stared pointedly at Desiree, who hovered by the stage.
People have been known to switch bottles, and I will not tolerate any taste test tampering.
Desiree put her hands on her hips. "Exactly what are you implying, Pearl? That I don't win fair and square?" Aunt Pearl snorted.
You said it, not me.
"You're not even on the judging committee. You can't just take over and run things however you want." Aunt Pearl's eyes narrowed as she assessed Desiree.
People who sneak around in one way probably do it in other ways, too.
"You're not in charge, Pearl," Desiree shouted. "Richard is."
He's AWOL, Desiree. Somebody had to get this show going.
"But Richard—"
Richard's not here.
Aunt Pearl tapped her watch.
Our liquor license expires in an hour. Do you want the contest to go ahead or not?
Desiree eyed her suspiciously. "Where is he? I keep calling him, but he's not answering his phone." I had been standing next to Desiree as she shouted at Aunt Pearl, but neither had noticed my presence. It was just as well, because I had a secret too big to keep. My heart thumped in my chest. I feared I might accidentally reveal Richard's death. I didn't have to worry long because Desiree was on her phone, presumably calling Richard again, as she walked back to her Verdant Valley Vineyards booth. I glanced back across the gym moments later and saw that Desiree was now busy talking to several customers. She was another person whose life had changed forever, though she didn't know it yet. I wondered how Tyler would handle notifying Desiree. She wasn't Richard's wife like Valerie was, so she wasn't considered family and wouldn't be the first to hear about his death. I certainly disagreed with extramarital affairs, but it still felt wrong for Desiree to find out about Richard at the same time as the general public. Even if she was the other woman and not Richard's wife, she was close to him. Tyler had his work cut out for him. I heard a buzz in the crowd near the gym's entrance. Valerie Harcourt stormed across the floor, looking like she wanted to kill someone. Richard's wife wore a loose, white linen shirt, her skinny jeans tucked into designer cowboy boots. Her casual attire was at odds with her irate expression. As far as I knew, Valerie had never attended the wine festival before, even though Richard had judged the wine competition for almost a decade. I suspected Valerie was here to confront both Desiree and Richard about their affair in a very public way. I pulled out my phone to call Tyler and was relieved when he answered instead of my call going to voicemail. "Valerie just walked in the door looking like she wants to kill someone. You better get here fast. Things are about to come to a head between her and Desiree."
"I'll be right there,"
he said. It couldn't be soon enough. Valerie crossed the gym floor so fast it was almost a run. She scanned the gym and then veered toward Desiree's Verdant Valley Vineyards booth. Suddenly, the gym grew silent. The loud voices fell to a murmur. Then everyone stopped talking. All that broke the silence was the click-clack of Valerie's boots, as she marched toward Desiree.
"Where is he?"
Valerie stood defiantly in front of Desiree, hands on hips. "Where is who?" Desiree replied, a little too sweetly.
"Cut the crap, Desiree. You know who I'm talking about. Richard, my husband."
She emphasized the words, "my husband." I looked desperately at the door, wondering why it was taking Tyler so long to walk inside from the parking lot. My mind raced to come up with an excuse to interrupt them. Desiree threw her hands up in the air. "I have no idea where that man is. He's around somewhere. I don't watch his every move the way you do. You must have seen his car in the parking lot."
"He's not here, though."
Valerie stamped her foot, her face flushed with anger.
"Is he at your place?"
"Of course not. He just drove—" Desiree stopped mid-sentence as the enormity of Richard's absence sunk in.
"Oh, for crying out loud, Desiree. Just tell me where he is."
Desiree's eyes widened. "Something's wrong." Something was more than just wrong. I knew exactly where Richard was, but couldn't say a word. I glanced uneasily at the gym entrance. Where was Tyler? Finally, the gym door opened, and Tyler walked in. He weaved his way past the many small groups of wine tasters and shoppers. He walked briskly toward us. His face was expressionless, a professional demeanor designed to give nothing away. I glanced at Valerie and Desiree, who by now had stopped arguing. We all watched silently as Tyler approached us, ignoring drunken hellos from everyone in his path. Chapter 16.
"What's going on?"
Valerie asked as Tyler headed toward her. Her face had turned a ghostly white, and she wavered unsteadily on her feet. I put my arm around her and steered her toward a chair a few feet away. Just in time, it turned out. I felt her legs buckle under as she sank into the chair. It struck me as odd. Was her reaction a premonition, or something more? Tyler knelt beside her and spoke in a low voice. Desiree stepped toward Valerie and Tyler. "What's going on? What's he saying?" I stepped in front of Desiree and blocked her path forward with my arm. "No, Desiree, let them talk." She eyed me warily and muttered under her breath. "If this is about Richard, I have a right to know, too. In fact, I probably have more of a right to know." My intervention made zero difference in the end. "He's gone," Valerie shrieked. Her whole body shook as she lowered her head and sobbed into her hands. "What am I going to do?"
"Thought she was filing for divorce,"
Aunt Pearl whispered.
"What a drama queen."
I placed my index finger to my lips. "Shush, Aunt Pearl." At that moment, Desiree charged past and almost knocked me to the ground. "Gone where? He really needs to get back here to judge the wines."
"Shut your mouth, homewrecker."
Valerie jumped from her seat, seemingly recovered from her earlier shock at the news.
"Nobody cares about your stupid wine. We all know you're a cheater."
Tyler moved between the two women and extended an arm in each direction to distance them. Valerie retreated back to her chair. "I'm not shutting anything." Desiree crossed her arms and tapped her foot impatiently. "And don't call me names, Val. Somebody please tell me what's going on." I placed my hand on Desiree's arm. "Why don't you grab a seat? I think Tyler wants to talk to you, too." Desiree eyed my hand in distaste, but she did sit down. Aunt Pearl followed her.
"Richard's dead. That's what's going on."
"How did you—" I stopped myself mid-sentence. Aunt Pearl couldn't have possibly known. I hadn't told her, and neither had Tyler. The only other people who knew Richard was dead, other than the volunteer firefighters, were Trina and Antonio. Antonio was in Shady Creek being questioned, and Trina was with him. Nobody else knew. Aside from the killer, of course. A shiver ran down my spine. Desiree scowled. "Don't make up such ridiculous stories, Pearl. That's impossible. Richard was here this morning. He just stepped away for a while. He'll be back any time now.
Wishful thinking, Aunt Pearl said. But it's not gonna happen.
Tyler walked over to where Desiree sat and knelt beside her.
When did you last see Richard, Desiree? Tyler asked.
I don't know. It's been a few hours. Have you seen him? I've been so busy setting up that I can't remember. You need to talk to him? Maybe he had an errand to run. Tyler scratched his chin.
What sort of errand?
How would I know? I'm not his keeper. Desiree looked pointedly at Valerie. Why the theatrics, Val? You told Richard you wanted to call it quits. No, I didn't. That's a lie. Valerie spat the words out like venom as she rose to a standing position. I scanned the gym for Mom. She got along with everybody and could probably defuse the situation between the two women. When I looked at her booth, I didn't see her at first. Then her laugh broke the silence. Oddly, she hadn't noticed the hush that had fallen over the crowd. She must have felt my stare because her eyes met mine, and without a sign from me, she crossed the gym floor to join us. "Sen, what's wrong?" she asked, a concerned look on her face. I took her aside and explained the situation just as Desiree let out a huge cry. Hearing the news from Tyler made it official and very real. "You killed him!" Desiree lunged at Valerie. "You stole him from me just as we were about to get engaged."
You can't get engaged to a man who's already married.
Aunt Pearl placed a bony arm in front of Desiree and blocked her path. Desiree recoiled, confused at Aunt Pearl's surprising strength. No doubt Aunt Pearl had added some magical muscle power. "I sure can. Anybody can get engaged to anyone else. It's simply a promise for the future. There's no law against it." Desiree turned to Tyler. "Right, Sheriff?"
Let's keep the focus on Richard. I'll need to talk to both of you, starting with you, Valerie.
Tyler nodded toward her.
If you're okay to drive, can you meet me at the police station in 10 minutes?
Valerie wiped tears from her cheeks and rose from her chair. "Sure, I'll leave now." She turned and walked slowly across the gym floor, her once defiant steps, now tired and defeated. Once she was out of earshot, Desiree turned to Tyler. "You know she did it, right? Their marriage was over years ago. Her theatrics are just a cover. She hired a hitman to knock off Richard because they had recently increased their life insurance. She took out a huge life insurance policy on him. I thought Richard was exaggerating when he told me that someone was following him."
"When did he tell you this?"
Tyler asked. "A couple of weeks ago, when he asked her for a divorce." "I thought Valerie was the one who wanted the divorce," I pointed out. No. I gave Richard an ultimatum that it was either her or me. He finally told Val that it was over. She knew that if they got divorced, they would have to split everything 50-50. This way she gets a $700,000 insurance payout and she keeps the ranch. I know she paid someone to do it." Tyler raised his brows.
"You have proof?"
"Heard it from Les Crabtree," Desiree said. "He sold her the policy a couple of weeks ago."
"I'll verify that with Les."
Tyler checked his watch.
"Can you come by the station at 5:30? You can tell me about it then."
Desiree smiled. "Can't wait." Chapter 17.
"I'm going to need your help, Sen,"
Tyler sighed. We sat in his tiny office at the rear of the police precinct, where we had gone immediately after notifying Valerie and Desiree about Richard's murder. The precinct itself was located on the main floor of City Hall. A long, narrow hall separated the outer office from Tyler's office, an interview room, and a small holding cell. "Thought you would never ask." Valerie would arrive at any moment. When she did, all of Tyler's focus would be on questioning her. Tyler smiled.
"I'm going to deputize you temporarily, but you have to give up any rights to publish anything you see or hear."
I raised my hands in mock protest. "Silence the press?"
"Like I said, it's only temporary. I'll conduct the interviews for both Valerie and Desiree here. I don't know either of them personally, but I do know Antonio quite well. I don't want any accusations of bias. That's why I asked the Shady Creek police to do a preliminary interview with him instead. They've already processed Antonio for forensics, so it's logical that they conduct his initial interview. I want his version of events before he talks to anyone else. It also gives me time to interview Valerie and Desiree. Since I'm the sole member of the Westwick Corners police force, I can't do it all. I don't want to hand off the entire investigation to Shady Creek, either.
I nodded. Tyler and Antonio occasionally went fishing together and saw each other often. What do you need from me?
My immediate focus is on the crime scene. I'll get the forensics back from the lab soon, but before that happens, I want to do a walkthrough of the winery and get a sense of what's there. But before that, I have to interview both of Richard's 2 love interests. I don't know either of them very well. What can you tell me about them?
Valerie was born and raised here, I said. She was a champion equestrian by her teens and competed in show jumping, financed by her wealthy parents. She quit that 10 years ago, and now she breeds racehorses, among other things. She's had a lot of failed business opportunities. Her wellness spa and resort went bankrupt, and a corporate ranch retreat never really got off the ground. Lots of friends, but lots of enemies, too. She takes advantage of people's generosity sometimes. She never loses her temper, but she does get back at people who've wronged her. Like Desiree. And maybe Richard, too.
Give me an example,
Tyler said. Before it went bankrupt, Valerie's wellness spa had a deal with a local clothing store. Valerie sold their clothing at her spa on commission. They had a falling out when the store owner complained around town that Valerie wasn't paying her bills. Valerie retaliated by accusing the store owner of unreported sales and tax evasion. The store owner was cleared of any wrongdoing, but only after spending a small fortune on legal fees to clear her name.
Happily married?
Tyler asked. You'd have to ask Valerie, but I'm guessing not. Would you be happy if your spouse was openly having an affair for the last 5 years?
How long has she been married to Richard?
I think about 15 years. They started dating shortly after the bank transferred him here, and they got married a year or so later. They don't have any kids, just lots of dogs and horses.
All right. Valerie should be here any minute now. I want you to observe her reactions and take lots of notes.
That I can do. As a journalist, I was accustomed to watching people's reactions, body language, and facial tics. They revealed a lot about a person, especially in stressful situations when their guard was down. 10 minutes later, I stood in the room adjacent to the interview room, behind one-way glass. Valerie Harcourt sat on the right of a small rectangular table, and Tyler sat on the left. Valerie twisted her body sideways on her chair, clearly uncomfortable. She avoided direct eye contact with Tyler as she fidgeted with her purse strap. She stared blankly into space, barely acknowledging his presence. She was either in shock, medicated, or both.
Tell me about Richard,
Tyler said.
Did he mention any plans to visit Lombard Wines today?
Valerie shook her head. No, but Richard told me what happened when he went over to Antonio's place on Friday. He said that Antonio was pretty upset when he found out the bank was going to foreclose on the winery, that Antonio hadn't been himself lately and was acting kind of unpredictable. Richard feared for his safety and thought Antonio might retaliate somehow. Antonio even threatened to kill Richard if he foreclosed on Lombard Wines. Richard never thought he would actually do it, but he worried just the same. He told me to keep our doors locked at home, make sure the driveway gate was locked, and to generally be aware of things.
When did he tell you this?
Friday night, after work, right as we were sitting down to dinner. He had just come back from Lombard Wines. Tyler scratched his chin, as if debating his next words.
Valerie, this may be a rumor, but I have to ask. Were you and Richard having marriage problems?
Valerie let out a small laugh, though it sounded empty. I guess everybody in town knew about Richard and Desiree's affair but me. I'm such a fool for not knowing, because all the signs were there.
His so-called business trips, the late-night calls. Anybody would be surprised, Valerie. She sniffled and took a tissue from the box on the table. I always thought we were happily married. Boy, was I blindsided. I only found out a month ago, believe it or not. And to think it has been going on for 5 years. How was your marriage otherwise? Tyler asked. Valerie shrugged. Does it matter? Everything I thought to be true was a lie. How would you feel if your spouse had a years-long affair you knew nothing about? I was furious and told Richard that I was filing for divorce right away. How did he react? Tyler asked. He said he was sorry, that he didn't want to lose me. He told me he would immediately break it off. And did he? Valerie shook her head. Not at first, no. He gave me a bunch of excuses that he needed more time to end things with her. But when I hired a divorce attorney a few days later, he pleaded with me to stay. He said he wanted to work on our marriage and begged me not to go through with it. So, that's where we ended up, trying to move forward somehow. I put the divorce on hold, and we went for our first marriage counseling session a couple of days ago. Richard was supposed to tell Desiree it was over on Friday night. At the mention of Desiree, her eyes flashed with anger. As Tyler scribbled notes, I studied Valerie, who had changed into more comfortable attire. She wore a baggy fleece jacket over her linen shirt, which was now wrinkled and dirty. She had swapped her designer jeans and boots for sweatpants and sneakers. A grieving spouse usually didn't care about her appearance. She chose comfort over fashion. A killing spouse cared very much. Her clothes were a costume, and she dressed to play a part. Which role was Valerie playing? Tyler set his pencil down and stared at Valerie. Why did you go to the wine festival looking for Richard? A lot of people said you were pretty upset. You better believe I was upset. Her voice rose in frustration. Richard promised to break it off with Desiree and never talk to her again. Instead, I find out that he picked her up that morning and took her to the wine festival. Wouldn't you be upset? Tyler didn't respond. Instead, he asked, Where were you this morning, Valerie? You think I did this? You're out of your mind, Sheriff Gates. Just answer the question, please. I was out on the trails with my horse, she sobbed. Did anyone see you? Tyler stood and moved his chair out from behind the table. He moved it down the side of the table, cutting the distance between them in half, the table no longer a barrier between them. He sat down and pulled his chair even closer. Now the distance between them was only a few feet. All I saw was his back. I focused even more closely on Valerie. She didn't answer the question. Instead, she shrank back in her chair, looking scared. Tyler repeated it. Any witnesses that can confirm your whereabouts, Valerie? Did you talk to anyone on the trail? Valerie bit her lip and shook her head no. Am I a suspect? I'm only trying to get to the bottom of things. Did you kill Richard? Why would I kill him? I just told you. I would have filed for divorce if Richard hadn't begged me not to. I was already ending things. Divorce can be expensive. You wind up giving your cheating husband half of everything. Now that he's gone, everything is yours. Problem solved. No, Sheriff. Our mortgage was paid off, and we had plenty invested. Our finances were better than ever. There was enough money for both of us to go our separate ways. Richard's job paid well, and I didn't want for anything. Except love from a cheating husband, Tyler said. Many crimes of passion start with betrayal. I could understand if you... Antonio killed him, and you know it, Valerie said. Why aren't you talking to him instead of me? Instead of answering her question, Tyler said, We are talking to every person who had any involvement whatsoever with Richard. Some we interview to corroborate facts. Others we interview to establish a timeline. Those with confirmed alibis we rule out. He looked pointedly at Valerie. She stood. Well, unless I'm under arrest, you can't keep me here.
Am I free to go, Sheriff, or do I need to call a lawyer? Tyler nodded.
You can go. Just don't go anywhere without letting me know.
Valerie brushed past him without another word and slammed the door behind her. Chapter 18. I jumped at the voice beside me. I had been alone in the adjoining room, or at least I had thought I was.
Isn't she a piece of work? A big insurance payoff that she can hardly wait to get her greedy little hands on.
Aunt Pearl, is the wine festival over already? She shook her head.
I called a 10-minute break before we start judging the next category. Where's the sheriff? I've got critical information about Richard's murder that he needs to know.
Does it involve you stealing Antonio's wine from the crime scene?
Of course not. You better not start throwing accusations around if you want any cooperation from me.
Tyler opened the door at that very moment.
Cooperation about what?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Aunt Pearl was pretty sneaky, and she never revealed her methods. If she did, you could be sure she was lying. Deception was part of the craft.
I would, actually,
Tyler said.
What have you got?
Aunt Pearl grinned.
Oh, I've got intel that you would not believe.
I was tired of dealing with my aunt's mind games. Aunt Pearl says she has critical information about the case. Aunt Pearl glared at me.
Don't steal my thunder, Sandrine.
Sorry. I rolled my eyes to show her I wasn't sorry at all.
Oh?
Tyler crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. He looked thoroughly unconvinced of Aunt Pearl's claim.
Tell me what you know, Pearl.
I was the last person to see Richard alive, aside from the killer, of course.
Tyler opened the door and motioned for Aunt Pearl to follow.
Let's go into the interview room. It's big enough so we can all sit down.
Fine by me,
Aunt Pearl said.
I'm going to need the witness protection program once I tell you everything. Can I pick my new name, or does it get assigned?
Not sure, but I'll find out,
Tyler said.
Now, tell me what you know.
Aunt Pearl frowned.
Not so fast. What's in it for me, Sheriff?
Tyler shrugged.
A clear conscience by doing the right thing and seeing justice served. Is that good enough for you?
Aunt Pearl scowled.
That's it?
I'm afraid so, Pearl.
She sighed.
It'll have to do, I guess. But I want to be on Dateline. It's my favorite true crime show.
Tyler glanced at his watch.
I'll keep that in mind. Now, tell me what you know.
As you know, I was very busy serving customers at Pearl's Palace, my roadside bar. Did you see all my customers, Sheriff? Even after you forced me to a lousy location, I still had a full house. The chairs were full, and people even sat on the grass just for a chance to enjoy some nice wines. Anyway, I had just served the last bottle of Antonio's exquisite Lombard wines Meritage, when who should tear out of the parking lot but Richard Harcourt in that fancy sports car of his. He was in such a big hurry, no consideration for anybody but himself. He peeled out of there so fast that he sprayed gravel all over the side of Pearl's Palace. He left scratches on the palace siding, Sheriff.
Sorry to hear that, Pearl. Where did Richard go?
Tyler asked.
He headed down the highway in the direction of Lombard Wines.
I raised my hand to object. But Richard's Corvette was in the parking lot. Aunt Pearl shrugged.
I know what I saw.
What time was this?
Aunt Pearl shrugged.
I'm not sure exactly, but I think it was between 8 and 9 a.m. The wine tasting hadn't started yet, and there were dozens of wine lovers who couldn't wait for the official event to start. I was far too busy serving drinks to stop and check the time, but it was early. Anyway, right after that, I saw Antonio. His truck was parked beside Richard's, and I saw the two of them talking just before Richard left in a hurry. I tried to get Antonio's attention to tell him that I had already sold enough wine to pay his overdue mortgage payments, but he just blew me off. He tore out of the parking lot right after Richard. So ungrateful.
Okay, so Antonio didn't actually forget his wine like he said. I made quote marks with my fingers. I thought that was a weird thing to forget at the time. You took Antonio's wine and sold it out from under him. Aunt Pearl threw her arms up in the air.
Who cares as long as the stuff gets sold?
I care, I said. Antonio had no idea, and he never gave you permission to sell his wine. When he discovered his wine cases were empty, he had to return to the winery to get more wine to replace what you sold. Aunt Pearl sniffed.
Whatever. You'd think he would be more grateful for everything I've done for him. I bottled his wine for him, got him a girlfriend, and sold a year's worth of wine for him, all in less than a day. Damn, I'm good. But Antonio can't even say thank you.
A year's worth of wine? We didn't bottle that much yesterday. As soon as I uttered the words, I realized what she'd done. You conjured up more wine? You know it's against Wicca rules to profit using witchcraft.
Relax, Sen. Antonio's contest wine was legit. The only magical wine is the stuff I sold at my roadside bar. I made it exactly like his, so everybody will be happy. Let's just say I automated the process. I'm not breaking any rules because I'm giving him all the profits.
I doubted the Wicca Council would agree with that logic, but I kept my mouth shut. Aunt Pearl continued.
Back to my story. Like I said, Antonio left right after Richard. He practically followed him out of the parking lot.
Were they both headed in the same direction?
Tyler asked.
Yes. Aren't you listening, Sheriff? Antonio was following Richard toward Lombard Wines.
Even more incriminating evidence against Antonio, I said. But if they were meeting, why didn't they just do it at the wine festival?
Maybe they wanted their meeting kept secret,
Aunt Pearl said.
They both seemed in a hurry. At any rate, I don't see how Antonio could have discovered Richard's body. Antonio was following Richard in his car, practically tailgating him. Richard was very much alive from what I could see, and Antonio was the last person to see him.
Tyler nodded.
Antonio called minutes later to report Richard's body in the cellar. The timeline fits. Enough time to kill someone. Barely enough.
Nobody saw Richard after that.
Aunt Pearl gasped.
You realize that I'm the star witness? What if the killer comes after me?
Tyler shook his head.
I'll keep you safe, Pearl. Just don't talk about this to anyone. I'm not publicly releasing the news until after the wine festival. I'm only talking to you right now to get your eyewitness account. Can I count on you?
Of course, Sheriff. But how did Richard die?
Aunt Pearl asked.
I'm not releasing the cause of death yet, Pearl.
Not even to me?
Her lower lip stuck out in a pout.
I bet you told Sandrine, didn't you?
His mouth turned up ever so slightly into a trace of a smile.
Sorry, Pearl. I'm not releasing that information to anyone, not even to you.
My chest was suddenly heavy as the evidence against Antonio mounted ever higher. It was hard to think otherwise. He had the means, motive, and opportunity. He had discovered the body, putting himself at the crime scene. And the short time frame meant it was almost impossible for anyone else to have committed the crime. Only Antonio had access to the wine cellar. Richard was about to steal the winery out from under Antonio and ruin his entire life. I didn't want to think of Antonio as a killer, but desperation could drive the nicest people to commit despicable acts. I had always thought that I knew Antonio quite well, but it was getting harder and harder to quell the seeds of doubt that sprouted in my mind. Chapter 19.
I need your help, Pearl. Can I count on you?
Tyler asked. Aunt Pearl eyed Tyler suspiciously.
Count on me for what? Is this some kind of trick?
Tyler shook his head.
Not a trick, no. You're a woman of many talents, and only you can help me with this important assignment.
Is that so?
Aunt Pearl looked thoughtful.
What do I get if I say yes?
Seeing justice served,
Tyler replied.
At a minimum, I want my Dateline segment to last longer than yours, Sheriff. I should really be Antonio's co-star, if not the star. I'm the one who cracked this case wide open.
Aunt Pearl extended her bony arms, almost smacking me in the process. Antonio is innocent until proven guilty, Aunt Pearl. He hasn't been charged with a crime, at least not yet. Tyler is the chief investigator, and there's no way you'd have more airtime. I stopped myself mid-sentence as I realized that I sounded as ridiculous as she did. On the other hand, you could provide background commentary. I'm sure the producers would fit you into the story. Tyler nodded.
If you're involved in helping to solve the crime, obviously they'll want to interview you. The key word is help, Pearl. Can you do that? There's no fame or money involved, but you would be helping to catch a killer. Do that, and I'll make you an honorary deputy.
I'll consider it. What do you want me to do?
Chapter 20. Tyler didn't tell me what he had asked Aunt Pearl to do, and I didn't ask. I'd rather not know, though I suspected his request was mostly a ruse to prevent her interference in the investigation, which, in a way, was helping out. I pulled my laptop from my purse and resumed my secure tech research. The company's website was sparse on information, probably to thwart any would-be criminals. There was plenty of information online about various security technology in user forums, though. Apparently, the locks were popular. I gleaned quite a lot of knowledge on the biometric fingerprint feature from several forums. From what I could see, Antonio was right. The lock actually was foolproof. Just like Antonio, a few users had set up a single user with no backup plan. Those cases had all ended the same. The lock and bolt locking mechanism had to be cut out of the door, ruining both in the process. It was theft-proof, but not idiot-proof. The combination lock was another story. Like any lock, it could be defeated. Not that it mattered with the hack-proof fingerprint scan. I left a message at the number on the website for someone to call me first thing Monday morning. It couldn't hurt, but I already knew we couldn't wait that long. In the next few hours, I had to learn everything I could about secure tech, or die trying. I rose from my chair and poured 2 cups of coffee from the ancient-looking Mr. Coffee coffee maker behind the desk. I found an almost empty carton of milk in the fridge and poured it into my cup. I carried the 2 cups into Tyler's office and handed him the black coffee. Tyler thanked me as he took the coffee cup.
What do you know about Desiree?
More than I wanted to know, and more than I wanted to share with Tyler. People were attracted to Desiree's charisma and magnetic personality. She was generous with compliments and friendship, and she made everyone feel special. As long as they did what she wanted, that is. If not, her friendship turned to betrayal, and her compliments to accusations. Desiree was calculating in her friendships, choosing those who moved in the right social circles, lived in classy neighborhoods, and shared her expensive tastes. The town was divided between those who loved her and those who despised the very sight of her. Her gossip and lies turned friends against one another, and some even into enemies. At least one man, Richard, had turned into a cheating husband. But I had to stick to facts, not feelings. I took a deep breath. Desiree moved here about 5 years ago. She moved from Seattle, claiming she made a fortune in real estate as a top realtor. She's definitely got money.
She told you that?
Tyler asked. I shook my head. Not me directly, but that's the word around town. She also spends a lot. She bought Verdant Valley Vineyards for cash and has put a lot of money into it. She claims her winemaking is only a hobby, but rumor has it she's been importing expensive grapes to gain an edge over the other local winemakers. She claims her wine is estate-grown, but her winery sales are about 10 times the amount she could grow in her own vineyard. She's obviously buying more grapes beyond what she grows. She denies it, of course. Tyler scratched his chin.
So Antonio's claims are true?
I nodded. Desiree and Richard started their affair soon after she moved here. Desiree even bragged about it, saying Richard gave her more than a mortgage. Word got around pretty quickly. I understand why Valerie wanted a divorce. She must have found it humiliating.
Is Desiree's wine any good?
He asked. I shrugged. It's not bad, but it's not special enough to win first place every year. It doesn't stand out as superior over the other local wines. I don't think she has a motive to kill Richard, though. She benefits much more from him being alive than dead. Being his girlfriend meant that he fixed the wine judging every year, so she won Wine of the Year. They seemed happy together.
Maybe she wanted more from him than first place in a wine contest, Tyler said. Surely she wanted him to leave Valerie. 5 years is a long time to date someone. Maybe their relationship soured when he promised to leave her but never did.
True enough. But Desiree was about to finally have Richard all to herself if Valerie went through with a divorce. Tyler and I had dated for almost a year now. What's the right amount of time to date someone? He blushed.
I don't know exactly, but there comes a time when you just know you are either with the right person or you're not.
Am I the right person? I blurted the words out before I realized what I was saying. I wanted to take it back immediately. What if he didn't feel the same way I did?
Most definitely.
He leaned in for a kiss.
Sen, I knew the moment I met you. I doubt that Richard's the best thing that has ever happened to Desiree, though. She strikes me as an opportunist. She wasn't only in this relationship for love, or even to win the wine contest. He manages the bank, so maybe there's something there.
She's already rich, I pointed out. 5 years is a long time to wait for Richard to leave Valerie. Maybe she gave Richard an ultimatum, and he ignored it.
Or,
Tyler paused as he searched for words.
Maybe Desiree only claimed that she wanted Richard to get a divorce, but didn't really mean it. When Valerie set the wheels in motion by filing for divorce, Desiree could be with Richard all of the time. If she had just been using him for favors and didn't truly love him, that would be a problem for her.
I shook my head. If Desiree didn't want Richard anymore, she could simply break up with him and simply walk away. She had no motive to kill him. Tyler nodded.
She also has an ironclad alibi. Dozens of people saw her at the wine show at various times throughout the morning.
She could have gotten someone to kill him, I said. Except she didn't have a need to do that. Tyler checked his watch.
She's also half an hour late for her appointment.
As if on cue, the precinct office door slammed, and a woman called from the outer office. "Yoo-hoo! Sheriff Gates! Anybody here?" It was Desiree LeBlanc, probably hoping to make a grand entrance, but it fizzled. I was secretly glad there was no one there to greet her. I stayed in the small room adjacent to the interview room unseen while Tyler stepped into the outer office to greet her. They exchanged hellos as Tyler directed Desiree to the interview room and motioned for her to take a seat. "I came as soon as I could." Desiree smiled at Tyler. Her lower lip trembled as she said softly, "I still can't believe it. My Richard, gone. Just like that." I assessed Desiree through the one-way mirror. She wore burgundy suede boots, matching tights, and a long designer sweater accented with an expensive-looking gold and amethyst pendant. And she had doused herself in perfume. It tickled my nose, even though I was in the next room. Desiree had taken the time to change her clothes, pick up a takeout coffee, and even restyle her hair. Her long blonde hair was now in an updo, tendrils framing her face and accentuating her deep blue eyes. The wine festival was a disaster this year. Without Richard judging, there was no... She stopped herself mid-sentence, put her head down, and sobbed. Such a manipulator. Was Tyler falling for it? I couldn't tell. After a full minute, Desiree looked up again. She leaned back in her chair and let out a heavy sigh. "This is going to be hard. I miss Richard so much already." Tyler sat down opposite her.
"I'm sorry for your loss, Desiree. Any idea who would want to kill Richard?"
"Of course. I know who did it, Sheriff. Antonio was caught red-handed at the murder scene. He killed my sweetheart." Desiree sobbed uncontrollably. Tyler pushed the box of tissues on the table toward her.
"We haven't reached any conclusions one way or another yet, Desiree. The investigation is ongoing. What we do know for sure is that Antonio returned to his winery and found Richard in the cellar. At least that's his version of events."
Desiree's mouth dropped open. "You're not going to charge him?"
"Like I said, the investigation is underway, and we will explore every single lead."
"Is this being recorded?" Desiree's eyes narrowed as she scanned the room, stopping at the one-way glass. Tyler nodded.
We record all our interviews.
Oh. Desiree's massive diamond dinner ring glinted as she tucked a stray hair behind her ear. Not only was she being recorded, but she was also being watched. By me. She looked down at the table and placed her hands in her lap. A moment later, she raised her head and eyed the one-way glass with a penetrating stare. She fondled her amethyst pendant with manicured fingers that had never endured even a minute of manual labor. I flushed, unnerved. I knew she couldn't see me. Even if she suspected someone behind the one-way glass, she had no way of knowing it was me. Regardless, I disliked deceiving anyone, even a person I didn't like very much. Part of me wanted to run into the interview room and give myself up. Tyler had only asked me to observe, I reminded myself. Anyone in a police interview room would assume they were being watched behind either one-way glass, a camera, or both. It was standard operating procedure on almost every police show. Clearly, Desiree wasn't thinking that, or she wouldn't have started flirting with Tyler. She reached across the table and placed her hand on his. "Sheriff, you're a man. You know how men are when their masculinity is threatened." Tyler didn't say anything. Desiree raised her eyebrows, her hand still resting on Tyler's. "Men can lose their cool sometimes. Richard had a temper. I guess Antonio does too. In the heat of the moment, things can get a little heated." Tyler remained expressionless. Desiree's hand remained on top of his. I remained behind the one-way glass, but just barely. I was out of my seat, seething with anger. I paced back and forth, fuming. It was all I could do not to burst into that room and yank her hand off of his. Tyler slowly slid his hand out from under Desiree's and picked up a pen. He scribbled something on the notepad in front of him. Desiree sighed. She leaned forward. "I'm going to let you in on a little secret, Sheriff." Tyler mirrored her posture and leaned forward. He rested his elbows on the table.
What's that?
Desiree put her hand on top of Tyler's again, moving slowly upward to encircle her manicured fingers around his wrist. "Antonio came to talk to me a couple of weeks ago. He pleaded with me to help him to get Richard to postpone the foreclosure. I told him that nothing I said would change Richard's mind, and that Richard had no choice. He had to enforce bank policy if someone didn't pay their mortgage. He took his job seriously, you know. I told Antonio it was futile, and his time would be better spent finding a way to catch up on the late payments. But he refused to listen to reason. Instead, he pleaded with me to talk to Richard. I did end up talking to Richard. I asked him if there were any mortgage loopholes to give Antonio a little more time. He said he would check it out, do it for me. What if Richard ended up meeting with Antonio just because I asked? Could I somehow be responsible for Antonio's actions?" She lowered her head and cried. Tyler slid the box of tissues closer to Desiree with his free hand. He didn't pull his other hand away, but his jaw muscles tightened ever so slightly. Why didn't Tyler pull his hand away from Desiree's? Was it an interview tactic to make Desiree feel at ease? Or something else? Aunt Pearl didn't like me dating the town sheriff and felt more strongly about it as our relationship grew more serious. Had she put some sort of attraction spell on Tyler and Desiree to break us up? No. Although she probably wanted to break us up, she cared about me and wouldn't do anything to break my heart. I had to believe that. But I wouldn't put it past her to place a lesser spell on him. There was one way to find out. I focused on Tyler and whispered under my breath. "Spell me a river. Spell me a song. Show me the spells that bewitched this one." The magical thoughts inside his head now fade to naught. He thinks of me instead. I will take them on. I will right this wrong and restore all fates before too long. I stopped myself just in time. I was about to place a spell on my boyfriend. True, it was a clearing spell, meant to undo an existing spell, if in fact one existed. Still, it was interfering in somebody's life. Tyler's, no less. What the heck was wrong with me? Tyler was well aware of my supernatural capabilities. He also trusted me completely. But would he be okay with me casting a spell on him, even if it was to protect him? Probably not. Tyler was a grown man, perfectly capable of taking care of himself, and most of the time he took care of Aunt Pearl's antics in a good-natured way, despite her constant harassment. I was acting more out of my own self-interest than Tyler's. Whether Aunt Pearl had cast a spell on Tyler or not, it was wrong of me to do the same. My cheeks flushed with shame. I knew in my heart that Tyler loved me. Even if all that changed tomorrow, I couldn't make him love me forever by casting a spell. No amount of magic could force love. No amount of magic could erase true love, either. Casting spells for the wrong reasons often worked short-term, but in the long term, it eroded trust. I was so much better than this. Yes, I was now an accomplished witch. With that came a downside. It was far too easy to take matters into my own hands and cast spells to make the world work the way I wanted it to. Just as billionaires bought whatever they wanted with their money, I had magic at my disposal. As a witch, I could cast spells to make my dreams a reality. But the ability to do something didn't make it the right thing to do. I finally understood why Aunt Pearl often cast spells when things didn't go her way. It was tempting to throw a witch tantrum when things worked out differently than you wanted. Aunt Pearl was a very talented witch, but with character flaws. She was impatient, vindictive, and used to getting her own way. While I looked up to her witch-wise, I didn't want to use my powers frivolously or vindictively. Yeah, I was better than this. I took a deep breath and quickly muttered a reversal spell to undo my misguided clearing spell. Then I refocused on Tyler and Desiree. I wasn't about to lose my cool over that manipulating minx. Breathe. Tyler was only doing his job. Part of that involved using a bit of psychology with Desiree. He wanted her to feel comfortable enough to let her guard down. A good interviewer builds rapport and trust. If Tyler pulled his hand away, Desiree's guard would go back up. I still didn't like that Desiree was getting a little too comfortable with my boyfriend. I still wanted to run into the next room and rip her hand off Tyler's. I still wanted to place a curse on her. I could want whatever I wanted, though, and it wouldn't change anything. Tyler had to question Desiree, and I was present only to observe, not interfere. Of course, Tyler knew I was behind the glass, watching everything unfold, hoping I didn't barge into the room and blow my cover. Which I would, spell or no spell, if she didn't remove her hand right now. Thankfully, at that very moment, Tyler removed his hand, under the pretext of picking up his pen again to jot down some notes. I exhaled, feeling both relieved and embarrassed about my jealousy. It infuriated me that the minute Desiree caught Tyler alone, she flirted with him. I had lost what little respect I had ever had for her. Everybody knew Desiree to be manipulative, not above charming people in order to get what she wanted. But it took on a whole new meaning when her target was my boyfriend. And she was here because her boyfriend had just been murdered. I couldn't imagine myself acting that way if something had happened to Tyler. I jolted back to reality. My job was to watch the interview, not let my mind wander. Tyler was talking.
When did you last see Richard?
Well, I don't know. He drove me to the wine festival early this morning, Desiree said. We both went inside. I was in a hurry to see if my booth was in the same place as last year. You know what they say in real estate. Location, location, location. She laughed nervously. Thankfully, everything was set up the way I wanted. Richard went back to the car a few times to bring in my wine. I had to bring extra cases this year because my wine is so popular.
What time was all this?
Tyler asked. Around 9-ish.
That was the last time you saw him? Around 9 a.m.?
Well, I didn't check my watch at the time, But it was around then. Richard never told me he was going anywhere, if that's what you're getting at.
He didn't mention a meeting with Antonio?
Desiree shook her head. Not to me. I doubt he had prearranged plans to meet him because he wouldn't schedule something the same day as the wine festival. But maybe he took pity on Antonio. Richard really did have a soft spot for people down on their luck.
Did you see him talking to Antonio?
Desiree nodded. Antonio pulled Richard aside just as we walked into the gym. I turned away to talk to someone, and when I looked again, they were both gone.
You saw them leave together?
No, only that they weren't standing there together anymore. I figured Richard had gone on to do other things to get ready for the day. Wine Festival Day is one of his busiest days of the year. And on top of that, we had special plans for later tonight. I think he was planning to ask me to... Desiree's voice broke into a sob. He was going to ask me to marry him.
You two discussed this?
Tyler didn't mention the obvious fact that Richard was already married to someone else. Desiree pulled a tissue from the box and dabbed her eyes. Yes, in general. He said he had a surprise for me tonight. Valerie had told him she was filing for divorce. Finally. He was happy about it, relieved. That was even though divorce gave her half of everything. Richard said we could finally be together at last. But I guess it wasn't meant to be. Desiree dropped her head into her hands and sobbed. Chapter 21. Minutes after Desiree's departure, the precinct's outer door flew open. Aunt Pearl rushed inside, breathless. She slammed the door and leaned against it.
It's exhausting enforcing the law. I promised Tyler I would make sure the wine festival got shut down when the liquor license expired.
That was your secret assignment? I asked, wondering how she managed to single-handedly disperse all the attendees when the judging hadn't gone ahead.
Of course not, Sen. That was the easiest of the two things he asked me to do. It's all taken care of.
She sat down across the table and stared at me. Her eyes gleamed with excitement.
Damn, I'm good.
How did your top-secret task work out? I was dying to know what Tyler had asked her to do and hoped to trick her into revealing it.
Sorry, Sen. That's classified information. I've been sworn to secrecy.
She made a zipping motion across her lips. You can be sure that whatever Tyler tells you, he tells me, too. Aunt Pearl snorted.
Oh, I'm sure he didn't tell you, Sen. You would ruin everything.
I looked toward the inner office to make sure Tyler wasn't near and said, I know what you did, Aunt Pearl. You stole Mom's gate key to Lombard Wines.
I did not, Sandrine. I'm not a thief.
You took Antonio's wine, though. You can't deny that you were selling it in plain sight at your roadside bar. She shrugged.
That wasn't stealing. I repurposed it. It was for a good cause.
Removing the wine from Antonio's truck without his permission makes you a thief, no matter how good your intentions were. I was furious and curious all at the same time. How did you get inside the Lombard Wines gate if you didn't have a key?
Isn't that obvious, even to you, Sen?
Did you tell Tyler what you did?
Of course not. And don't you dare tell him either. Witches don't tell on other witches, Sandrine.
Chapter 22. Tyler was in his office, talking on the phone to the Shady Creek detectives. From what I could overhear, the detectives had pulled surveillance footage from several businesses along the route from the wine festival to Lombard Wines. There was more traffic than usual due to the wine festival, but most of that traffic had been headed to the wine festival in the opposite direction from Lombard Wines. The Shady Creek police had finished questioning Antonio and released him without charge, at least for now. Trina had already left on the hour-long drive to pick him up. I sat in the precinct's outer office, my coffee gone cold. I had researched everything I could online about the SecureTech lock, and everything seemed to indicate it couldn't be hacked. Then again, instruction manuals didn't assume the use of witchcraft. Aunt Pearl had already admitted to sneaking through the Lombard gate. Was it possible that she, or another witch for that matter, could cast a spell to override the biometric fingerprint scanner? I needed to fully understand the Secure Tech lock's strengths and weaknesses, but I couldn't do that without an actual lock. I couldn't exactly play around with Antonio's Secure Tech lock and destroy evidence. I also didn't have the instruction manual, and we were no closer to uncovering additional viable suspects. We were missing an important piece of the puzzle and running out of time. I could buy another lock, but that would take time and money that we didn't have. If this didn't justify witchcraft, I didn't know what did. If I couldn't buy a lock, then I would have to conjure one up. Technically, I was committing a Wicca violation because I was getting a valuable item for free. I hated breaking rules. On the other hand, I knew why Aunt Pearl always flouted the rules. They were rigid, one-size-fits-all rules that didn't always make sense. Right now, I had no other options. I shut my eyes and pictured the lock in my mind as I whispered the spell. 1, 2, 3. Secure Tech, make it be. Poof! A cardboard box with Secure Tech lettering appeared before my eyes. A split second later, it dropped onto the table with a loud thud.
Sen, you okay out there?
Tyler called.
What was that noise?
Nothing. I dropped a book. I pulled the box toward me and waited until I was sure he wasn't coming to investigate. Then I opened it and pulled out the instructions. I would set up the lock with my own fingerprint and then try various ways to bypass the biometric reader. At least, that was the plan. Since I'm not a locksmith or even mechanically inclined, I was basically winging it, hoping that step-by-step on-the-fly witchcraft would unlock the mystery, so to speak. But first, I had to read the instructions in their entirety. I couldn't afford to make one mistake. The combination lock was straightforward. The factory setting was 12345. In order to change it, I had to insert the special lock reset tool that came with the lock, then punch in the code I wanted. I reset the code to 77711 and locked it. Then I removed the reset tool and entered the code. It unlocked. It worked. I set about starting the next step, my initial fingerprint scan. As I was about to begin, I had an epiphany. It was so obvious in retrospect, yet none of us had thought of it. At this moment in time, I held a biometric lock with no biometric setting. What if Antonio's lock had never been set up properly? He had mentioned that the green light wasn't working. If that was the case, then it widened the field of suspects. All the killer had to do was defeat the combination lock, not the fingerprint scanner. My hands shook as I read the instructions. Tyler, get out here. We have to go back to the winery. Chapter 23. I filled Tyler in on my findings as we raced to Lombard Wines. Antonio was warned not to return to his property until Tyler told him it was okay, so Trina had arranged for Antonio to stay with her. Still under the effects of Aunt Pearl's spell, he seemed happy to comply. "Did Antonio give you the lock combination?" I asked. Tyler nodded.
I suppose we can test it while keeping the door open. I'd rather the technician conduct the experiment, but there really isn't any downside risk. If we do something wrong, the tech can undo it later. We'll record everything just in case.
If we can find out who did this... I was already thinking ahead. We'd find new suspects, Antonio would avoid foreclosure, and everything would be good again. As long as my experiment worked, that is.
Don't get your hopes up, Sen. I don't want to think he did it either, but this is a long shot.
A long shot that needed to be proven within the next 24 hours. Otherwise, it would force Tyler's hand. As sheriff, Tyler decided if and when Lombard Winery would be released to its legal owner. That is, whomever the owner turned out to be on Monday morning, when the winery was officially foreclosed on. Technically, Antonio remained the legal occupant, regardless of whether the foreclosure happened. Eviction and other legalities took time to come into effect. We pulled up to the Lombard Wines gate, and Tyler jumped out of the Jeep to unlock the gate. I was well aware that we were looking for answers to questions that didn't make sense. I was glad Tyler was open to my suggestion. What seemed like an open and shut case was starting to look more like Antonio had been framed. The evidence against him was simply too perfect. Tyler parked the Jeep and turned to me.
I hope there's something here, Sen. I'm under a lot of pressure to charge Antonio. The case is in my jurisdiction, not Shady Creek's, but they think Antonio's the only one who could have done it. I'm sure to lose my job if I'm wrong on this.
I had the same nagging feeling as I followed Tyler across the parking lot. He unlocked the winery door, and we went inside. Despite the late afternoon sun streaming through the windows, the place felt eerie. I shut the door behind me and locked it. It was cool inside the building, but not as cold as it had been yesterday when we were bottling the wine. Had that only been yesterday? It seemed like a lifetime ago. Even if Antonio was the killer, he would never do it at his family's winery and vineyard, I said. He reveres this place.
We think that way because we know him, Sen. But that's based on emotion, not fact. Jurors will see Antonio as a desperate man with overwhelming evidence against him. They'll arrive at a unanimous guilty verdict, because right now there's no reasonable doubt that he didn't do it.
Except that Antonio seems to have given up on life in general, I said. He doesn't have the drive or even the energy to kill anyone.
The jurors won't know that, though.
Tyler sighed and headed across the floor to the stairs leading to the wine cellar. The cellar door was propped open with the wine barrel as before. It would remain that way until it could be reprogrammed by SecureTech, since no one other than Antonio could reopen the lock. I gulped, remembering Aunt Pearl's claim of a secret trip to the wine cellar. Was it all a lie designed to rile me up? I wouldn't mention Aunt Pearl's visit just yet. It would only cloud judgment. If I was right, my experiment would identify new suspects, and I'd deal with it then. I shivered as we descended the stairs to the wine cellar. The air was cooler and damper than I remembered. Shouldn't somebody be guarding this place? I asked.
The crime scene is cleared now, Tyler said. The forensic team has processed all the evidence. The lock and everything else have been dusted for prints.
But you never release crime scenes that quickly. Does that mean you're sure about—
I'm not sure about anything anymore,
he sighed.
But I'm confident we have all the evidence we can get. And delays make things complicated, with the bank foreclosing and all.
You have Antonio's code, right? Tyler nodded and handed me his phone.
Start recording now.
I held the phone up and started recording as Tyler removed a paper from his pocket and displayed it for the camera. I gasped. Are you kidding me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the factory setting. Antonio never even set up a new combination. Tyler frowned.
Could he still set up his fingerprint?
No, he couldn't have done that until he entered a new code, something different from the default. Either he reset it, or he never set it up in the first place. I don't get it. He sure talked like he had. And I saw him punch in his code and scan his index finger. So did Aunt Pearl.
How does the lock get reset?
You need a special tool that comes with the lock, I said. At least to change the combination you do. As for the fingerprint scan, Antonio said the green indicator light wasn't coming on. Either this lock was never set up for his fingerprint in the first place, or someone has had it reset to the factory setting.
Let's prove it.
Tyler entered the combination once more, but the deadbolt remained sticking out in the locked position. I guessed wrong, I said with a sigh. It does need a fingerprint. A few seconds later, the deadbolt clicked to open, surprising us both. It's a time delay, I said. What Antonio assumed was his fingerprint being read wasn't the case at all. Whether a fingerprint had been set up or not, the lock has a time delay programmed. That allows the user a few seconds for the combination number entry and the fingerprint scanner. It's a pretty long delay, so no wonder Antonio thought his fingerprint was actually being scanned. No green light should have been the tip-off that it wasn't actually working. I stopped the recording and handed Tyler's cell phone back to him.
Great work, Sen.
The lock is key.
Very funny.
Tyler smiled.
It doesn't rule out Antonio, but it adds more suspects to the mix.
Or there's one other possibility. One I hope isn't the case because then it still points back to Antonio. I had learned quite a bit about locks during my research.
What's that?
Tyler asked. Do you know the difference between a fail-safe lock and a fail-secure lock?
No idea,
Tyler said. Fail-safe locks are unlocked when the power goes out, whereas fail-secure locks stay locked when the power goes out. I don't know which one this lock is, but it's possible that if the power was cut, it could open the lock.
What happens to the fingerprint scan?
I shrugged. Maybe that gets erased. The instructions didn't mention what happened in a power failure. That's what I'm waiting to find out. I told him about the message I had left at Secure Lock.
The killer would also have to know that the lock is disabled when the power's cut,
Tyler pointed out. It's a very expensive lock, Tyler. You'd think it wouldn't disable.
That's what I'm thinking too,
Tyler said.
The real question is, who wants both Richard and Antonio out of the picture?
Chapter 24. By the time Tyler and I returned to the wine festival, it was shut down. The parking lot was empty, and the gym doors were locked. Surprisingly, Aunt Pearl really had wrapped everything up before the liquor license expired. Or had she? Hang on a sec. I jumped out of the Jeep and ran to the gym door, which displayed a large white sign. The note, in black Sharpie pen, directed all wine festival attendees to the only other place in town with a liquor license, my family's Witching Post Bar and Grill. I was pretty sure the redirection hadn't been part of Tyler's instructions. Aunt Pearl had simply moved the festival to our bar because it had a liquor license. Aunt Pearl, being Aunt Pearl, had exploited the situation for her own benefit. 10 minutes later, we arrived at the Witching Post to find overflow parking and loud, drunken voices drifting outside from the bar. We went inside to find it full to standing room only. Carolyn Conroe, Aunt Pearl's Marilyn Monroe look-alike alter ego, waved from the makeshift stage that had materialized in one corner of the bar. It had surely been conjured up, yet it was utilitarian compared to Aunt Pearl's usual over-the-top pyrotechnics and other attention-getting touches. Her witchcraft seemed a little off, but then again, she had been juggling wine sales, contest judging, and secret police assignments for most of the day. That was a lot for anyone to handle, even her. We stood inside the doorway. We had missed a lot, according to the large sign posted above the stage that declared the winners in each category. Mom's Witching Hour Red Merlot had won the Best New Wine category, the last category to be judged before the festival's liquor license had expired. There was only one more category left to judge, and it was the big one, Wine of the Year. My hopes that the judging would be wrapped up quickly were soon dashed. By now, the wine tasting and judging had deteriorated into a drinking game. I suspected that most people were here to see whether or not Desiree won or lost Wine of the Year, now that her boyfriend Richard was no longer judging. If she lost, there was bound to be trouble one way or another. It was one thing to be Desiree knocked out of first place in the Best New Wine category. Losing the Wine of the Year top prize was another thing altogether. She was certain to throw a tantrum if she lost. Things were shaping up to be a lot more contentious than previous wine festivals. The only good thing was that nobody seemed to care about Richard's absence. In fact, they seemed to be enjoying themselves more. Under Aunt Pearl's format, the contest was definitely more exciting and fun. The stage was too small to comfortably contain the 3 judges and Carolyn Conroe. They sat on bar stools instead of chairs, leaning into each other as they drunkenly swilled their glasses. They spilled wine, broke wine glasses, and came dangerously close to toppling off the stage like dominoes. Now, out of necessity, the judges reused their wine glasses instead of replacing them after each wine sample. "Drink up, everyone," Carolyn Conroe slurred into the microphone. She wore a sparkly red sequined evening gown cut from the same fabric as Aunt Pearl's tracksuit. "We're about to choose Wine of the Year, the overall winner of the Westwick Corners Wine Festival." Thank goodness. I turned to Tyler. "I wonder who it will be."
"Who cares, as long as it's someone," he said.
It couldn't happen soon enough as far as I was concerned. Suddenly, Desiree sprang from her seat. She ran up onto the stage and lunged for the microphone, accidentally knocking Carolyn down in the process. "You can't do this! This is not an officially sanctioned event!" Uh-oh. My pulse quickened. Aunt Pearl, or rather Carolyn, would never stand for such a challenge.
"She wouldn't."
Tyler's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Carolyn Conroe staggered to her feet and kicked Desiree's legs out from under her. Desiree tumbled onto the stage and curled into a defensive fetal position. Carolyn drew a deep breath and waved her hand in a big arc. She had just frozen everyone in the bar. Everyone who wasn't a witch, that is. Even Tyler stood motionless beside me. Mom ran out from behind the bar. "What is going on?" "Mom, she put a frozen spell on everyone," I shouted. "Stop it, Aunt Pearl." "Pearl, you can't treat people this way." Mom sounded irritated. "Undo it so we can finish the judging, and change back out of that ridiculous Carolyn caricature. You're confusing everybody." "Don't tell me what to do, Ruby. That woman attacked me. It was self-defense." But Carolyn did change back into Aunt Pearl. I glanced over at the stage where Desiree lay on her side, curled up in front of the three judges. "You didn't have to use such force."
"Nobody came to my aid in this lawless town."
Aunt Pearl's sickly sweet smile dared me to challenge her. I followed her gaze to Tyler, who stood motionless by the door. "How could he possibly help you? You froze him unconscious."
"Quit nitpicking, Sandrine."
I sighed in exasperation. This endless verbal sparring was going nowhere. I took a deep breath and recited the reversal spell. "Take the future, make it old. Now the present can be retold." Once I reversed my aunt's spell, I added a new one, a frozen spell directed only at her this time.
"What the heck?"
Aunt Pearl's hands twitched as she tried to move. She scanned the room in a panic, then glared at me.
"Sandrine, remove your spell at once."
It wasn't my best spell and was rather sloppily done, since Aunt Pearl could still move her head a little. Witchcraft on the fly was a messy business. "Sen?" Mom prompted. I quickly removed the spell. It had only lasted for a second or two, but it gave Aunt Pearl a taste of her own medicine. I returned to Tyler's side just in time. A loud murmur ran through the bar as everyone sprang back to life again. Tyler coughed.
"I just had the weirdest feeling. It was like I was asleep on my feet or something. Did you feel it, Sen?"
"Huh? Yeah, sort of." I was still preoccupied, watching Aunt Pearl as she resumed her place on stage. I had to somehow keep her and her magic in check so that this contest could come to a close. Meanwhile, Desiree was still on stage. She slowly rose to her feet and once again grabbed Aunt Pearl by the arm. Again, she tried to pull her off stage. "You're not a judge."
"Not pretending to be."
Aunt Pearl's feet remained firmly planted this time.
"I'm simply stepping in to maintain some order."
"No, you're not. You're creating chaos." Desiree stamped her foot in frustration. She turned and noticed us for the first time. "Sheriff, arrest this woman for assault." Tyler glanced at me and sighed.
"Give me a hand?"
I nodded, afraid that Aunt Pearl was about to unleash a new spate of spells that would only intensify the angrier she became. I steered her to the side of the stage, while Tyler escorted Desiree back to her table a few feet away. Desiree was intent on winning, and Aunt Pearl seemed dead set on making sure that didn't happen. Chapter 25. By now, Carol and Reggie were too drunk to continue judging, so we were right back where we started, but with one judge instead of three. Only difference, that one judge was now Earl. No one had complained, at least not yet. Desiree sat at her table, impatiently tapping her fingers. She looked ready to storm on stage to claim Wine of the Year as soon as first place was announced. Mom approached Desiree's table and placed a wine glass containing the last Wine of the Year sample on her table. Desiree's glass had been delayed due to her altercation with Aunt Pearl's alter ego, Carolyn. Whatever Mom had said seemed to calm Desiree down. She raised her glass, took a sip, followed by a second one. She leaned back in her chair and smiled. Aunt Pearl walked up to the microphone and blew into it loudly.
Are you ready to rumble?
The crowd clapped and yelled. Things were getting rowdier.
And we've got a winner.
She drew out the words like she was about to crown the next WBA boxing champ instead of a victorious vintner.
Earl, do the honors, please.
We all had ringside seats for what was about to be the Westwick Corners Wine Festival Fight of the Century. Tension was high as everyone held their breath waiting for Judge Earl to announce the winner. But it was Desiree who spoke first. She stood and tapped her wine glass. This is good. No, it's better than good. It's exquisite. Clearly the winner. The subtle notes of cherry and chocolate, aged in special antique oak barrels. I'd recognize my wine anywhere.
Let's see.
Earl tapped his pencil against his lip as he silently debated the scoring in each category. It fell from his fingers and clattered onto the stage. He bent to pick it up, but lost his balance. He staggered to his feet and rubbed his forehead.
I can't do this anymore, Pearl. I don't feel so good all of a sudden.
Aunt Pearl protested.
You can't stop now, Earl. You have a contest to judge.
But I feel sick.
Aunt Pearl held up her hand like a traffic cop.
I don't want to hear it. Why did you drink the wine? You were supposed to swirl it around in your mouth and spit it out.
She pointed to a large bowl that had suddenly materialized on the table in front of him.
You never told me that. Why didn't you say something? You know I don't drink.
Everybody knows how it's done, Earl. I thought it went without saying.
Aunt Pearl was self-centered and thoughtless, but she was never intentionally mean, especially not to Earl. She wasn't into public displays of affection, but her heart was solidly his. Yet she had unreasonably demanded that he, a non-drinker, consume copious amounts of wine. She knew he couldn't say no to her. It was bordering on cruelty, and I honestly thought she had lost her mind. Or if not her mind, at least her witchy talents and her common sense. At best, he would end up puking his brains out and passing out. At worst, he risked alcohol poisoning. Earl mock-saluted Aunt Pearl. Whether it was sarcasm or loyalty, I couldn't tell. But he picked up the remaining wine glass and raised it to his lips. He swirled the liquid around in his mouth and nodded slowly before swallowing.
Yes, sirree. This is the best one yet.
Chapter 26. Earl handed the paper to Aunt Pearl. She took a deep breath.
The winner is Ruby West and Witching Post Winery's Witching Hour Red Merlot. Come up here, Ruby, and accept your prize.
That can't be, Desiree screamed. You can't give first place to your sister, Pearl.
I did no such thing,
Aunt Pearl said.
We had a panel of independent judges.
Mom stepped onto the stage. I think there's been some kind of mistake. I couldn't possibly have won again. Winning Best New Wine was one thing, because she had knocked Desiree's contrived wine blend out of the top spot. But Wine of the Year was much more competitive, with several deserving contenders. Among them was Antonio's wine. Aunt Pearl grabbed the brown paper bag from underneath Earl's chair. A bottleneck protruded out from the bag, and she pulled it out, revealing the label I had painstakingly created and Desiree had insulted.
No mistake.
Aunt Pearl turned to Desiree.
It's Ruby's Witching Hour Red Merlot, all right. If I were you, Desiree, I would go back to your table now.
Desiree started to object, but when she saw Mom on stage, she changed her mind. She turned and stepped down off the stage and retreated to her table. Aunt Pearl handed the mic to Mom.
Acceptance speech time.
Had Mom won fair and square, or had she had help from Aunt Pearl's wine enhancement spells? Her wine was good, but was it truly better than no expenses spared Desiree's wine, or Antonio's smooth Syrah? If Aunt Pearl had in fact enhanced Mom's Witching Hour Red Merlot with a spell, then Desiree was right. There had been a mistake. I had no idea whether or not my spell had been strong enough to cancel the effects of Aunt Pearl's enhancement spell. Maybe it had even had the opposite effect. Canceling a spell sometimes made the original spell twice as strong. I had only cast that particular spell a couple of times, so I wasn't entirely confident about my abilities yet. What if I had accidentally made Mom's wine better? That also amounted to cheating, even if it was done unintentionally. Maybe I would never know. At any rate, Mom was well-versed enough in witchcraft to detect any of Aunt Pearl's shenanigans, or mine for that matter. If Aunt Pearl really had played a role, she most certainly would have taken credit for the win, and she hadn't done that. Mom beamed as she addressed the room. I can't believe I won, but most of all, I'm glad people like my wine. This win isn't just mine, though. I have a co-winner. Antonio Lombard and I made the wine together. Antonio and Trina were seated a few tables away from where we stood. Trina had picked him up in Shady Creek after he was released by the Shady Creek police without charge. Antonio smiled and gave Mom a wave.
Get up here, Antonio.
Aunt Pearl, ad hoc witch that she was, suddenly had a second trophy in her hand.
Come accept your award.
Antonio rose to his feet and walked to the stage. Oh, no, you don't. Desiree pointed at Tyler. Sheriff, aren't you going to arrest this man? A loud murmur went through the crowd. Despite the long day, Richard's murder hadn't reached the gossip mill yet. Valerie was at home and presumably hadn't talked to anyone. Neither had Antonio or Trina. Desiree and Aunt Pearl had kept quiet about it, too. Tyler cleared his throat.
It's an active investigation, Desiree, but we're about to make an arrest.
Antonio was on stage by now. He looked uncertainly at Aunt Pearl, who shoved the trophy into his outstretched hand. To the bar patrons, it looked like stage fright. Antonio might well be center stage and about to be accused of murder in front of the whole town. Tyler walked over to the stage, grabbed the microphone, and called for everyone's attention. Antonio slunk back to his seat. Desiree stormed after him, and Earl and Mom stood silently by the stage. Aunt Pearl had just stepped off stage when the bar's door flew open. Moonlight spilled into the witching post as a shadowy figure darkened the doorway. Chapter 27. Jose Lombard strode inside and paused momentarily as if looking for someone. His eyes darted around the room before resting on Antonio and Trina, seated at their table. He stormed down the aisle to their table, almost knocking over Mom and her drinks tray as he barged past her.
You've reached a new low, Antonio.
Antonio's posture stiffened. Trina bolted from her chair and intercepted Jose before he could reach the table where Antonio sat. Jose, I don't think you should talk to Antonio right now. Jose's mouth dropped open at the sight of his brother. He turned to Tyler on stage and yelled.
Sheriff, you're letting a killer run free?
Tyler said in a low voice.
Don't stir things up.
What's going on, Sheriff?
An older man in the crowd asked.
What's he talking about? Lacey Ratcliffe shouted.
Everybody started talking at once. Soon the voices were so loud that even a voice over the microphone was hard to hear. Tyler turned the mic up and said,
Everybody quiet down and go back to your seats. Jose, back off. Take a seat at the bar.
Jose stood his ground, hands on his hips.
You want me to back off? You want me not to stir things up after my brother just killed somebody? After he bankrupted our winery, I might add. You think it's business as usual?
Tyler raised his hand in Jose's direction. Then he turned to face the crowd.
I'm sorry to announce that Richard Harcourt has died. His death was a homicide.
A collective gasp erupted from the crowd. Tyler continued.
Richard's body was discovered this morning. He was targeted, and he knew his killer. Nobody else is in any danger.
Is that why he wasn't at the wine festival? Asked a woman.
Yes, Tyler said. I want you to know that there is an active investigation underway, and I'm about to announce an arrest.
It's about time, Sheriff, Desiree cried. My poor Richard, gone. She collapsed into her seat and sobbed uncontrollably. Nobody rushed over to console her. Jose had ignored Tyler's instructions and remained by Antonio and Trina's table. He looked down at his brother.
It's not too late to sell, Antonio. Might as well do it before you're locked up. Put the money toward a decent defense attorney.
He dropped a letter-sized manila envelope on the table in front of Antonio. Trina opened the envelope and scanned the contents. Then she pushed the papers back across the table and looked up at Jose. He's not selling.
Stay out of this, Trina. This is none of your business.
Trina stood. It is very much my business, Jose. I'm just as invested in Lombard wines as both of you are. Remember the money I loaned the winery last year so it could stay in business? Well, I haven't gotten any payments for months. Jose frowned.
I thought Antonio paid that off.
Trina shook her head. No, Jose. He couldn't pay it off because there was no money left after you maxed out your credit card and bought your fancy Cadillac on the company account. Jose shrugged.
You'll get back pennies on the dollar if the bank forecloses, Trina. Can't you talk some sense into Antonio?
Don't have to, Trina said. The bank isn't the only one with a lien on the winery. My secured loan is second in line, also with the winery pledged as collateral.
So what? The bank gets it first.
Not if I give Antonio money to get the mortgage payments up to date. Then the bank can't foreclose. I, on the other hand, can freeze everything. I'll make you a deal, Jose. Sell the winery to Antonio under the same terms as Desiree's deal, and you can walk away. Jose's mouth dropped open.
But the winery's worth so much.
Trina finished his sentence. The winery's worth so much more than the offer you were trying to convince Antonio to take? Is that what you're saying? You were fine with that price before.
I don't know,
Jose stammered. Trina ripped the papers in half and dropped them on the table. It's now or never. You already know that Antonio will never agree to sell to Desiree. My offer expires in 1 minute.
Fine, I'll take it,
Jose cried.
I can't wait to be free of this place.
Tyler stepped down from the stage and made his way toward the two brothers.
Not so fast. We've got some unfinished business to take care of.
Chapter 28. Jose shook his head.
I'm done for the night. I'll call you tomorrow, Sheriff. No time like the present, said Tyler.
He stood directly in front of Jose, blocking his exit.
Everybody okay if we settle this now?
The crowd murmured their assent, and then the room went completely silent. Tyler cleared his throat.
It's bad enough that you had it in for Richard Harcourt, but framing your brother? That is downright despicable, Jose. I'm not involved in any of this. I wasn't even in town,
Jose protested. He pulled a thick wad of papers from his shirt pocket and waved it in the air.
I was outside of Sacramento, delivering all these wine orders, when Trina called and told me that Richard had been found dead.
Did you actually make any of the deliveries? Tyler asked. Jose shook his head.
No, because Trina called me and said to come back right away. A practical person would have delivered the wine after driving, 15 hours? You were already there. Instead, you returned home? I was in shock, Sheriff. It's not every day you find out that your brother stabbed someone to death. I never told anyone the cause of death, Jose. How is it that you knew Richard was stabbed?
Jose gave a nervous laugh.
Trina told me that when she called.
Trina waved her hand in protest. No, I didn't. Nobody told me how he died. I never saw Richard's body either.
I don't know then, Jose stammered. I guess I sort of visualized it. I knew it happened in the wine cellar, and Antonio doesn't have a gun. One thing that puzzles me, Jose, Tyler said. Even if you were in Sacramento this morning like you say you were, based on the time Trina called, you couldn't have made the return trip in time to be back here right now. The reason you're here is because you never went to California. You never even left Washington State, did you? In fact, you never even left the county. Of course I did. I loaded up the wine yesterday afternoon, right after Richard and I met with Antonio. I was on the highway within the hour.
Jose pulled a credit card receipt from his jeans pocket and handed it to Tyler.
Here's proof. A gas station receipt from Bend, Oregon.
Tyler studied the receipt.
Oh, you're right. I see that you actually were in Oregon and got gas just before midnight on Friday night. This receipt proves that. Sacramento's another 8 or 9 hours away. That makes sense. My mistake.
Jose's expression turned smug.
That's right. Trina called me around 10 a.m., I think. That's when you turned around to come back here? Tyler asked.
Jose nodded.
Jose, it's a 15-hour drive from Sacramento to here. What did you do? Fly? I admit I was speeding, Sheriff. I was in a state of shock. 10 a.m., 11, 12.
Tyler counted the hours on his fingers.
If you really left at 10 a.m., I wouldn't expect to see you here until around 1 a.m. You must have been going pretty fast to cut 4 or 5 hours off the usual travel time. Your timeline doesn't make sense. Well, actually, I was a bit north of Sacramento. Sorry for not being more specific. I'm exhausted from driving nonstop.
Jose looked toward the door.
Can we talk tomorrow? I think we should talk about this now, Tyler said. I've got your credit card transactions putting you at the Shady Creek Inn last night. Were you in 2 places at once? Of course not. It must be another Jose Lombard, a case of mistaken identity.
Tyler shook his head.
The hotel surveillance shows you leaving the hotel around 3 a.m. early this morning, wearing dark clothes and carrying a gym bag. You got in a white truck, one that looks awfully similar to Antonio's, I might add, and drove out of the parking lot. I don't own a white truck. I told you, it's somebody else.
Jose's words came in short bursts, as if he was trying to catch his breath.
No, it's definitely you.
Tyler's voice was calm and measured.
You didn't return to the hotel until after 9 a.m., but when you did, your face is clearly recognizable on the security camera, and you came back wearing different clothes and without the gym bag you had left with. The clothes you wore were fresh, without blood or evidence from the murder scene. Where did you throw away your bloody clothes, Jose? What? I didn't. There must be some mistake.
He shook his head, but his face glistened with sweat.
No mistake, Jose. The hotel manager recognized you, said you're a regular there. He did say that this time you weren't driving your Cadillac. He saw you pull up in a cube van, your delivery truck, I'm guessing. We'll confirm that on the surveillance video. The manager said he saw you leave in a white pickup truck later on, same make and model as Antonio's. The truck rental place also confirmed that someone using your driver's license rented a truck on Friday and returned it this afternoon. I think you were trying to impersonate your brother. That's ridiculous. Why would I do that?
Jose stared at him.
Why rent a pickup truck when you already had the cube van and your Cadillac at your disposal? Unless you wanted to drive around here undetected. Unless you wanted to lay down some incriminating evidence against your brother.
Jose reddened.
That's a lie. Antonio killed Richard, and you know it. Antonio even threatened Richard on Friday, right in front of me and other witnesses, Sheriff. Ask Sandrine, Pearl, or Trina. They all heard Antonio say he was going to kill Richard. An unfortunate choice of words, Tyler said. But Antonio's threats in the heat of an argument don't prove murder. Your actions are what I need an explanation for. I'm not answering these baseless accusations. You have no proof.
Tyler took a few steps closer, blocking Jose's exit.
I've got plenty of proof.
Jose's face flushed.
Maybe I should be calling myself a lawyer. Probably not a bad idea.
The muscles in Tyler's jaw tensed. As Antonio listened to Jose's accusation, his eyes grew wide.
Have you ever seen me violent?
Trina squeezed Antonio's arm and pulled herself closer to him. You're the kindest man I know. You wouldn't hurt a soul. Jose swore under his breath.
Why would I kill Richard? I was working with Richard, trying to reason with Antonio to sell our money-losing winery. I was helping Richard avoid a messy foreclosure while at the same time getting a fair price for our winery. Liar,
Antonio said.
You wanted to sell to Desiree, our competition. Everything's clear to me now. Mom and Dad would be so disappointed in you. Selling out to someone who bottles cheap wine blends and passes them off as estate-grown, then killing someone and pinning it on me? That's a new low. It's impossible for me to have killed Richard, Jose protested. The wine cellar has a biometric lock. Only Antonio's fingerprint can unlock it. That's a tough one, Tyler said. It's true that it's very hard, if not impossible, to fool a fingerprint scanner. Fingerprints are unique. The odds are 1 in 64 billion chance of 2 people having identical fingerprints. That makes it extremely unlikely, especially because there are only 8 billion people in the world. Even though you and Antonio are brothers, your fingerprints will be different from each other. It's hard to fake a fingerprint. Aside from the fingerprint grooves visible to the naked eye, there are other ridges and depressions that are only visible under a microscope. The manufacturers have taken all that into account in the security of their design. Then why all this?
Jose threw his hands up in the air. Tyler's expression was blank.
Because there is another way to bypass the biometric scanner. A person with administrative access can disable the scanner completely by resetting it back to the factory default setting.
Jose frowned.
How would I do that? I don't know the first thing about that security lock. I've never even touched it. Antonio didn't even consult me before getting it installed, though it cost us a small fortune.
Everything you need to know is right here. I held up the Secure Tech instruction manual, the one that came with my magically manifested lock, the exact same model as the one on the Lombard wine cellar.
Antonio cried, Hey, you found my instruction manual. Where was it?
I said, It's not really important at the moment, Antonio. Tyler turned to Jose.
Antonio didn't misplace the Secure Tech instruction manual. You found the manual inside the house on the kitchen table and read it. You studied the setup. Antonio had left the instruction manual out for you to read, so you would understand how the lock worked and how to set up your own code and fingerprint. Then you saw that Antonio had written his security code inside the manual. That's when you realized that you could frame Antonio for killing Richard. Richard's body in the wine cellar provided an open and shut case because nobody other than Antonio could possibly unlock the wine cellar door. At least, that's what you wanted everyone to think. That's why you refused to get your own code and didn't want Trina to have one either. There had to be only one person with access to the locked wine cellar. Your brother, Antonio. That's a lie.
Jose crossed his arms.
You waited until a day when Antonio was distracted with something outside when the wine cellar was open. That's when you followed the instructions in the manual to reset the biometric fingerprint reader on the door back to the default factory setting, which is no fingerprint at all. According to the owner's manual, all you needed was for the administrative user, Antonio, to open the door to start the process. Once opened, you entered his security code to disable the fingerprint scan option. Once the fingerprint scanner was disabled, one only needed to use the 5-digit security code to unlock the door. The biometric security feature was no longer in place. It couldn't be activated until the user inserted the special tool and recorded and stored his or her fingerprint again. As far as Antonio knew, the lock was functioning normally. He entered his security code and then scanned his fingerprint on the reader. He didn't know that you had deactivated the fingerprint scanner, so he continued to scan his fingerprint after entering his 5-digit code. He complained about the light no longer flashing green when he scanned his finger. He assumed the bulb was burnt out. But the real reason the light didn't flash was because the biometric fingerprint reader had been disabled.
Aunt Pearl asked,
Then why did I see Antonio leaving the wine festival this morning right after Richard? He was following so close he was practically tailgating.
You saw Richard leaving in his convertible, yes, but not Antonio following him. Instead, you saw Jose driving a truck that looked just like Antonio's. Jose wore a bulky jacket to resemble his stockier older brother. It was easy to mistake one brother for another inside a truck cab.
Aunt Pearl shook her head.
You think I can't tell those two apart? I'm not losing my mind, Sheriff.
I know you aren't, Pearl, though a nearby surveillance camera confirmed that your timeline was a little off. Understandable, considering you were multitasking and all.
Tyler raised his brows.
According to the school custodian, when he opened the school gymnasium shortly before 7 a.m., Richard and Desiree were already in the parking lot. They sat in Richard's Corvette, waiting to be let in. He unlocked the gym door, and Richard and Desiree began unloading the wine from Richard's Corvette and carried it into the gym. A short time later, Jose arrived, coming from the direction of Shady Creek. The three of them talked for a few minutes and then drove out of the parking lot in 2 vehicles, Richard and Desiree in Richard's Corvette, and Jose following in his rental pickup truck. They headed in the direction of Lombard Wines. Both Richard's Corvette and Jose's truck were captured on the gas-and-go security camera as they drove by.
Aunt Pearl glowered, but didn't say anything. Tyler added,
Only Jose knows how he convinced Richard to follow him to the winery. It had to be an important enough reason for him to leave the wine festival. I'm guessing Richard thought it was something that could be done quickly enough that he would be back in time for the start of the wine festival. Maybe that Antonio had reconsidered his options and was now willing to sell to Desiree. Once at Lombard Wines, you invited Desiree and Richard down to the cellar, claiming Antonio was there waiting to discuss whether the sale could be completed before the foreclosure. Maybe you even promised a nice bottle of wine to seal the deal.
Why would I kill Richard? Jose asked. I had absolutely no reason to. He was helping us out of our financial mess.
Tyler said, The Shady Creek hotel manager said there was one other thing that was out of the ordinary for you when you checked in last night. That you were alone. Usually, you're with a blonde woman when you stay there. I'm looking at you, Desiree LeBlanc.
Desiree gasped. Her diamond ring glinted under the lights as her hand flew to her mouth. That's a lie. I've never been to that hotel.
The security footage doesn't lie, Desiree. The Shady Creek police are going through the last 2 weeks of video, but they've already found the two of you together there on 5 or 6 different occasions.
Well, I wasn't there last night, Sheriff. Or today. Desiree rose to her feet and pointed her index finger at Tyler. You need to focus on Antonio. He didn't arrive at the wine festival until about 8:30 a.m. That gave him plenty of time to kill Richard.
No, actually, he left the winery quite early. Before Antonio and Trina arrived at the wine festival, they went out for breakfast, leaving Lombard Wines around 7 a.m. But I think you already knew that, because Jose watched them leave the winery. Once the coast was clear, he met you and Richard at the wine festival. You made sure that Richard would be there, nice and early, before too many people arrived. You didn't want a lot of witnesses. You and Richard drove to Lombard Wines, with Jose following.
Everyone in the bar sat in stunned silence. Why would we do that on the day of the wine festival, Sheriff? We wouldn't just leave. Desiree shook her head, like she was sorry that Tyler could be so stupid.
Tyler said, Jose told you and Richard that he had managed to get Antonio to change his mind at the last minute. Antonio was now willing to sell to you, Desiree, to avoid foreclosure. That claim was for Richard's benefit only, since you were in on the plan. You made a convincing argument about the importance of sealing the deal right away, before Antonio changed his mind.
Desiree laughed. You've got quite an imagination, Sheriff. That's the most unbelievable story I've ever heard.
Tyler said, The medical examiner will confirm time of death when she performs the autopsy on Monday, But based on the cool temperature in the wine cellar and the condition of Richard's body, Richard had already been dead for longer than a few minutes. I'm guessing at least an hour. Antonio hadn't been expected to return to the winery all day, but then he had to, because of unforeseen circumstances. He ran out of wine.
Tyler looked pointedly at Aunt Pearl before turning to Jose. He said,
"Jose, you never expected Antonio home until late afternoon. Instead, you almost got caught in the act. Your plan was for Antonio to discover Richard's body in the wine cellar after the wine festival. Everything pointed to him being the killer, putting himself at the crime scene, the cellar that only he could unlock, his anger at Richard, and desperation at losing his business that doubled as his home. After Jose killed Richard, he headed out of town to escape suspicion and clean up, change clothes, and get rid of evidence."
Tyler turned to Desiree.
"Meanwhile, you, Desiree, drove Richard's car back to the wine festival and parked in the same parking spot. It was still hours before the wine festival started. The custodian had left after unlocking the building, thinking it was fine to do so because you and Richard were now inside. In fact, it was so early that hardly anyone was around. The few exhibitors that had arrived were preoccupied with unloading and setting up. They wouldn't notice or question whether a particular car had left for a short period of time. The only other witness who saw the Corvette leave was Pearl West. She had arrived very early, apparently.
Aunt Pearl said,
"I had to camp overnight to stake out a good parking spot, only to lose it because of the sheriff's stupid rules."
Tyler ignored the slight.
Pearl saw Richard's Corvette leave and assumed it was only Richard inside, because she was preoccupied and didn't look all that closely. She also mistook Jose for Antonio. In fact, Antonio wouldn't arrive for more than an hour after he and Trina finished their breakfast and left the restaurant. The credit card receipt and other witnesses at the restaurant corroborate that timeline.
Jose's mouth dropped open.
"Antonio has an alibi?"
Tyler nodded.
"An ironclad alibi."
"That's not true," Desiree said. "Richard's car never left the parking lot."
"No, Desiree. After Richard died, you drove the Corvette back to the wine festival. The other vendors were busy setting up their own wares and took no notice of cars coming and going. Pearl saw the car leave, but not for long enough to spot who was in it. That's okay, because the same surveillance camera shows the Corvette returning. You even managed to park the Corvette back in the exact same parking spot. You made one fatal mistake, however. It had started raining, rather unexpectedly because the forecast that day was for sunny weather. Since Richard expected dry weather, he had left the convertible top down that morning. At the first sight of rain, a convertible owner would immediately run outside and put the top back up. But the person who reparked the sports car either didn't know how to do that or didn't think to do so. Not a mistake that a vintage sports car owner would make. You wanted the Corvette in that parking spot, knowing that later wine festival attendees would see it and falsely recall seeing Richard at the festival.
I walked over to where Desiree stood. "That's why you made up excuses about Richard being around somewhere at the wine festival. You wanted me to think he was there, for the morning at least. However, you already knew he was dead. That's because you were part of it." Desiree crossed her arms. "I had nothing to do with any of this, other than telling Richard that I was willing to make an offer on the winery."
"I wasn't involved either," Jose said. "I wanted out of the winery business. Why would I kill Richard when he had a buyer lined up for us? It's true I didn't want foreclosure, but even that meant I would get some money out of it. Foreclosure was better than losing it all. Our winery was bleeding money." "Who said your motive was financial?" Tyler asked. "What?" Jose said. Finding a buyer for the winery was a lie, wasn't it, Jose? You wanted Richard out of the picture because you had fallen in love with Desiree. Desiree promised to loan you the cash to buy out Antonio, but you refused that offer. Why? Because under the terms of the Lombard Wines shareholder agreement, Antonio could counteroffer to buy you out instead. That would end in a stalemate. So you needed another way to get Antonio to give up the winery. He'd have no choice if he went to jail for murder.
"You killed my poor Richard," Desiree cried. Jose, you're a monster.
Quit trying to deflect blame off yourself, Desiree, Aunt Pearl said. You know a little too much to claim innocence. You were furious at Richard for agreeing to reconcile with Valerie, so you moved on to Jose. Not only did you want to make Richard pay, but you wanted to get Lombard wines for a bargain in the process.
Chapter 29. The bar was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The Shady Creek police had been waiting outside the witching post for Tyler's notification. They entered the bar and strode over to join Tyler. Jose swore under his breath as one officer moved toward him. Desiree's eyes darted frantically around the bar, hoping for something or someone to rescue her. It wasn't going to happen. Everyone had their phones out, taking pictures of Westwick Corner's latest fugitives. Tyler faced Jose.
Take your hands out of your pockets, please.
Jose did as he was told.
You are under arrest for the murder of Richard Harcourt.
Tyler read Jose his Miranda rights and handcuffed his wrists behind his back before handing him over to one of the Shady Creek constables. Is all this necessary? Desiree struggled against Earl's firm yet gentle grip, to no avail. My lawyer will post bail before I even get to Shady Creek. Tyler turned to Desiree and clasped both her wrists together and cuffed them.
You made it necessary. We can't have killers on the loose in Westwick Corners.
A few people clapped. Tyler held up his hand, and they quickly stopped. Desiree stomped her foot. I am not a killer. How many times do I have to tell you? Jose is obsessed with me. I can't help it if men do crazy things to win my love. I never told him to do anything. I would never hurt anyone, especially not Richard, the love of my life. Jose swore under his breath. He lunged at Desiree, but the police officer held him back. Aunt Pearl wagged her finger at Desiree.
You're at least as bad as Jose because you were the brains behind everything. You used Jose to do your bidding. You wanted to gain control of Lombard wines and to get rid of your boyfriend at the same time. Good luck finding a lawyer because nobody in town will represent you.
Mom tugged at Aunt Pearl's sleeve. Westwick Corners doesn't have any lawyers. Aunt Pearl snatched her arm away.
That's because we don't need 'em, Ruby. We dispense our own brand of justice in this town.
Tyler frowned.
Dispensing justice is my job, Pearl.
Aunt Pearl ignored him.
We don't tolerate criminals here, Desiree, because that's what you are. The only daylight you'll see is the prison exercise yard.
Tyler turned to Aunt Pearl, his mouth turned up ever so slightly into a smile.
We agree for once.
You finally did your job, Sheriff,
Aunt Pearl said.
I guess there's hope for you yet.
Tyler smirked.
Thanks for the compliment, Pearl.
Oh, one more thing. I've got something to give you, Sheriff.
Aunt Pearl fumbled around in her pocket and pulled out a large brass key.
It's a key to the city. Thanks for your hard work.
Wow, Pearl, thanks.
Tyler frowned.
Isn't this an honor normally bestowed by the mayor?
Aunt Pearl snorted.
You think he runs the show? Nah, he's only a figurehead. Nothing happens in this town without my stamp of approval.
Tyler laughed.
I'm just glad to have solved Richard's murder and gotten 2 killers off the streets.
Aunt Pearl scowled.
Don't take all the credit, Sheriff. You couldn't have done it without Sen and me. We cracked the case.
We did? It was the first time Aunt Pearl had given me credit for anything. It was a backhanded compliment, but I'd take it. Dusk was falling as I stood outside the witching post. I shivered in the cool breeze, wishing I had worn my jacket. I watched Jose and Desiree being led away, each into one of the 2 waiting Shady Creek police cars. First, Jose was seated and buckled into one of the patrol cars. He glared at us from the back seat as he was quickly driven out of the lot and down our winding driveway. A uniformed officer held a protective hand over Desiree's head as he guided her into the back of the second police car. It scared me to think that an innocent man had been so easily framed for murder. Thankfully, Richard's killers were caught, and would soon face justice. I was also relieved that the wine festival was over for another year. There was so much over-the-top drama each year, although maybe now with Desiree gone, it could return to just being a fun, small-town event again. In spite of everything that had happened, the wine festival had continued on, business as usual, except for the judging fiasco. Many vendors had even reported higher sales than in previous years. Richard's absence had proven that he wasn't indispensable after all, and Desiree wouldn't compete in wine contests again for a very long time. I exhaled and felt all of today's tension finally leave my body. It had been an incredibly busy day, and a tragic one. Nothing had gone according to plan. The day didn't feel quite complete yet. Something gnawed at my subconsciousness. Wasn't there something else that was supposed to happen today? Ah, yes. Tyler's surprise. Obviously, those plans wouldn't go ahead now. While the crime had been solved and the perpetrators caught, the case wouldn't end yet. There were charges to be brought, paperwork to complete, and interviews to be held. Tyler would be heading over to Shady Creek to tie up any loose ends soon. I probably wouldn't even see him for a day or two. My surprise would have to wait. I glanced over at Antonio, who stood alongside Trina, holding her hand. Were the two of them still under the effects of Aunt Pearl's spell? Or was it really true love? Aunt Pearl tugged at my arm and whispered,
"Some spells aren't meant to be broken, Sen. Don't even try."
Chapter 30. It was a brisk, sunny morning when I arrived at the inn. Mom was waiting outside for me by the front steps. She had asked that I come over immediately because she needed urgent help. She was usually quite self-sufficient, so I had dropped what I was doing and rushed home to assist her. "Why are you all dressed up?" I eyed her up and down suspiciously. "I am not dressed up," she said. "These are just some old gardening clothes." I shook my head. Nobody gardens in linen, definitely not in white linen. She dismissed me with a wave of her hand. "Who cares? I'll garden in linen if I want to. Anyway, it doesn't matter what I'm wearing. Hurry up or we'll be too late." "Too late for what?" She didn't answer, but gripped my hand tighter. She pulled me with surprising strength along the walkway toward the side of the house. Mom never wore skirts and hardly ever wore makeup. She looked like she was dressed for a party, though I didn't recall us making plans to go anywhere. "We can't be too late for that thing in the garden that I need help with." By now she was practically dragging me. I walked faster so she would stop yanking my arm. Mom practically ran the inn on her own. There wasn't a lot she'd delegated, so I was curious about my assigned task. Plants died under my watch, and I couldn't tell a perennial from an annual from a weed. Why on earth a witch with a green thumb needed my help was a mystery. I studied Mom's attire more closely as we walked along the stone path that bordered the front of the house. Her white linen shirt and beige linen skirt were designer pieces. Aside from being completely unsuitable for the grime and grit of gardening, they were expensive. On her feet were beige open-toed sandals with a floral motif. Cute, summery shoes that I had never seen before. She had obviously bought them recently because we shared the same shoe size, and I had never seen them on any of my occasional closet raids. I was immediately suspicious. What exactly do you want me to do? You'll see soon enough. Mom quickened her pace. As we passed the parking lot, I spotted Braden's sports car in one of the corner spots. It was crookedly parked, taking up 2 spots in typical, thoughtless Braden fashion. My shoulders slumped at the thought of seeing my self-absorbed ex-fiancé. Braden, who as mayor was also Tyler's boss, had no reason to be here. We avoided each other as much as possible, so he must have been forced to come here. Mom? She squeezed my arm tighter and didn't answer. What's this about? You'll see. Mom flashed me a cryptic smile. I didn't like surprises, especially any that involved my ex-boyfriend. But Mom knew that already. What was she up to? As we rounded the corner into the back garden, I noticed the white crepe paper ribbons that streamed down from atop the gazebo roof. Directly in front of our path was an 8-foot-tall arch made of pink balloons, the exact shade as the Queen Elizabeth roses that surrounded the gazebo. I turned to Mom, alarmed. Is somebody getting married? Shh. She pressed a finger to her mouth and pulled me closer to her, just as a harp strummed a most familiar tune. The melody was beautiful and haunting, all at the same time. I shifted my gaze to the stage and was surprised to see Lacey Ratcliffe on stage. I hadn't known she played any musical instrument, let alone a harp. After a few false starts, she settled into a rhythm. It was a song I knew well. Here comes the bride. Here comes the bride. Suddenly, the song stopped, as if someone had cut the power. Mom, what's going on? I noticed people, about 24 of them, who were formally dressed and staring at us. My voice was louder than I intended, sounding harsh against the soft harp melody. I felt everyone's eyes on me and realized I was the only one dressed casually in jeans and a t-shirt. My whole body flushed with embarrassment. It was obviously a formal event, and I was completely underdressed. I felt as if I were naked and wanted to crawl under the gazebo. Judging by the rows of seating that flanked the pink balloon archway, I was at a pop-up wedding. Seeing Braden at the front only confirmed my fears. He wore the same dark suit he had bought for our wedding. Our relationship hadn't worked out, but the suit sure had come in handy. Braden wore it to every wedding, funeral, and formal occasion. As mayor, he often officiated weddings. Clearly, this was one. We had no guests at the inn, and I wasn't aware of anyone in town tying the knot. I certainly hadn't received a wedding invitation lately. So who was getting married? I gulped. It couldn't be. No. Surely it was not my wedding. I hadn't agreed to marry anyone. Tyler and I had talked about marriage one day, but only in general terms. He and I both wanted something simple, nothing like this fancy setup. Shotgun weddings were a vestige of the distant past, and Tyler was far too progressive for that. Besides, we weren't even engaged yet. I turned to Mom to get some answers, but she was no longer by my side. I searched the crowd, but with people milling about, it was hard to get a clear view of the entire garden. Where had she gone? And why had she abandoned me here? And why hadn't she filled me in on the dress code to avoid all this embarrassment? A sense of dread grew in the pit of my stomach. Why was I the only one unaware of the wedding about to take place? I was looking for a way to escape without notice when my eyes locked on Braden's. He smiled and winked. Aunt Pearl suddenly materialized by my side.
Sandrine, it's about time you got here. I hope you weren't wasting time writing at that stupid newspaper of yours. Everybody already knows what happened to Richard, so there's no point reporting about it.
I stopped myself. I didn't want to start an argument. Is this a shotgun wedding? Her eyes narrowed.
A shotgun wedding? What are you talking about?
I heard that wedding song, so I thought... Aunt Pearl scoffed.
Oh, that. No, that's because Lacey's just learning the harp, and she only knows a couple of songs. You took forever to get here, and she had to entertain everybody while we waited for you.
That's a relief. I saw Braden, and when I heard the harp music,
What's wrong with harp music?
Aunt Pearl cut me off.
It was good enough for Marie Antoinette, and it's good enough for you. It's always got to be about you, doesn't it, Sen?
I didn't mean to say it wasn't.
Lacey's been practicing for weeks.
Aunt Pearl shouted so loud my ears rang.
Lacey, play that song.
Lacey's rendition of Greensleeves seemed to float on the breeze. I was captivated by the beautiful music, but still didn't have a clue about what was going on. I wanted to ask Aunt Pearl more questions, but I was fearful of the answers. Instead, I decided to enjoy the moment. Just then, Tyler appeared at my side, in khakis and a golf shirt. Thankfully, he was dressed as casually as I was. Aunt Pearl grabbed my elbow a little harder than necessary and steered me over to the side of the gazebo where Mom now stood. Tyler followed behind us.
Ahem.
Aunt Pearl released my arm and turned to face me, her expression solemn.
It's a good thing I invested so much time teaching you everything I know, even if you don't absorb much. It seemed like a wasted effort for a long time, but it's finally paid off.
Information overload, I said, not knowing where she was going with this.
Well, keep trying, Sen. Maybe if you apply yourself better, you can be as accomplished as me someday. Miracles can happen.
Thanks, Aunt Pearl. That's quite a compliment. I meant to sound sarcastic, but it didn't come out that way. I was glad it didn't, because what happened next surprised me.
Ahem.
Aunt Pearl cleared her throat and quickly turned away. But not before I saw tears fill her eyes. She hummed for a minute, then took several deep breaths before clearing her throat again.
Ahem.
She blinked back tears.
Congratulations, Sandrine West. You've been promoted to senior witch.
Aunt Pearl extracted a roll of parchment paper neatly from her jacket pocket. It was tied with a gold ribbon.
I plan to give this to you later, but now is as good a time as any, I guess.
Her lower lip trembled as she was overcome with emotion.
Here.
She shoved it into my hand. I carefully untied the gold ribbon and unfurled the parchment paper. It was a diploma. My name was written in fancy black calligraphy. Sandrine West has achieved the designation of Senior Witch by completing the necessary study materials and achieving a passing grade in sorcery and spellcraft at Pearl's Charm School. The signature, in gold glitter felt pen in all caps, was signed Pearl West in giant letters. I squinted at the line written in tiny italics at the bottom. Pearl's Charm School is an accredited Academy of Witchcraft authorized by Wicca, Witches International Community Craft Association. Thank you, Aunt Pearl. I had the best teacher. Part of me was thrilled to finally achieve the next step as a witch and have Aunt Pearl recognize my abilities. Another part of me knew that I had met the senior witch qualifications some time ago. No matter what, it was a thrill to receive my Pearl's Charm School diploma and have Aunt Pearl acknowledge that my growing supernatural powers exceeded those of a junior witch. Of course, I knew myself some time ago that I had mastered my spells and was practicing as a fully competent witch. I also knew better than to say anything. It was obvious to both of us that, in some cases, my powers had actually surpassed Aunt Pearl's. Some secrets were best kept under lock and key.
You know, Witching Hour Red Merlot may have won Best New Wine and Wine of the Year, but there is one wine that is even better, Tyler said.
Mom won fair and square, I protested. Why was he insulting Mom's wine? Tyler pointed to the railing of the gazebo, where a bottle of chilled white wine stood in an ice bucket, surrounded by 4 wine glasses.
May I present the latest offering from the Westwick Winery? It's so new that it missed the entry deadline for the wine festival. Spellbound Chardonnay, created especially for our newly graduated senior witch.
My hand flew to my chest, and I turned to Mom. You created this wine just for me? She shook her head. Not me. Tyler created it with a little help from Antonio and me. That's why Antonio got a little behind. He was helping us get it ready on time."
That was the surprise.
Tyler uncorked the wine and poured each of us a glass. Aunt Pearl added,
"Now I can reveal my secret mission, Sen. I've been busy organizing this special shindig for you. It's your senior witch ceremony."
I was touched. "Aunt Pearl, that's so sweet. You went to all this trouble for me?" She held a finger to her lips.
"You know we can't exactly tell people that you're a witch, so I've disguised it as a fake wedding. That way you can still have a big party. You'll have to get fake married and everything, of course."
Tyler laughed.
"I'll fake marry you any day of the week, Sandrine West. Do you agree to have me as your fake husband?"
"I do." This has been Witching Our Dead, a Westwick Witches cozy mystery, written by Colleen Cross, narrated by Patria Burchard. Copyright 2020 by Colleen Cross. Production copyright 2020 by Colleen Cross. We hope you've enjoyed Witching Our Dead. Find out more about Colleen Cross and her books at www.colleencross.com. Thank you for listening.